This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 880. Let's not even talk about Song Qi and Ying Yi, who have returned to the Xinhua ancestral domain and are seizing every opportunity to make preparations for their mythic ascension. The pressure facing the human emperor's city and the chaos divine continent is unprecedented. The vanguard of the 5 clans united army is already at the gates of the city. The bloody battle formation, composed of millions of alien warriors, is filled with murderous aura, like a rolling blood-red cloud, weighing heavily on the hearts of every member of the Xinhua fleet defending the city. 3 void rifter beasts, each the size of a small floating land, moved like a moving mountain range. Every swing of their claws ripped massive fissures across the divine land. Even at a considerable distance from human emperor's city, their roars sent shockwaves through the chaos city shields and the protective light curtain of the civilization great wall outside. Ripples spread, emitting a heart-pounding hum. Atop the city walls, Jiang Yuan, Ji Heng, Wilson Ackelman, and other leaders of the Xinhua civilization wore solemn expressions, yet remained unfazed. They knew that simply passively defending was not a long-term solution. They must proactively attack and weaken the enemy's spirit to buy more breathing space. We can't wait any longer. Jiang Yuan's gaze pierced the blood-red army formation in the distance, its murderous aura rising to the sky. We must take them by surprise and inflict heavy damage first. I agree. Ji Heng nodded, a cold glint in her eyes. While the vanguard led by the 3 void-splitting armored beasts may not pose a real threat to human emperor's city, if we can eliminate them first, we will surely intimidate the main enemy forces in the rear. Soon, a daring surprise attack plan was rapidly formed among the various giants. The core of the plan lay in 2 items. The first was support from the Klein family, an immortal giant of the Holy Temple Federation. A precious, 7-color, mass concealment component, the illusionary umbrella. The second was the innate illusionary powers of the Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce's 9-tailed sky fox, which had recently ascended to the mythical rank. The illusionary umbrella can obscure the fleet's movements and energy fluctuations, while the 9-tailed sky fox's illusions can distort perception and even create deceptively realistic illusions. Combining the 2 might allow for a complete deception. Wilson Ackelman analyzed, his eyes gleaming. The plan was set, to be executed immediately. The human emperor's city's most elite rapid response fleet was selected and placed under the personal command of Jiang Yuan. Although small in size, this fleet consisted entirely of high-level Xinhua warships, particularly adept at surprise attacks and sudden bursts. Buzz, the illusory soul-blocking umbrella quietly unfolded within the city, a shimmering, multicolored glow swirling into a hazy shield that enveloped the entire elite fleet. At the same time, a massive, snow-white celestial fox, its 9 tails swaying gracefully, appeared above the city walls. Its eyes shone with a hazy, dreamy luster, and an invisible, illusory force field rippled like water. Combined with the effects of the illusory soul-blocking umbrella, it not only perfectly concealed the fleet's tracks but also, to the alien army's distant perception, created the illusion that the fleet stationed atop the walls of the human emperor's city remained on high alert. As expected, the alien vanguard's attention was captivated, and they showed no signs of vigilance. Now act! Jiang Yuan commanded. Like a ghost in the dark night, the perfectly concealed elite fleet silently swooped down from above the southern wall of the human emperor's city. Following the edge of the chaos storm, they formed a vast arc and plunged directly into the rear of the alien vanguard formation. The core area where the 3 void rift beasts were located, the fleet moved at lightning speed, emitting no energy fluctuations. Even the chaotic enemy blood evil formation remained unaware until they were extremely close to their target. Lock on target. Maximum firepower. Attack! As Jiang Yuan's cold command echoed through the encrypted channel throughout the assault team, a brilliant white light simultaneously gathered at the bows of all the Xinhua warships hidden deep in the void. After completing their final charge, countless gun barrels simultaneously unleashed destructive energy beams. Boom! At that moment, it was as if the galaxy was rolling back, 1,000 cannons roaring in unison, a dazzling torrent of energy, space-shattering death rays, and contaminated missiles entwined with rule runes. All attacks were unwavering, unleashed with precision upon the blood evil formation below. The 3 mythical-level Void Rifter beasts were particularly targeted by the Shinxiajiuli, and all the other transdimensional motherships in the team. The 2 Void Rift beasts, focused on the movements of human emperor's city ahead, left their relatively vulnerable back and flank joints completely exposed to the Xinhua surprise attack force. Simultaneously, Ji Heng, still stationed in human emperor's city in the distance, launched a long-prepared long-range support strike. Several powerful civilization-inherited weapons were activated, and spears of light spanned the sky. In conjunction with the fleet's first wave of assault, hundreds of millions of mid-level Shinhua warships above Human Emperor's city also opened fire in unison. The terrifying torrent of artillery fire covered the sky, threatening to annihilate the alien vanguard blood-evil battle formation. Roar! A shrill, painful roar instantly resounded through the starry sky. The two Void Rift beasts, caught in the concentrated fire, had no time to react. Their thick shells, strong enough to withstand astral impacts, were easily torn, melted, and pierced by such a close range, saturating attack. Dark green blood and shattered internal organs sprayed out like a torrential rain, swept up by the boundless chaotic storm, instantly dyeing a vast expanse of the chaotic void green. In just one round of assault, the two 10th-tier mythical beasts suffered heavy damage, their vitality rapidly draining away. Only then did the alien vanguard finally awaken from their slumber, instantly thrown into immense chaos. They attempted to react to the terrifying torrent of artillery fire from their front, but were disrupted by the nine-tailed Heavenly Fox's illusions and the subsequent multiple illusions created by the illusory soul-blocking umbrella, throwing their formation into disarray. Second wave. Clear out the miscellaneous troops. Expand your victory. The elite fleet, relentless, swung their guns, like the Grim Reaper scythe, and began efficiently mowing down the alien warriors, now deprived of the protection of their mythical units and thrown into disarray. During this process, the Human Emperor's city's garrison fleet remained stationed. No one knew whether more spies lurked in the boundless chaotic void beyond the city. Although all of the clan's detection methods had revealed no abnormalities, the Shinhua civilization didn't dare gamble, nor did they have the wherewithal to do so. After all, if they lost, the entire Shinhua civilization would be devastated. Even the surprise attack team, aside from the mythical nine-tailed Sky Fox, consisted of warship clones constructed from warship clone components, effectively extending their tolerance to error. But even with only the surprise attack team acting alone, with the Shinshiajioli warship clone single-handedly holding off the single remaining mythical void-splitting armor beast, the battle still became a one-sided massacre. Finally, when faint, unfamiliar mythical auras emerged from the void behind them, the surprise attack fleet abandoned countless alien wreckage and safely retreated to Human Emperor's city. On the battlefield, aside from the wreckage of hundreds of thousands of alien vanguard components, the remains of two completely dead Void Rift beasts remained. The surprise attack fleet hadn't spared them. For the Shinhua civilization, the remains of mythical creatures were, from the very beginning, a strategic resource of the highest order. The lone remaining Void Rift beast roared in terror before fleeing hastily to the rear with its sparsely populated forces. Clearly, this meticulously planned surprise attack had achieved brilliant results far exceeding expectations. A few days later, when the news reached the main force of the five-clan allied army, which was steadily advancing in the rear, it caused a tremendous shock. The near annihilation of the vanguard, with the loss of two 10th-tier mythical warriors, shocked and enraged the leaders of the five clans, forcing them to reassess the defensive strength and willpower of Human Emperor's city. Their once resolute advance was forced to become more cautious, with reconnaissance and probing operations becoming more frequent, inevitably delaying their planned large-scale offensive. Correspondingly, Human Emperor's city successfully bought itself, and the entire Shinhua civilization, more crucial buffer time. Atop the city walls, Jiangyuan, Jiheng, and the others gazed at the temporarily receding haze in the distance, their faces devoid of joy. They knew this was only a temporary victory. The true test lay ahead. Everyone's gaze involuntarily drifted to the far end of their field of vision. Out of sight, the massive force of the five clans' combined advancing army continued to slowly approach Human Emperor's city. Now, what they needed most was time. Whether it was the emergence of more high-level combatants from the Shinhua ancestral domain or the breakthroughs of Song Qi and Yingyi, all of this would require time, and it was the key to determining the ultimate outcome. The atmosphere within the encrypted magnetic communication group chat, operated by the two mythical immortal warships, remained solemn. Their main force will arrive in 1,000 years at most, Jiheng said gravely. Through special means, he had detected numerous unfamiliar mythical auras in the distance, including two 11th-tier myths. Next time, they won't allow us a surprise attack. 1,000 years. Wilson Ackelman muttered. Add to that the 1,000 years we can hold out against a full-scale siege, and that's 2,000 years. Hopefully that's enough. His thoughts, like those of Jiangyuan, Jiheng, and the others, spontaneously drifted toward the Shinhua ancestral domain, toward the Xianxin continent, slowly transforming into the Star Continent. 1,000 years is but a fleeting moment in the chaos divine land. Human Emperor's city, in this precious respite, had already fortified itself to the teeth. Countless dark energy turrets, flashing dangerously, had been added to the city walls. The chaotic energy shield and the light curtain of the civilized Great Wall intertwined more tightly, the energy flowing endlessly, seemingly tangible. Within the city, every available force was deployed, and the air was filled with the suffocating oppression of impending war. However, when the boundless blood-red aura finally, like a tide devouring the starry sea, slowly spread across the chaotic horizon and appeared before everyone's eyes, it still brought unspeakable terror and despair. No longer were there the millions of vanguards, but tens of millions of alien warriors. Their formations stretched endlessly, and the blood-red cloud formed by the murderous aura obscured the sky. Its sheer scale seemed to transform the entire chaotic void into a bloody purgatory. While this current army of tens of millions pales in comparison to the hundreds of millions of chaos demon apes, allied with the wraiths and other tribes to besiege human Emperor City, it's crucial to remember that even the weakest of these combined mythological legions, numbering over 10 million, are only 7th-tier overlords. How could a combined army of tens of millions, composed entirely of overlords, be compared to the previous one? At the forefront of the terrifying formation stood over 20 ferocious beasts of varying forms, each as vast as a mountain. Among them was the Void Rift Armor Beast, which had been severely wounded but now seemed to have recovered and become even more ferocious. And above these 10th-tier mythical beasts, four figures hovered quietly. Their aura, unintentionally released, seemed to be the center of the entire chaotic void. Their mere presence calmed the surrounding chaotic storms and distorted space. 11th-tier myths. And 4 of them, the main force of the 5-tribe coalition, had finally arrived. Finally. They're here. Jiang Yuan stood on the bridge of the Shinxiajiuli, his gaze piercing through the void to rest upon the 4 11th-tier myths. His voice was as cold as iron. No attempts to persuade them to surrender, no exchanges. The moment the boundless military formation stabilized, the 11th-tier myth at the very center, a being shrouded in twisted shadows, seemingly composed of countless fragments of tormented souls, slowly raised its arm. Then, it swung down with a fierce force. Boom! Like the explosion at the dawn of the universe, millions of alien warriors simultaneously roared, shattering the void. The blood-evil battle formation shone brightly, transforming into a destructive torrent that surged towards the human Emperor's city. Over 20 rank 10 mythical beasts charged simultaneously, each step shattering the void, carrying a force powerful enough to crush stars. Though the 4 rank 11 mythical beasts didn't immediately engage, their very presence weighed heavily on the hearts of all the captains defending the city like the heaviest weight. Civilization Wall. Arouse! Ji Heng's roar echoed throughout the city through the mythical psionic amplifier. Buzz, the civilization wall erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Countless phantoms of laws emerged and chanted on the light screen. A protective wall of light, as thick as a star-studded fortress, suddenly rose, spanning the outer layer of the chaotic energy shield. The next moment, a torrent of destruction slammed into the wall of light. At that moment, heaven and earth were silent. A terrifying impact wave, beyond words, spread wildly in all directions, completely collapsing all chaotic storms, rubble, and even smaller chaotic mountain ranges within its range. The wall of light twisted and trembled violently, groaning under the weight, but it ultimately blocked this first, fiercest wave. All units. Open fire. Target, enemy front. Jiang Yuan's command was like an icy spring, instantly awakening the defenders, shaken by the devastating scene. For civilization. Kill! The rage and fighting spirit that had been simmering for millennia erupted in this moment. Human Emperor City instantly transformed into an immense hedgehog, spewing flames of death. The radiance of the main guns of billions of Xinhua warships instantly illuminated the eternally gray chaotic sky, its brightness surpassing even that of the mythical stars at one point. Countless energy beams, physical shells, and regular missiles rained down like a torrential rain, plunging into the boundless alien army. Every second, dozens, hundreds of alien overlord warriors were vaporized, ripped apart, and reduced to chaotic dust. But the enemy's numbers were simply too great, seemingly endless. As those in front fell, those behind immediately stepped on the remains of their comrades, and continued their charge. Those 10th-tier mythical beasts, braving the fierce artillery fire, frantically attacked the light curtain of the Great Wall of Civilization. Every claw strike and collision caused the light curtain to flicker violently, and ripples spread wildly. From the outset, the war entered its most brutal and bloody phase of attrition. Chapter 881. Human Emperor City West Wall 76 Battle Line. The shockwaves seemed to relentlessly intrude, penetrating the thick composite armor and hammering at the very bones of Li Qing, the commander of the Dragon Flame Fleet, an 8th-tier galaxy captain. His ship, the Fiery Flame Dragon. A veteran galaxy captain that had been at the 8th tier for tens of thousands of years, was now tossed like a small boat in a storm. Inside the bridge, the piercing clamor of alarms, the hum of overloaded energy, and the groaning of stressed structures mingled together, nearly rupturing one's eardrums. The 3rd and 4th gun arrays on the port side are overloaded. Buffering. Energy shield depletion exceeds 70%. Please repair as soon as possible. Over 30% of the ships in the 3rd Squadron's garrison area on the right side of the defense zone have sunk. Please dispatch reinforcements immediately. The tactical commander and the ship's AI chirped with prompts, the commander's voice rasping with undisguised fatigue. Every report meant another loss of combat power. Li Qing stared intently at the hellish scene outside the panoramic window, his fists clenched until white. Outside the window, the original color of the chaotic void had long since vanished, replaced by an endless, blood-red tide of roaring, wailing alien warriors. They rammed the civilization Great Wall thick, star-walled light curtain, each impact causing it to ripple violently, sending countless waves of light. Beyond the curtain, energy beams, bioacids, corrosive spores, and bone spears. All manner of deadly attacks poured down upon it like a torrential rain, exploding into a halo of destructive light. Even with the double layer of 7-colored protective light curtains, and the multiple reinforcements of the human Emperor City's city shield, cracks of varying sizes would still occasionally appear, inflicting unacceptable damage on the Dragon Flame fleet members, who were suspended within the shield and firing frantically. Boom! The Fiery Flame Dragon main gun roared once more, its thick crimson particle beam instantly vaporizing dozens of Rank 7 aliens in the fan-shaped area ahead. But the next second, the gaps were immediately filled by more monsters. The secondary battery arrays fired relentlessly, forming a dense web of fire, attempting to stop any alien warriors attempting to approach the light curtain. But the power of the secondary guns was ultimately limited. Even with their impressive numbers, they couldn't inflict the same massive devastation in a short period of time as multiple main guns. It wasn't just the Fiery Flame Dragon. The entire 76th section, the entire western wall of the human Emperor City, was a steel jumble of countless warships of all ranks, their guns furiously spewing flames. The continuous blaze of the explosions flickered, illuminating the captain's solemn and resolute faces. Each salvo required a significant buffer, and each attack risked provoking an even more ferocious enemy counterattack. Commander, Rift Beasts cluster at 3 o'clock. They're concentrating their energy to corrode the shields. The deputy commander's hurried report suddenly filled the fleet chat. Li Qing whipped his head around to see a small group of void rift beasts, resembling floating jellyfish, their bodies shimmering with unstable arcs of energy. Their tentacles linked together, forming a dark purple energy sphere emitting an ominous aura, aimed directly at a specific point on the protective light curtain of the outermost civilization wall. The light curtain in that area had begun to change color slightly, and the energy readings fluctuated dramatically. All firepower that can be redirected, covering fire. Don't let them form. Li Qing roared, and the Fire Dragon's 3 main guns, which had just been put on cooldown, instantly fired, and soon 3 destructive beams roared out. The other warships around them responded immediately, countless beams and shells swooping down upon the area like sharks scenting blood. Boom! The dense explosions engulfed the swarm of rift beasts. However, before the flames of the blast had faded, a dark shadow suddenly leaped out. It was the projection of a relatively small, but extremely swift 10th-tier mythical creature, the mythical Void Rift armored beast. It had clearly taken advantage of the rift beast's attack, seizing the momentary lull in their fire. Its sharp claws, gleaming with a faint light that could tear through space, fiercely clawed at the node of the light curtain, which had just been subjected to concentrated attack and had yet to fully stabilize. Not good. Li Qing's heart sank. If this attack imbued with mythical power hit a node, the light curtain would likely be torn open. At this critical moment, a hoarse yet resolute voice boomed over the public channel. Everyone, cover me. A galaxy ship, its armor already tattered on the flank of the formation. The Chomkong Ding Ding, the deputy commander of the Dragon Flame Fleet, suddenly overloaded its engines, unleashing its final thrust, and relentlessly rammed into the shadow-killing beast's projection. Old Zhang. Li Qing's eyes were bloodshot. He was, of course, all too familiar with this deputy. Though he had only been temporarily assigned to the fleet by command headquarters, and wasn't a member of the Tang Dynasty royal family, they had forged a deep friendship over their years together. No response. Only a deafening explosion. The Chomkong Ding Ding, along with its load of high-explosive ammunition, transformed into a dazzling yet brutal flower of death. The massive shockwave not only completely obliterated the mythical projection, but also swept away a large number of severely injured alien warriors in the surrounding area. The price paid was the complete sinking of the Chongkong Dingding, and even the galaxy captain, Lao Zhang, passed away into the galaxy. A brief silence enveloped the Dragon Flame Fleet's communication channels, leaving only heavy breathing and the echoing sound of explosions. Sorrow was instantly consumed by a greater rage. For Lao Zhang. For civilization. Kill! Li Qing's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was like a wounded beast. The fiery flame dragon seemed to sense its master's wrath, and all its weapon systems opened fire again, with efficiency beyond its design limits. Such sacrifices were repeated minute by minute along the western wall of Human Emperor City, and throughout the entire defense line of Human Emperor City. The wreckage of warships piled like tombstones beneath the wall, only to be blown away by new explosions. Countless captains, exhausting their spirits and lives, maintained the formation of their fleets, maximizing the effectiveness of their own ships. Everyone knew they had no way to retreat. If Human Emperor City fell, the next to suffer would be the Xinhua ancestral domain, their home. Looking out, the entire human imperial city was completely engulfed in the flames of war and chaos. This magnificent city, towering upon the chaos divine continent, was now enduring the most brutal test since its birth. Billions of energy beams intertwined in the void, colliding and exploding, forming an absolute no-go zone for life. The once dazzling light curtain of the Great Wall of Civilization now flickered, like a candle in the wind. Over 20 mountain-sized, 10-tier mythical beasts, like tireless battering rams, continuously charged and pounded the light curtain with their claws imbued with the power of laws. Each attack caused large areas of the light curtain to dent violently, cracks spreading like spiderwebs, only to be repaired with difficulty by the next energy replenishment. Beneath the light curtain, hundreds of millions of Xinhua warships formed a dense web of firepower, their barrage never ceasing. The main gun salvos swirled like a galaxy, the secondary guns roared like a melody of death. Countless alien warriors were vaporized and torn apart in the onrush, their wreckage and shattered energy forming a near-star ring of death surrounding the city beyond the light curtain. But the enemies seemed endless in number. The blood-red, murderous aura condensed in the military formation was like a boiling sea of blood, pounding the starry barrier with wave after wave. The energy reserves of Human Emperor City were dwindling at a terrifying rate. The source power and node warships that maintained the light curtain collapsed in droves from overload, only to be quickly replaced by logistics personnel. The war of attrition had reached a fever pitch, with every second burning vast resources and countless lives. And the heaviest, most suffocating pressure weighing on the hearts of all the defenders came from the four towering, godlike figures that towered above the distant military formation. The mere presence of the four 11th-tier myths, their naturally radiating pressure, distorted the surrounding space-time, causing the very operation of the laws to stagnate. They hadn't yet truly struck, but they were already a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of the entire civilization. When the first civilization Great Wall light curtain of laws, with a soul-shattering wail, was ripped apart by the mental shrieks of the shadowy aggregate, creating a massive, unbridgeable breach, it seemed as if doom had arrived prematurely. The destructive cannons on the Chaos Mammoth's arms had already condensed a terrifying energy powerful enough to dim the light of a small star region. The green flames dancing from the fell phantom's fingertips locked onto a crucial energy control center within the wall. And the blurry figure, transformed into an almost imperceptible line of death, pierced the breach. Attack! At the same time, Jiang Yuan's voice echoed through the battlefield via the Xinxiajiuli, carrying an unquestionable resolve. This mythical, immortal vessel, bearing the splendor and weight of the Xinhua civilization, erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Its hull evoked an epic scene of countless ancestors arduously pioneering the galaxy. It brazenly shattered the aftermath of the mental shockwave, its massive hull, like a moving mountain range, directly blocking the destructive muzzle of the 11th-tier Chaos Colossus. Human Emperor's shocking book The Great Realm of the Martial Arts Dynasty. Halcyon annihilating God-slaying cannon Halcyon strike. The instant the realm of the martial arts dynasty's rules expanded, the Xinxiajiuli immortal God-slaying cannon. That beam of light condensed with the faith and strength of all human civilization, roared forth, fiercely colliding with the Chaos Colossus's torrent of chaotic energy, distorting the void and annihilating the rules. Boom! A devastating explosion erupted between the two. Space shattered like glass, revealing the chaotic nothingness beneath. An energy storm swept in all directions, instantly wiping out most of the surrounding existence within a radius of thousands of light years. The Xinxiajiuli trembled violently, and the phantom of the civilization on its surface blurred, clearly under immense pressure. At the same moment, holy light, divine power, judgment of the angel of light. Wilson Ackelman's voice rang out through the 36-winged holy angel incarnation, solemn and awe-inspiring. Endless holy light burst forth from the holy angel's body, transforming into the phantom of an angel of light wielding a golden holy spear. The next second, the golden spear was hurled forth, charging directly at the blurry figure attempting to infiltrate. The figure collided with the barrier of the rules of the martial Dao dynasty great realm, frozen for a moment. A strange humanoid figure, as if composed of countless blades. The shadowy image of the martial arts dynasty's sage clashed fiercely with the force of its ethereal blade, colliding violently and igniting a piercing shriek. Swish, the golden holy spear shot forward, its trajectory at astonishing speed thanks to the holy angel's full force. The golden holy spear pierced the blade-like figure with pinpoint accuracy, causing it to scream in pain. Ong! Blue dragon, world-destroying dragon flame. The mythical azure dragon of the immortal Qin divine dynasty roared, its massive body coiling upwards. Its maw opened, spewing forth a world-destroying flame laced with the phantoms of stars. These stars, trailing dazzling flames, bombarded the Chaos Elephant's flanks like a meteor shower, attempting to disrupt its attack and relieve the pressure on the Shinxiajiuli. The impact of the starlight flames caused the Chaos Elephant to pause slightly, but its jet-black armor was incredibly strong, causing only a slight ripple, though still causing the massive cannon on its back to pause slightly. At that moment, Jiang Yuan's voice boomed through the magnetic communication group chat. Ji Hung, now is the time. At that sound, the long-prepared Xin Wang Qiyu suddenly soared into the sky. From the bow of the warship, a blinding white light, too bright to be seen, erupted. Light of order, light of order. This single, multicolored cannon, temporarily borrowed from the immortal Qin Zulong, unleashed its most powerful attack at that moment. Effect: for every 10 million psionic points consumed, you can invite a Star Destroyer or higher-rank flame warship to construct the Hall of Order. Each successful Star Destroyer invitation increases the power of the Light of Order by 1%, a Galaxy ship by 3%, and a hypercarrier by 5%. A maximum of 10,000 flame warships can be invited to construct the Hall of Order. The current invitation count, 10,000/10,000, increases the power of the Light of Order by 12,580%. This 125.8x damage bonus, coupled with the fact that the Light of Order has been temporarily enhanced to level 120 on the Xian Wangqiyu, allows you to imagine the sheer magnitude of this attack's damage. It wasn't over yet. Prior to this, Song Qi's Tianxiu Sangqiong warship clone, which had been left in Human Emperor City, had preemptively activated the Civilization Judgment trait, replicating the Light of Judgment. The target of Judgment was set to the Blade Figure Clan. The Blade Clan. This resulted in another 14.23% damage bonus. While this might seem negligible compared to the previous 12,580%, the key point is that this is the ultimate trait of the strategic component Light of Judgment, giving it a very high priority. This 14.23% is a further addition to the power of Light of Order. This 14.23% bonus is 125.8 times the damage, making the increase significantly significant. Add to that the 1000% one-time critical hit bonus granted by the multicolored damage amplification component on the Xian Wangqiyu, and the Xinhua luck amplification from the previous successful promotion. This single strike was arguably the most powerful single-target attack ever launched by any Xinhua warship of the Xinhua civilization. Swish, a dazzling beam of light pierced through the air. With each layer of damage boost, its power had already reached a terrifying level. Even though its target was an 11th tier blade god, the outcome remained unchanged. As the beam of light passed through, the blade god core within the 11th tier blade god's body shattered with a bang. Without a second thought, the 11th tier mythical creature was instantly killed in a single blow. Chapter 882. After piercing the 11th tier blade god, the beam of order, though its remaining force waned, still vaporized hundreds of alien warriors in its path. The brilliant beam, like the sharpest spear of civilization, instantly pierced the clamor and despair of the battlefield. A brief moment of dead silence. Both the frantically attacking aliens and the struggling Xinhua defenders were stunned by this sudden, earth-shattering blow. An 11th tier mythical being perished, instantly slain by a mythical immortal warship? This defied common sense and defied all understanding. Even though Xinhua warships have always been renowned for their individual combat power, at the mythical level, the disparity between major tiers is truly staggering. But before he could dwell on it, roar. The remaining 3 11th tier mythical beings reacted first, roaring with shock and fury. Space and time distorted violently in their fury. The shadowy aggregate, in particular, unleashed an invisible mental storm, like a tsunami, causing the light curtain of the Great Wall of Civilization to flicker violently once more. Countless low-ranking Shinhwa captains' faces twisted, the sharp pain emanating from their psyches becoming unbearable. But the defenders' morale was already ignited to a boiling point. Kill! Li Qing was the first to roar in the fleet channel, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with ecstasy and an even more fervent fighting spirit. For our race. For civilization. The entire human imperial city defense line erupted in the fiercest counterattack since the start of the war. The warship's main guns fired furiously, regardless of the risk of overload. The fixed dark energy turrets on the city walls roared deafeningly. Countless individual mechas and mechanical fortresses maneuvered their weapons, unleashing a furious fury. The Xian Wangqiyu's all-out attack, like a torch lit in the endless darkness, illuminated the hearts of all the captains defending the human imperial city. Inside the bridge of the Xinxiajiuli, Jiang Yuan's face froze. His mind raced, constantly adjusting the various components of his ship's cargo, striving to mitigate the numerous alarms that continued to ring from the Chaos Elephant's attack. His eyes flashed with brilliance. Ji Hung, well done. While praising, he quickly changed his tone. Wilson, Sunlong, don't let your guard down. Keep going all out and create opportunities for the next attack. Needless to say, the battlefield situation shifted in an instant. The Chaos Elephant abandoned its struggle with the Xinxiajiuli and swung its devastating gun barrel sharply around. A massive torrent of chaotic energy hurled itself directly at the Xian Wangqiyu, which had just finished firing and seemed to be in a state of paralysis. It clearly understood that it must not allow this warship to launch such a terrifying attack a second time. Your opponent is me. The celestial azure dragon of the immortal Qin divine dynasty roared even louder. Its massive body, fueled by the chaos origin of the human emperor city, swirled around, locking onto the chaos elephant's arm with its body. The star dragon flame fervently burned through the pitch-black armor, emitting a terrifying sizzling sound. Dragon scale shattered and fell off under the erosion of the chaotic energy, but it showed no sign of loosening its grip. The 36-winged holy angel incarnation spread its massive wings of light. Endless holy light transformed into layers of barriers, blocking the way of the Xian Wangqiyu. Simultaneously, holy chants rang out, and holy shocks rained down on the Chaos Elephant's head, disrupting its lock. Boom! The torrent of chaotic energy finally erupted, but was deflected by the desperate interference of the Azure Dragon and the Holy Angel. It brushed past the hull of the Xian Wangqiyu, obliterating a distant alien formation in the void behind it. The escaping energy continued to cause the Xian Wangqiyu to shake violently, its surface flickering rapidly, clearly straining under immense pressure. Even further away, the mental screams of the shadowy aggregate transformed into countless invisible spikes, piercing the Xian Wangqiyu from across the battlefield, attempting to dismantle this deadly threat from within. Jiang Yuan snorted coldly, and the epic scroll of civilization on the Xinxiajiuli hull illuminated once again. A majestic and profound human imperial power emanated, like a pillar of support, forcibly neutralizing the pervasive mental attack. Ji Hung, how much longer will it take? Jiang Yuan's voice came through the encrypted channel, tinged with urgency. Inside the bridge of the Xian Wangqiyu, Ji Hang's brows furrowed, his eyes grim. That strike had been the strongest attack yet delivered by Light of Order. According to its cooldown algorithm, it was 5 times the number of invited warships expressed in years. This meant that after this strike, Light of Order would need to cool down for a staggering 50,000 years. Even though the Xian Wangqiyu was equipped with universal cooldown reduction components, and due to advanced planning, more than one, even with the support of 2 high-level cooldown reduction components, Light of Order would still require nearly 3,000 years to be usable again. Thus, with the batch of time source crystals he had prepared, it could only be used 3 more times in a short period of time. Time source crystals, a strategic resource, were already rare, and many had recently been traded for Hunyuan Wuji pills, leaving them in limited supply. Although Light of Order could be used 3 more times in a short period of time, Ji Hung wasn't optimistic. The reason was simple. His instant kill of the Blade God just now was due to his surprise. The 3 11th tier myths outside the city were already on guard, so it wouldn't be so easy to hit him so easily again. Let alone hitting twice out of 3 chances, even just 1 out of 3 would be enough for him. Suppressing his thoughts, Ji Hung quickly removed 3 kilograms of time source crystals and placed them into the Light of Order component. He then replied, "It's cooled down and recharging." However, the backup time source crystals I have are only enough for light of order to be used 3 more times. Upon hearing Ji Heng's explanation, Jiang Yuan's expression darkened. However, the situation was urgent, and he couldn't afford to dwell on it. All troops, listen. At all costs, defend the chaos energy shield above the city. Don't let the 311 tier mids tear it apart. Jiang Yuan's command echoed throughout Human Emperor City's local communication channel. At that moment, a large number of mid and high-tier Xinhua warships turned their sights towards the sky above the city. Outside the city, the 5 races' combined army was equally frantic. The other 2 11-tier myths, Shadow Aggregate and Fell Energy Phantom, launched a relentless assault, disregarding the cost. Countless alien warriors rushed suicidal charges against Human Emperor City's shield. Even if it meant heaping corpses, they would minimize the energy intensity of Human Emperor City's shield. In contrast, the Xinhua defenders atop the 4 city walls were even more formidable. The death of the 11th tier Blade God had greatly boosted their morale. On the western wall of Human Emperor City, Li Qing's fiery flame dragon led the remaining warships of the Dragon Flame Fleet, firmly at the forefront, forming an ironclad defense. The secondary battery array was completely overloaded, its energy shield flickering, yet it remained steadfast. For Lao Zhang. For our fallen brothers. For civilization. Dragon Flame Fleet, fight to the death. Li Qing's roar echoed through the fleet's radio channel, resolute and resolute. Ship after ship exploded and sank in the fierce exchange of fire, like tragic fireworks in the night sky. But new warships immediately filled the gaps. The ferocity of the war instantly soared to a new level. Every second seemed infinitely long. Boom, 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 amid the chaotic sounds of artillery fire, bloody encroachments, and alien roars, a blinding white light once again condensed at the bow of the Xian Wangqiyu. This change seemed to mark the turning point in the chaotic battlefield. Above the city, not only did the 2 11-tier mythical creatures, entangled in a battle with the Azure Star Dragon and the 36-winged Holy Angel, attempting to tear through the city's shields, show a look of surprise. Even the Chaos Giant Elephant, locked in a stalemate with the Xinxiajiuli, was startled. The 3 11-tier mythical creatures' gazes flickered over the hull of the Xian Wangqiyu. It was clear that the Xian Wangqiyu, now fully charged with its light of order, posed a significant threat to them. It wasn't surprising, considering that such a powerful weapon capable of instantly killing an 11th-tier mythical being was right before their eyes, ready to unleash a second, ultimate attack at any moment. It would be difficult for anyone to accept this. Jiang Yuan and Ji Heng naturally sensed this as well, and they quickly reached a consensus. The light of order, now fully charged, did not rush to attack, but instead disappeared into the depths of the void above Human Emperor City along with the Xian Wangqiyu. With their elusive presence, they truly brought the word deterrence to its fullest potential. Damn it, Colossus, Oblivion Maw, this won't do. Retreat. Outside the city, the elusive Xian Wangqiyu hovered nearby, deterring them from fully attacking. Continuing to drag out the attack would yield few results. Better to retreat and regroup later before attacking the city again. Xiaomo's proposal echoed across the chaotic battlefield, quickly receiving a response from the other 2 11th-tier mythical aliens. The Xian Wangqiyu deadly threat, lurking in the void and poised to strike, pierced the hearts of the 3 11th-tier mythical beings like a thorn, leaving them feeling uneasy, and their offensive involuntarily restrained. The Chaos Colossus let out a low, resentful roar. Though it couldn't conceal its fury, it knew a forceful attack was now impossible. The next time that god-killing human worship flashes white light, it could very well target any one of them. The formless body of the shadowy aggregate, Oblivion Maw, trembled violently, emanating even colder and more gloomy mental ripples. It uttered no sound, but its tacit acceptance was evident. Retreat! The fell phantom's evil eyes shrieked, and the green flames dancing from its fingertips suddenly exploded, transforming into a cascade of flames that temporarily pushed back the surrounding barrier of holy light. Its figure blurred, preparing to merge into the void. The Chaos Mammoth abruptly shook off the remaining entanglement of the Cosmic Azure Dragon. Its massive body began to rotate backward, shattering space with each step, preparing to forcibly crash into the depths of chaos. The spirit of Oblivion Maw retreated toward the rear of the army like a receding tide. As they moved, the entire vast alien coalition seemed to receive a command. The frantic wave of attack faltered, then began to turn, retreating like a blood-red tide. Want to leave? Jiang Yuan's icy voice echoed across the battlefield through the Xinxiajiuli, carrying unmistakable murderous intent. Songlong, entangle the Chaos Elephant. Wilson, lock onto the Evil Eye. Ji Heng, open fire target. Annihilation Maw. How could this opportunity to strike down a fallen enemy be missed? Especially when they were seriously injured and their morale was low. Ong! Though the immortal Qin Xingyu Songlong's body was broken, the fighting spirit in its eyes burned to the utmost. It suddenly opened its mouth, spewing no longer the world-destroying dragon flames, but countless chains of light shimmering with immortal Qin runes. These chains, as if possessing life, instantly wrapped around the Chaos Elephant's most severely injured hind legs and torso, tightening frantically. The flashing runes continuously eroded the elephant's chaos power. While unable to completely confine it, they significantly slowed its retreat. Holy Light Ring of Binding. The 36-winged Holy Angel incarnation furiously spread its wings, and countless golden rings of condensed holy light appeared out of thin air, layer upon layer, enveloping the escaping demonic phantom. Evil eyes erupted with unholy fire, melting numerous halos, but new halos continued to emerge, solidifying the space around it, preventing it from escaping. Just as the spirit of Annihilation Maw was about to retreat completely into the depths of the alien army. From the void, the Xian Wang Qiyu emerged silently like a ghost, its prow blazing with a terrifying white light of order erupting without warning. This time, the white light aimed directly at the formless, intangible, yet emanating a vast, spiritually polluted shadowy mass. Annihilation Maw let out a piercing mental roar, countless twisted shadow tentacles dancing frantically, casting layers of mental barriers before him in an attempt to twist and deflect the deadly attack. At the same time, its immense mental force frantically pulled at the surrounding Overlord-level alien warriors, throwing them like shields into the path of the white light. But the power of the Light of Order, after being blessed by the 10,000 ships and enhanced by its numerous properties, had long surpassed conventional limits. It represented the absolute purifying force of civilized order, and possessed a natural restraint against an evil god like Annihilation Maw, composed purely of negative mental forces. Swish! Where the white light passed, the aliens drawn towards it instantly vaporized, unable to even utter a scream, as layers of mental barriers melted away like ice and snow in the sun. Annihilation Maw's massive shadowy form was completely pierced by the Light of Order. Countless fragments of pain, madness, and despair erupted from its stricken core, like a tsunami sweeping across the spiritual plane. Its formless body twisted and swelled violently, evidently in extreme pain. Alas, the well-prepared 11th-tier mythical creature was not to be so easily slain. A faint rainbow light emerged from beneath Oblivion's shadowy form, condensing a protective barrier of rules around it before the order beam reached it. Boom! The pure light of order collided with the rainbow barrier of rules. A terrifying explosion ripped through the distant sky. Although the rainbow barrier was ultimately shattered, the order beam had already sapped much of its power, leaving Oblivion only a non-fatal wound. A few days later, cheers echoed from Human Emperor City. The alien army had completely withdrawn, having won the defensive battle. Hundreds of light years away from Human Emperor City, the 5 races' united army had recently evacuated their base. The first 3 to return, Evil Eyes, Oblivion Maw, and Giant Elephant, gathered here. Their eyes shrouded in boundless rage, their violent aura radiating uncontrollably. After a long silence, Oblivion Maw spoke first. As much as I hate to admit it, Human Emperor City is indeed far more formidable than we imagined. We alone will struggle to take it. Oblivion Maw, speak frankly. Don't beat around the bush. The Chaos Giant Elephant on the left roared. Another legion of our race is less than 1,000,000 light years away. If you agree, I can summon them to join us. Unite more legions? I have no objection to that, but it can't just be your Shadow Clan. We must unite with several other alien legions. Although Oblivion Maw was reluctant, the Giant Elephant and Evil Eyes insisted, leaving him no room for objection. It's settled then. Let Human Emperor City remain for a while longer, until the new allied legions are reorganized. I will surely crush that Xinhua civilization to ashes. Chapter 883. The chilling voice of Oblivion Maw echoed through the makeshift alien camp, filled with rage and resentment. A chaos mammoth emanating a ferocious aura roared from one side. Crush bones and ash? Oblivion Mammoth, anger has clouded your perception. That city. And that warship, their threat far exceeds our expectations. Blindly summoning more legions will only attract more greedy gazes, perhaps even the gazes of higher orders. Even if we conquer the Human Emperor City, how will the spoils be distributed? Will we still be able to dominate? The green flames on the fingertips of the fell phantom, Evil Eyes, flickered uneasily. It hissed, the mammoth is right. That Light of Order. I can sense its terrifying restraint on our very essence. Next time, we might be the next to be truly slain after Blade. We need more than just more troops, but Something that can absolutely neutralize that threat. Oblivion Maw panted heavily, the dark energy around him fluctuating. Though furious, it understood the concerns of Annihilation Throat and Evil Eyes. An 11th level mythical being was already the backbone of their tribe. If they perished here, even if they ultimately conquered Human Emperor City, their tribe might be at a disadvantage in the subsequent division of profits, or even be annexed by other, covetous alien races. So what do you say? What should we do? Annihilation Throat growled, his voice waves making the air buzz. Are we just going to give up? I doubt you don't know about the Chaos Artifact original flame source controlled by the Xinhua people. Only by obtaining it can we have a chance to glimpse the path to the 12th level. Give up? Of course not, Xiamao said calmly. We need a key. Or a shield. Speak clearly, Yin Ho said impatiently. I remember that the original queen of the corrupted race swarm had a special branch legion under her command. They excel at devouring and simulating all kinds of energy, even laws. Xiamao said calmly, if we can persuade them to come, perhaps their unique characteristics can temporarily devour, or even replicate some of the power of the Light of Order. The Chaos Mammoth hummed doubtfully. Those insects? They're incredibly greedy. Their appetite's even greater than the Chaos Abyss. What's the price for inviting them here? The price? Xiamao's spirit whispered with a cold smile. The price is that after the fall of Human Emperor City, 1/10 of the living beings within, and 1/10 of the Xinhua civilization's essence will be theirs to devour first. And we? His spirit swept over the mammoth and Xiamao. We get what we want most. The chance to safely destroy that warship, and an equal share of that chaos artifact. 1/10? Do those disgusting bugs deserve it? Compared to the risk of perishing and gaining nothing, this price is acceptable. Evil Eyes analyzed calmly. Seemingly moved by what Evil Eyes said, after a brief silence, Yinmao spoke first. All right. Since there was a better option, it didn't necessarily need to bring in another legion of its kind. After all, there was only one original flame source seed, and the fewer beings it was distributed to, the higher their chances of successfully opening the path to the 12th stage. Seeing both agreed, Xiamao quickly said, I will personally contact the Predator Emperor of the corrupted race Zerg. I have a prior dealings with him. The Chaos Mammoth and Oblivion Maw's spirits subsided slightly, expressing their agreement. Then, in the meantime, we will suspend our offensive, regroup our forces, and send out small forces to continuously harass them, denying them a moment to breathe and numbing their senses. We await the arrival of our guests. Inside Human Emperor City, the cheers of victory were short-lived. The city walls were covered in scorch marks and cracks. Energy repair beams, like silver needles weaving a web, continuously shuttled back and forth, attempting to repair the damage of the battle. In the central square in front of the Human Emperor Palace, numerous severely damaged warships were docked, their repair robotic arms busily engaged, creating a solemn and exhausted atmosphere. Above the city, Jiangyuan, Jiheng, Wilson, the controller of the 36-winged Holy Angel, and the Celestial Azure Dragon gathered, but the atmosphere was not relaxed. A moment later, after the other three mythic slaves, Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox, Mythic Azura, and Devourer of Worlds, arrived, a supreme meeting quickly commenced. They retreated too easily. Jiangyuan frowned, his eyes tinged with unease, as he gazed at the receding alien signals on the star map. Though the three 11th level myths suffered setbacks, they were far from seriously injured. Especially the Shadow Agglomerate, which withstood a single blow from the Light of Order and only escaped with severe injuries. Its strength is unfathomable. Ji Heng's expression was equally dismal. He said gravely, Light of Order only has 2 instant activations left. If they return, we must have a countermeasure. I'm afraid it won't be so easy next time. The Holy Angel's holy light power is severely depleted and requires time to regenerate. Wilson's voice held a subtle hint of weakness. The immortal Qin Xingyu Sanlong also roared. Everyone understood that the current victory was built on surprise and immense cost, a near-peer victory. The enemy's retreat was more like a tactical adjustment. At this moment, Li Qing, exhausted and reeking of gunpowder, entered the bridge. He had just finished comforting the remnants of the Dragon Flame fleet, and his eyes were still bloodshot. Report, the patrol fleet has detected several small-scale alien forces patrolling the outskirts of our city, repeatedly making probing attacks on our reconnaissance outposts and energy supply points. They're like flies, impossible to repel or drive away. Jiangyuan's eyes narrowed. Continued harassment. They're stalling for time, preventing us from repairing the city's defenses. At the same time, I'm afraid they're also waiting for something. An invisible pressure loomed over the city. Ji Heng suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp. We must take the initiative. Everyone looked at him. If we wait until the enemy is fully prepared before attacking, we will surely be defeated. Ji Hung continued, the Xin Wang Qi requires a surprise attack. Target one of the 11th level mythical beings. Ideally, we can completely capture it. Even if it costs us all our time source crystals, we must disrupt their rhythm and force them into a decisive battle, or buy us more time to react. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, then nodded heavily. I agree. But we can't attack blindly. Li Qing, increase reconnaissance efforts and mobilize all means. I want to know where the main force of the alien race is hiding and what they're up to. Sunglong, Wilson, recover quickly. We need maximum combat power. The order was given, and the war machine of Human Emperor City once again sprang into action. This time, however, there was less cheering and more of a heavy sense of urgency and a desperate determination. Deep within the chaos, undercurrents surged, the alien conspiracy quietly unfolded, and the sharp blade of Human Emperor City was quietly unsheathed. The next clash might determine the ultimate fate of this land. Just as Human Emperor City temporarily repelled the alien coalition and frantically prepared for its next operation, in the distant Xinhua ancestral domain, the core territory of the Xinhua human galaxy community, a long-awaited super-floating continent promotion officially began. Xian Qin Divine Dynasty, Xian Qin Continent. This vast expanse, the 9th-level floating continent that bore the glory of the Xian Qin Divine Dynasty for over 200,000 years, was now enveloped by countless floating continent fragments and asteroids. The continent's veins roared. Above the vast sky, the power of the stars converged at an unprecedented speed, forming brilliant galactic bands that fell across the continent's four edges. In the center of the continent, beneath the immortal Qin Dragon Court City, deep within the Earth's core, the immortal Qin Lord, Ing Yi, stood with his hands behind his back, his dark black dragon robe fluttering in the wind. He gazed up at the floating continent's origin core in the sky ahead, and calmly gave the command, begin. Boom! As the last 9th-level floating continent's origin core fully merged with the immortal Qin continent's origin core, the entire immortal Qin continent pulsed violently, as if a gigantic heart were beating mightily. At the continent's edge, the void began to twist and expand. Endless chaotic energy was forcibly absorbed, transformed, and integrated into the continent's core, causing it to expand outward at a visible speed. Above the heavens, a vortex of stars spun furiously, pulling countless floating continent fragments and asteroids into the air, transforming into flaming meteors and falling. The path to the 10th-level star continent's ascension had officially begun. Compared to the turbulent storms outside the continent, the depths of the Earth's core seemed remarkably calm. Two massive warships hovered quietly within, awaiting the final completion of the floating continent's ascension. One, as massive as a mountain, its prow shaped like a majestic dragon. Its hull was covered in thick decks like ancient bronze scrolls, inscribed with ancient Xian Qin seals and epic battles. It exuded the imperial dragon aura of subjugating the world and ruling for eternity. This was the Xian Qin Zulong, commanded by Ing Yi. The other, clad entirely in deep, dark armor, its hull lines flowing yet menacing, adorned with countless mysterious runes and all-consuming gun muzzles. Subtle ripples of time and space lingered around it. This was Song Qi's Tianxu Songkong. The aura of both warships had reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank, but at this moment, the Tianxu Songkong radiance was relatively subdued, while the Xian Qin Zulong began to radiate a radiance like the rising sun. Without further words, the two exchanged glances over the warship's magnetic communication group chat, and the next second, Ing Yi's eyes suddenly narrowed. At the same time, the Xian Qin Zulong shot out in the sky, transforming into a shadow, and soon appeared directly above the core light cluster of the Xian Qin continent's floating land origin. Song Qi remained silent, only silently praying, I wish your majesty immediate success, and further enrichment for our Xinhua civilization. The plan had already been set. With the Xian Qin continent's ascension, and the 10th level origin energy title surge, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The immortal Qin ancestral dragon would lead the charge, and once it succeeded, Song Qi's Tianxu Songkong would follow. Buzz buzz buzz, the continent's expansion continued. As the diameter of the immortal Qin continent continued to grow, the core ball of light, the essence of the floating continent, also expanded in size. After an unknown amount of time, the expansion of the immortal Qin continent reached a certain limit, and the floating continent finally stabilized. Further expansion ceased, replaced by a surge of super energy that spread throughout the entire floating continent. As time passed, the source energy gathered in this core space became increasingly astonishing. At a certain moment, Ing Yi, who had been concentrating, had a sudden enlightenment, and his narrowed eyes suddenly opened. Now! Instantly, the immortal Qin ancestral dragon shone brilliantly. The vast source energy generated by the entire immortal Qin continent's ascension seemed to have found its final destination, transforming into a brilliant river of light that spanned the galaxy and surged into the immortal Qin ancestral dragon hull. Atop the ship, the inscribed bronze scrolls illuminated one by one, as if coming alive. The entire warship seemed to become the embodiment of the spirit of the immortal Qin civilization, frantically devouring the boundless pure energy surging from the seething tide. A vast energy vortex formed with the immortal Qin ancestral dragon at its center, stirring up chaos all around. The process was not smooth sailing. Violent energy tides continuously assaulted the ship's hull, attempting to rip apart this warship that dared to condense the vast energy tides of the starry continent. But how astonishing was the immortal Qin ancestral dragon depth! Though the warship's hull shook violently, its dragon roars echoing, it remained as steady as a rock, forcibly suppressing the pure energy, smelting it, and slowly imprinting it into its core structure. Song-Chi watched intently as the immortal Qin ancestral dragon ascended. The Tianxu Sangqiong was at a critical juncture, poised for advancement at any moment. Witnessing this process firsthand would be beneficial for him. As time passed, the pressure emanating from the immortal Qin ancestral dragon grew increasingly terrifying, gradually taking on an aura of eternal immortality and indestructibility. A faint immortal glow began to emerge from the hull, a sign that the rule inscriptions were beginning to solidify and take shape. Finally, at a critical moment, Ong! A resounding, majestic dragon roar erupted from within the immortal Qin ancestral dragon. A dazzling, immortal divine light soared into the sky, instantly dispelling the eternal darkness within the surrounding starfield stretching tens of millions of light years. A vast, mythical pressure swept across like a storm, heralding the official birth of a new mythical, immortal ship. Success? Congratulations. Song-Chi's eyes shone brightly, his heartfelt congratulations overflowing. Like the previous heavenly holy light, the immortal Qin ancestral dragon also achieved success in one go. The only difference was that Pei Dinen's success was purely due to luck, while Yi this time mobilized all his remaining luck to avoid any mishaps and achieve success in one fell swoop. But the next moment, his expression suddenly became extremely solemn. My turn. Without hesitation, at the moment when the immortal Qin ancestral dragon successfully ascended and the energy tide it had unleashed on the star continent had not yet completely subsided, Song-Chi's mind moved. The heaven-ruined sky also transformed into a shadow, replacing the immortal Qin ancestral dragon previous position, appearing above the core light cluster of the immortal Qin continent's origin. Instantly, the pure tidal energy that had not yet completely dissipated completely enveloped the heaven-ruined sky, and a brilliant light began to emerge from the warship's hull. Chapter 884. 10th rank Frost Winged Dragon Source Blood. Mythical Ancestor Source Blood. Star Core Tears. Mill of 10,000 Corpses. Sun Deuterium Stone. Earth Chain Stone Mother. As the Tianxu Sangqiong warship's hull shone brilliantly, Song-Chi's thoughts raced. With little time remaining, he poured all the resources he had prepared into the Tianxu Sangqiong warship without hesitation. As these resources were poured in, the promotion success rate displayed on the Tianxu Sangqiong warship's promotion panel unsurprisingly continued to rise, reaching a considerable level in a short period of time. Warship Promotion Mission, Tianxu Sangqiong. Current promotion success rate, 58.000001%. Initial 0.000001% plus bathing in the blood of the 10th level Mysterious Frost Winged Dragon 7% plus, 10th level Hellhound's Luck Holy Blood 6% plus, 10th level Grey Mist Energy Bodies Luck Holy Blood 5% plus, 9th level Corpse King's Luck Holy Blood 1% plus, 9th level Rakshas's Luck Holy Blood 0.5% plus, Mythical Ancestor Source Blood 5% plus, Special Resource Formula 10% plus, Star Core Tears 20% plus, Earth Chain Stone Mother 2% plus. Bathing in the Star Continent's Origin Energy Tide plus 3%. 58%. After a moment's hesitation, Song-Chi quickly shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with this success rate. Without much hesitation, he shifted his focus to another special component on the Tianxu Sangqiong. Miracle Clone Pod. Strictly speaking, it was a miracle clone pod mirrored by the Chaos Mirror Stone. The original miracle clone pod was currently cloning the Blood Grail, while this mirrored miracle clone pod was cloning the Life Prayer Sacrifice. As he controlled it with his mind, the clone Life Prayer component activated. Simultaneously, a faint light flickered within the core spaces of 3 level 9 resource-rich floating landmasses located within the Song family's territory, within the Corpse Emperor clan's river system. Wisps of floating land essence were slowly being extracted. These were the 3 floating landmasses Song Qi had pre-bound with the mirror image life prayer. Concentrating most of the essence from the 3 level 9 resource-rich floating landmasses, the Tianqiu Sangqiong's upgrade success rate skyrocketed again. Mirror image life prayer, success rate plus 20%. After this, the Tianqiu Sangqiong's upgrade success rate instantly reached 78.000001%. For Song Qi in the past, an upgrade success rate of less than 80% would have been unacceptable, but now, with the assistance of 2-time chessboard components, this base success rate was more than sufficient. Now, Tianqiu Sangqiong, begin your attack on the mythical immortal ship. Song Qi narrowed his eyes, and formally pressed the upgrade button. Buzz! A strong spatial humming sound emanated from the hull of the Tianqiu Sangqiong. A faint force of laws lingered around, exacerbating Song Qi's inner tension. In fact, he still had a Dui Hunyuan Pashing pill in his possession, enough to raise the Tianqiu Sangqiong's upgrade success rate to 100%. However, because this super elixir was extremely rare and would provide a significant bonus to the future myth immortal ship's impact with the myth origin ship, Song Qi, seeing that the basic upgrade success rate was already high, retained this Dui Hunyuan Pashing pill. I hope I can save it for the time when the Tianqiu Sangqiong can impact the myth origin ship. As Song Qi muttered, his gaze never left the Tianqiu Sangqiong, the ship in the sky ahead. He had already made up his mind. If the Tianqiu Sangqiong failed to complete its upgrade on the first try, he would use his own inherited luck the second time. If that failed the second time, he would unhesitatingly use the Dui Hunyuan Pashing Den the third time. As Song Qi's mind raced, his gaze tense, the Tianqiu Sangqiong's upgrade entered its most critical moment. Boom! The entire Earth's core space trembled violently. An energy tide even more violent than the previous Yanqin Zulong upgrade was forcibly absorbed, surging madly into the Tianqiu Sangqiong's hull. Above the ship, the neutron star core armor, which had evolved to a multicolored quality, seemed to transform into a bottomless dark vortex, greedily devouring the source energy from the 10th level star continent. Ripples of time and space spread with unprecedented force, distorting everything around it into a bizarre and dazzling display. As time passed, the advancement of the Tianqiu Sangqiong seemed to trigger some deeper transformation. Zzzz! A sharp, unusual sound suddenly erupted from within the ship's hull. The once smooth lines of its surface began to distort erratically, as if countless invisible hands were tearing and hammering at the structure, attempting to completely disintegrate it. Song Qi's heart instantly rose to his throat. It's not that simple. His eyes were serious, but he wasn't panicking. The basic success rate of 78% might seem high, but achieving a mythical warship advancement, especially one like the Tianqiu Sangqiong, is incredibly unique, incorporating multiple supreme principles and possessing a configuration far superior to that of similar tier warships. The difficulty is also far beyond the ordinary. Every structural reorganization, every imprinting of rules, carries immense risk. Inside the warship, silvery white threads representing the laws of time, pitch black cracks representing the laws of space, and eternal flames representing the laws of light frantically intertwined and collided, attempting to fuse under the infusion of immense energy, imprinted as immortal mythical rule runes. This process was fraught with uncertainty. Even the slightest misstep could lead to the ship's destruction. Just as the hull's vibrations reached their peak, with even faint cracking sounds audible, Song Qi almost thought this first promotion would be a failure. Instead, a shocking reversal occurred. As the saying goes, extremes inevitably reverse. After the frequency of the hull's vibrations reached its limit, the promotion process of the Tianqiu Sangqiong gradually stabilized. Time slipped by. Above the warship's hull, the silvery white, pitch black, and crimson gold radiances no longer clashed, but instead swirled gently, eventually coalescing into incredibly complex, new rule runes imbued with the triple mysteries of time, space, and light. These runes were deeply engraved into every inch of metal, every unit, of the Tianqiu Sangqiong ship's hull, imbuing it with an eternal, mythical quality. As the last rule rune fully formed, a mythical pressure, no less powerful than that of the Xianqin Zulong, and in some respects even more mysterious and profound, erupted. This pressure was not simply crushing force, but a supreme aura that seemed to control time and space, overlooking the eternal cycle of reincarnation. Under this pressure, the Earth's core seemed to freeze. Time flowed abnormally, the spatial structure collapsed, and even light seemed to be frozen. Success. The Tianqiu Sangqiong also achieved success, officially joining the ranks of mythical immortal ships. Excellent! Not far behind, Ying Yi's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but exclaim in praise. The Xinhua civilization has gained another mythical immortal ship, and it's also a success. What a blessing! Song Qi breathed a long sigh of relief, his tense mind finally relaxing, and a look of ecstasy crossed his face. Feeling the closer connection with the Tianxu Sangqiong, as if he could see into the very essence of time and space, and the boundless power it fed back, his heart surged with joy. Congratulations. Ing Yi's voice echoed, a sincere congratulation. Congratulations, everyone. Thanks to your majesty. Song Qi replied with a smile, feeling extremely happy. No need to be so polite. Just call me Ing Yi. From now on, you are truly the 5th human emperor of the Xinhua civilization. We can address each other as equals. Song Qi's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, but he understood the underlying meaning. Previously, although he had secured the qualifications to establish the 5th Xinhua Empire through contributions like the time chessboard and information about the high-dimensional sea, and Jiangyuan, Ji Heng, Ing Yi, and the other 4 had tacitly accepted this, he was still inferior to them in terms of seniority, strength, and the influence of their families. Though the 4 human emperors didn't say much about this, they weren't entirely convinced. Now, however, things were different. With the Tianxu Sangqiong officially promoted to a mythical immortal ship, he was truly on the same level as Jiang Yuan and the other 3, and it also represented their genuine recognition. Simply put, after today, he could establish the 5th Xinhua Empire at any time if he so desired. While Song Qi understood this, he wasn't prepared to do so. Given the current external situation of the Xinhua civilization, now was definitely not the right time to establish the 5th Xinhua Empire. But 2 newly promoted mythical immortal warships slowly emerged from the core space of the Xianxin continent, and soon appeared above its sky. Their terrifying mythical power shone brightly, emanating a terrifying power that could subdue the universe. The Xianxin continent's advancement was nearing its end. At this moment, countless captains of the hundreds of thousands, even millions, of Xinhua warships of various ranks on the continent's surface gazed up at this scene in shock. After a brief silence, cheers resounded from the surface of the floating continent. Even the lower-ranking Xinhua captains understood the significance of the appearance of the 2 newly promoted mythical immortal warships. However, both Ing Yi and Song Qi knew that their current success was only the beginning. Although detailed reports from Human Emperor City hadn't arrived, the sense of impending urgency had already been transmitted through the Xinhua Source Seed network. Our 2 ships and the Xianxin continent have both completed their upgrades. Next comes the channeling technique. We must break through quickly so that we can fully support Human Emperor City. Song Qi suppressed his smile and spoke seriously. Ing Yi nodded slightly, his gaze seemingly piercing through higher dimensional space, gazing upon the devastated Chaos City. The aliens are determined to destroy us. Their retreat this time must have greater plans. We must break through quickly to ensure the safety of Human Emperor City. Otherwise, I'm afraid we have no choice but to abandon Human Emperor City for now and defend the broken Star Sea territory. But now, our Xinhua humanity already possesses 5 mythical immortal ships, along with several mythical-level enslaved creatures. Our civilization is rapidly expanding. How can we bear to lose Human Emperor City, the largest source of high-level resources? As soon as he finished speaking, the Xianqin Zulong and the Tianxu Sangqiong simultaneously vanished into the void. The Xianqin Zulong returned to the core of the Xianqin continent for retreat. After leaving the Xianqin continent, Song Qi's Tianxu Sangqiong went directly to the Zhutian market. Although the market hadn't yet reached the 10th level, the full attribute training room psionic cultivation wouldn't have much of an impact on achieving a breakthrough in the 10th level channeling technique, but it was still better than nothing. Of course, before that, Song Qi had first upgraded the psionic training platform on the Tianxu Sangqiong all the way to level 100. Combined with the remaining purple striped peaches in his possession, the amplification effect was still considerable. Next, he simply needed to quickly adjust his condition, waiting for the right moment to attempt a breakthrough to the 10th level channeling technique with the Hunyuan Wuji pill. As for the newly upgraded Tianxu Sangqiong, he wasn't rushing to upgrade it for the time being. It had nothing to do with resources. With the gains from the previous origin star exploration and the steady supply of mythic souls from the meteoric sea, he now possessed an extremely abundant supply of high-level enhancement resources. The key factor lay in the need for guidance techniques. The Tianxu Sangqiong was already a mythic immortal ship, but forcing it into battle using 9th level guidance techniques would be a significant burden on the captain. For this reason, he didn't even rush to recall his 9th level transdimensional mothership clone in Human Emperor City. At the same time, in Chaos Divine Land and Human Emperor City, the news of the Tianxiu Sangqiong and Xianqin Zulong's successive upgrades was immediately relayed to the entire city through Jiang Yuan and Ji Heng, boosting the morale of all the captains of the city's venerable ships. In the encrypted group chat jointly established by the Xinxia Jiuli and Xian Wangqiyu, the following chatter: Jiang Yuan, Pei Dinan, Ing Yi, and Tan Lang ships have all successfully ascended to mythical status. Therefore, our only remaining task is to buy them enough time for their subsequent channeling technique breakthrough. Ji Heng, that's right. Once they achieve this breakthrough, we will possess 5 mythical immortal ships and 5 mythical slave creatures. Add to that strategic grade 7 colored components like the diagram of the gods, 12 capitals of the celestial gods, light of order, and light of judgment. Our human imperial city will no longer be in danger, and we can even leverage this to control even more chaos cities. With Jiang Yuan and Ji Heng's comments, the group chat erupted in excitement. However, after much discussion, the topic finally returned to the topic of active attack. In response to this proposal, all captains possessing high-level warship clone components signed up, eager to contribute. Of course, the key is to earn more civilization contribution points. After all, to motivate everyone, the 4 Xinhua empires, including Sanqi, have proactively listed a host of valuable items in the civilization contribution mall. These include, but are not limited to, tricolor upgraded fire sources, 11th level golden apples, mythic souls, 10th level mythic source blood, primordial infinite pills, 5-color upgraded fire sources, and various 7-colored components. The captains of Xinhua's ships of star destroyers, and above, are all salivating over these items. To this end, they are practically doing everything they can to kill the aliens and earn civilization contribution points. However, amidst their eager gazes, Jiang Yuan and Ji Heng solemnly shook their heads. No! The previous surprise attack will surely heighten their vigilance. This time, we only target the clones of Ji Heng and my flagships, as well as the Tianxiu Sangqiong mirrored battleship left behind by Tan Lang. Chapter 885. The resolution in the encrypted group chat was quickly transformed into precise and accurate action orders. In the core area of Human Emperor City, 3 warship clones, embodying the vast majority of their original power. The Xinxia Jiuli, the Xian Wangqiyu, and the mirrored warship Tianxiu Sangqiong reserved by Song Qi, quietly hovered above the city, their streamlined armor reflecting a dark luster, like a dormant giant beast. The phantom of a 9-tailed celestial fox gracefully leaped from the Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce's flagship. Its spirit solidified, and 9 fluffy tails, covering the sky and the sun, spread out. Each hair radiated the power of laws that distorted perception and obscured the mysteries of nature. It landed lightly on the bridge of the Xinxia Jiuli, its tail swaying gently, and a hazy and mysterious milky white halo spread out like waves, completely enveloping the 3 warships. Almost simultaneously, a multicolored component embedded within the interior of the Xian Wangqiyu. A replica of the illusory soul-blocking umbrella was activated by Ji Heng. The radiant rainbow of light shone, perfectly superimposed with the power of the 9-tailed heavenly fox, forming a near-perfect barrier of concealment. In this manner, the 3 behemoths seemed to be momentarily erased from their current dimension. Not only were all energy fluctuations completely suppressed, but even their very presence was reduced to nothingness. Like 3 drops of water merging into the ocean, they silently burst through the chaotic energy shield above Human Emperor City, and quickly vanished at the end of the raging chaos storm in the distance. Their trajectory left no trace in the chaotic void, their target pinpointed. The core base of the joint camp of the Fel Energy Clan, the Chaos Mammoths, and other clans. In the chaos, the concepts of time and space were blurred, but aided by the 3 warships' extremely high-quality patrol radars, they made no mistakes, and they steadily approached their target base. After a long, stealthy advance, the outline of an immense camp emerged on the radar map. Countless Fel towers gleamed ominously with a green light. Chaos giants, the size of small mountains, slowly moved through the camp, their every step causing the void to tremble. Within the void, numerous shadowy creatures lurked, monitoring any anomalies surrounding the camp. In the center of the camp, a Fel altar, constructed from countless bones and twisted metal, stood out. The massive Fel core atop greedily drained the surrounding chaotic energy, emitting a sickening pressure. Thankfully, the 3 warship clones were well prepared, not only shielded by colorful mass cloaking components, but also blessed by the mythical 9-tailed Sky Fox's illusionary sky rules, allowing them to operate undetected. However, they dared not approach too closely. The 3 warship clones quietly hovered at their designated attack positions, all weapon systems entering their final warm-up phase, energy roaring silently within their hulls. Target confirmed. Velcor Altar, Colossus Battle Formation Node, 3rd Energy Pool. Jiang Yuan's cold, emotionless voice echoed across the Supreme Fire encrypted channel, like the whisper of death. Ji Heng, coordinate Tan Lang's mirror warships. After the initial saturation attack, utilize the resurrection feature of the 12 Fates chess of life and death. Inflict maximum damage at all costs. Xian Huang Qiyu is in position. The map of the gods has been unlocked. Tian Su Song Qiong mirror warship locked onto target. Weapon systems on peak readiness. Ji Heng and Song Qi replied from a distance in the group chat. Attack! As Jiang Yuan's deep voice fell, the 3 warships instantly released their stealth mode. The shielding power of the illusory soul-blocking umbrella and the 9-tailed heavenly fox receded like a tide. 3 warships, radiating a powerful aura, like gods of vengeance leaping from the abyss, suddenly appeared before the panicked alien coalition. From the forepart of the ship, a terrifying attack, long in preparation, erupted, unleashing a torrent of destruction powerful enough to eclipse the stars. The muzzle of the immense Haotian annihilating god-slaying cannon at the bow of the Shinxiajioli gathered a blazing white light powerful enough to rend the galaxy. After a brief but intense energy compression, a beam of purest, utterly destructive force, the Haotian strike, blasted forth with speed beyond imagination. Everywhere it passed, the fabric of space crumbled, its beam piercing the core of the largest demonic altar in the center of the camp with uncanny precision. Above the hull of the Xian Huang Qiyu, an ancient scroll, seemingly containing countless gods and demons. The patter of the gods was projected. The scroll tumbled, a heart-wrenching roar echoing from within. The hideous and terrifying blood god, formed from endless resentment and the laws of blood, was forcibly summoned. Upon its appearance, the blood god, engulfed in a raging sea of blood and a frenzied will, pounced upon the chaos elephants arrayed neatly on the right side of the camp, poised for a charge. Following it, the replica of Light of Order erupted, a terrifying beam of order piercing out, covering a vast expanse of airspace. The sky-ruined sky-mirrored warship's attacks were even more varied. Its Light of Judgment component illuminated, and a beam of light imbued with the will of absolute judgment descended, precisely locking onto a terrifying rank 10 chaos elephant. It then performed a single judgment upon it, severely suppressing its power and defense. The blood corruption destruction cannon on the same side let out a dull roar, and a wave of space-distorting light emanated from its muzzle, emitting an ominous crimson blood corruption destruction ray, aimed directly at the most violently surging energy pool deep within the Fel camp. Below the warship, its thick armor slowly opened, and countless bones shot out from the replica bone tomb. A cold, deathly aura instantly filled the sky. A 10th-tier skeleton giant, wielding a massive bone sword, its eye sockets ablaze with dark blue soul fire, and 100 billion kilometers tall, stepped out of the void, unleashing a silent yet soul-shattering roar. It took heavy steps and charged directly towards the dense mass of Fel warriors. But that wasn't the end. The neutron star core armor on the ship's hull erupted with an unprecedentedly intense light, and a gamma ray burst erupted first, killing several 9th-tier Blade clan members in a single blow and even injuring a 10th-tier Blade god. Following closely behind was a double gamma ray burst with double the power and even greater range. Like a whip of light wielded by a giant cosmic god, it plowed through the battlefield, annihilating everything in its path. Boom! Under this truly luxurious saturation attack, the alien camp instantly plunged into utter chaos and chain reactions. The Fel altar, struck head-on by the clear sky strike, trembled violently within, cracks spreading wildly on its surface. The energy within was extremely unstable, and a frenzied green light flickered. The Chaos Mammoth leader, targeted by the Light of Judgment, roared in pain and fury, its chaos armor noticeably dimming. The blood god charged into the mammoth formation, tearing it apart frantically, throwing the ordinary chaos mammoths into disarray. The Light of Order even blasted and annihilated a rank 10 Fel elephant. The skeletal giant hacked furiously through the enemy horde, crushing countless Fel creatures with every step. 2 gamma ray bursts cleared a large area. It's the Xinhua warships. 3 of them. How dare they attack? Stop them. Quickly. The altar is damaged. The energy pool exploded. Kill those 2 summons. For a moment, the entire joint camp was in chaos, with roars surging one after another. Although after a period of confusion, countless high-level alien warriors recovered from their initial shock, violent energy waves surged into the sky, like a swarm of enraged bees, madly swooping down on the 3 daring Xinhua warships. However, this devastating first wave of blows was merely a prelude to attract attention and create chaos. The real killing move was yet to come. Jiang Yuan and Ji Heng's eyes were calm as ice. At the moment the first round of attacks ended, the three 11th level mythical beings, Xiamu, Yanmao, and others, furiously soared into the sky. The three warships, like three flaming meteors, plummeted to the ground with unwavering defiance. Boom, boom, boom. Just before they were about to touch the ground, three terrifying explosions echoed, forming three brilliant mushroom clouds above the interspecies camp. It's the warship clones. Damn them, the flame humans. Looking at the camp, now reduced to near ruins, Xiamu and Yanmao's eyes flashed with utter fury. But before they could think, the sudden spatial fluctuations from below made them instinctively lower their heads. This is resurrection. In their moment of doubt, the three warship clones, freshly revived from the void, unhesitatingly chose to self-destruct once again. Three more brilliant mushroom clouds appeared, further devastating the already devastated camp. Because both Song Qi and Ing Yi's ships had successfully been upgraded, the mirrored time chessboard, which had been aboard the immortal Qin ancestral dragon, had already been delivered to Human Emperor City before the operation. The three mirrored warships operating together this time were all equipped with time chessboard components. It was precisely because they all possessed the 12 Fates life and death chess attribute that the scene just now occurred. However, they were ultimately facing three 11th level mythical beings. Caught off guard, they each successfully self-destructed twice, but a third attempt proved difficult. By the time the three warships revived for the second time, three 11th level rule realms had completely enveloped the void they were in. Under the total suppression of the rule realm, even though the three warships immediately summoned their respective rule realms, the martial arts dynasty world of the Human Emperor's shocking book, the Qi rule realm of the Qi rule realm, and the great Dao rule world of the various Dao rule realms, in an attempt to engage in direct confrontation, the reality proved that they were overthinking it. Without the support of the top-tier chaos origin of the Human Emperor City, attempting a cross-level engagement was still too difficult. Especially Song Qi's Tianxu Sanqiong. Before the great Dao rule world could fully expand, countless cracks were already covering the mirror warship's hull. Even if the great Dao rule world was successfully activated, it would not protect the mirror warship for long. It was destroyed before it could even trigger a third self-destruction. Compared with the Tianxu Sanqiong, the Xinxiajiuli and Xin Wangqiyu were slightly better, but they could not make much waves. Even if they took great pains to complete the self-destruction, the power generated by the self-destruction could not break through the constraints of the realm of the 11th level mythological rules, and cause too much damage to the surviving alien races below. Seeing this, they understood that this battle was essentially over. Any further delay would be unlikely. Without hesitation, the three men in Human Emperor City and the Zhutian marketplace raced, and within a second, the three warships that had sunk for the third time vanished into thin air, never to be revived again. Even so, the operation had yielded considerable results. Not to mention the ordinary Overlord-level alien warriors, 4 of the remaining 10th-tier mythical units from the various races had fallen. While not a large number, compared to the mere hundreds of years of cooldown time for the Xinhua civilization's warship clone components, it was a significant loss. As for the nine-tailed Sky Fox, it had already returned to Human Emperor City using a pre-prepared teleportation artifact as soon as the 3 warship clones had finished charging for their first wave of attacks. Original Xinhua Source Seed, highest communication channel, what a pity. Jiang Yuan's indifferent voice echoed through the encrypted channel, devoid of any emotion. The suppressive power of the 11th level rule realm far exceeded expectations, preventing a third effective self-destruction. Ji Hung interjected, that's not a problem. The results have already exceeded expectations. The fall of 4 10th level myths, coupled with the destruction of the camp's core facilities, will be enough to cause them considerable pain for a long time. More importantly, their offensive rhythm will undoubtedly be disrupted. Song Qi, well, now that our goal has been achieved, I will now fully concentrate on my retreat. Jiang Yuan, Ji Hung, Human Emperor City is now in your care. Relax, retreat. We're here. The two spoke calmly, as if they were extremely confident in the future of Human Emperor City. Song Qi did not inquire further, and instead fully began his retreat. Meanwhile, above the ruins of the alien coalition camp, the faces of 3 11th level mythical creatures, including Evil Eye and Obliterate Throat, were so gloomy they seemed to drip with water. Their vast divine consciousness swept across the devastated camp below. Seeing the still raging energy turbulence, the scattered debris, and the wailing soldiers, the rage within them threatened to consume their sanity. Firewood. Fire. Human. Race. The Evil Eye Lord's voice was like the grinding of eons of ice, imbued with monstrous murderous intent. His massive fell-powered eyes stared fixedly at the spot where the 3 warship clones had last disappeared, as if trying to penetrate the endless chaos and pierce the defenses of the human imperial city. That strange resurrection ability again. And that reckless self-destruct tactic. Obliterate Throat's voice was sharp and distorted, one of his energy tentacles dimming from the moment he had forcibly suppressed the warship's self-destruction. They're here to sabotage and delay. They don't care about the loss of these clones at all. For mythical warriors have fallen, the altar destroyed, the energy pool exploded, and the loss of soldiers is incalculable. Another 11th level Chaos Elephant, shaped like a mountain and covered in chaos rock, roared deeply, its sound waves making the void buzz. Our attack plan will be delayed for a long time. Moreover, they must have some ulterior motive for such a cost. This speculation simultaneously gave the 3 11th level myths a chill. They didn't know what the Shinhua Imperial City was preparing, but their intuition told them it was definitely not a good thing. We can't let them succeed. The evil-eyed lord roared. Immediately reorganize the army. I will also fully urge the corruption ray swarm to launch a second offensive as soon as possible. Even if it costs us our lives, we must break through the tortoiseshell of human Emperor City as quickly as possible. We must not give them time to delay. Agreed. Execute immediately. The 3 11th level myths quickly reached a consensus. Suppressing their rage, they began to forcibly gather the chaotic army with their powerful divine consciousness, repairing some of the defenses, power supplies, and transmission facilities, contacting the Corruption Queen branch of the Star Sea Zerg, and with an almost frantic sense of urgency, they prepared to launch a new round of attacks. Chapter 886. Chaos Divine Continent, Celestial Ape Star Realm, Human Emperor City. As always, aside from the relentless, raging chaos storm outside the city, Human Emperor City remains tranquil and peaceful. It has now been 326 years since the initial attack on the camp. Since that covert assault, the 5 clans coalition suffered heavy losses and has been secretly licking their wounds for years, allowing Human Emperor City a long-awaited period of peace. Even so, the patrol fleets atop Human Emperor City's 4 walls remained relentless, even as the city's surveillance department diligently monitored the situation at the 5 clans coalition's headquarters. It was precisely because of this meticulous patrol that several fleets were able to immediately detect any anomalies in the distant sky. No, Captain, what do you see there? That's the Zerg and the Blade Warriors. Enemy attack, it's an enemy attack. Quick, notify command. Although the patrol fleets reacted quickly, the shadow that quietly appeared in the sky was even faster. Boom boom boom, swish swish swish, in the chaotic void of the sky, a vast army composed of 5 races, the Fel, the Maw, and the Blade, as well as the newly joined, overwhelming swarm of corrupted rays, surged towards Human Emperor City like a tidal wave of destruction. This attack was far more frenzied and brutal than the first. Evil Eye, Oblivion Maw, and Maw, 3 11th level mythical creatures, had clearly given their all, holding nothing back. The swarm of corrosive ray insects they invited was like a gray death storm at this moment. The corrosive energy rays they ejected gathered into sticky light mist, constantly corroding, and wearing away the indestructible civilization wall rule light curtain and chaos energy shield outside the Human Emperor City. The city's defenses were at full blast, countless warships, forming a steel wall, their fire illuminating the chaotic void with flickering glare. Jiang Yuan Xinxiajiuli and Ji Heng Xian Wang Qiyu, like 2 mobile war fortresses, instantly appeared above Human Emperor City. Following closely behind were the mythical starry azure dragon and the 36-winged holy angel. Their massive shadows roared and swung their swords above the battlefield. Powered by the chaos origin of Human Emperor City, they clashed fiercely with the 11th tier alien myths in the sky. The aftermath of the clash of rules shook the entire battlefield. It had only been a moment, but the battle had already entered its most brutal phase of attrition. Every day, tens of thousands of warships sank and disintegrated, and every moment, powerful warriors fell. Especially the terrifying number of Zerg swarms. While their individual strength wasn't great, they possessed formidable devouring abilities. The corrosive acid they spewed was eroding the rule light shields held up by the 2 civilization great walls at an incredible rate. No matter how Jiang Yuan organized the city's fleet to annihilate the Zerg swarm, their numbers were simply too great. Under such intense and sustained attacks, the light emitted by the 2 rule light shields dimmed visibly. No, we must do something. At this critical moment, Ji Heng's eyes flashed with determination. The Xian Wang Qiyu hull shone brightly. He activated the Light of Order component, maintaining the Light of Order linked to tens of thousands of Star Destroyer class and higher level warships. White light converged frantically at the bow of the Xian Wang Qiyu. Ji Heng, Don't be impulsive. These are corrosive light Zerg swarms, a unique species of star sea Zerg that can easily devour and simulate light energy attacks. They are the tactics used by the Five Clans Coalition to specifically target the Light of Order. As a veteran human emperor of the Xinhua civilization, how could Ji Hung not know this? But he didn't stop his movements. White light continued to converge furiously from the bow of the Xian Wang Qiyu. The Light of Order, which connects tens of thousands of high-level Xinhua warships, would be a direct challenge to even a 10th-tier primordial emperor worm, let alone these ordinary insect swarms. Jiang Yuan, hold down that 11th-tier corruption primordial emperor worm for me. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered with concern, but there was no other option, so he could only nod gently. A moment later, whoosh, an unprecedented beam of order, thick enough to pierce the galaxy, erupted. A torrent of pure, destructive energy tore through the insect swarm and shot directly towards the bloated 11th-tier corruption queen behind, still spewing insects. This attack, amassed the combined power of 10,000 warships, was a decisive blow, intended to decapitate the enemy's core. If they could destroy this 11th-tier primordial queen in one fell swoop, without her control, these countless swarms of corruption-devouring insects would likely scatter. However, just as the order beam was about to strike its target, something abruptly changed. Beside the seemingly bulky corruption-devouring queen, the void suddenly twisted, and another, even larger, 11th-tier corruption-devouring primordial emperor worm, its carapace covered in ancient, primordial patterns, quietly emerged. It opened its massive maw, as if it could devour the galaxy. Within its mouth was not a throat, but a swirling, bizarre organ that simulated the structure of any energy source. The order beam, powerful enough to severely injure or even kill an 11th-tier myth, was devoured in one gulp. The primordial emperor worm's body trembled violently, countless runes flickering and flowing, analyzing and simulating this power at unimaginable speed. The next second, an almost identical order beam, imbued with a rich, devouring power, was hurled in reverse with even greater fury, aiming directly at the already shaky chaos energy shield of Human Emperor City. Not good. Jiang Yuan and Ji Heng's expressions changed drastically. Thankfully, Jiang Yuan had been secretly alert. In that instant, brilliant starlight burst forth wildly, and 12 massive bronze pillars suddenly rose from the ground beneath Human Emperor City. Each pillar was engraved with an ancient star map. This was the celestial star array beneath Human Emperor City. Boom, a deafening roar echoed. Even the celestial star array, one of Human Emperor City's ultimate trump cards, was unable to fully withstand this devastating blow. Crack! After a brief stalemate, the celestial star array shattered. The devouring order light, now depleted of most of its power, collided head-on with the rule light shield outside Human Emperor City. The already significantly dim light curtain of the Great Wall of Civilization's rules also failed to avoid a complete eclipse. The only good news was that the Chaos Origin City shield above Human Emperor City remained in peak condition. While this Chaos Origin City shield might not hold out for long under the nausea and erosion of countless swarms of corrosive insects from the outside world, at least Human Emperor City was not completely exposed to these countless alien races. Before Jiang Yuan and the others could contemplate, the newly revealed 11th-level corrosive primordial emperor worm performed a terrifying act. The ferocious maw of this 11th-level corrosive primordial emperor worm flared wildly. Behind its massive body, the bloated corrosive queen mother spewed forth a vast amount of life energy. This life energy supplied the primordial emperor worm's mouth, which unexpectedly condensed into a single, identical ray of light, devouring order. Stop it! Hundreds of afterimages burst forth from Human Emperor City. Among them were clones of the 9th-rank trans-dimensional mothership, 9th-rank slave creatures, and the strongest of them all was the mythical blood devil summoned by Wilson Ackelman. However, Xia Mao and 3 other 11th-rank myths were desperately blocking the path of the 11th-rank primordial emperor worm, giving the Xinhua civilization no chance. Swish! A second terrifying beam pierced through, annihilating the numerous warship clones in its path, including the 10th-rank blood devils, before crashing down upon the chaos energy shield of Human Emperor City. This time, no other means could stop it. Human Emperor City shield bore the brunt of this terrifying blow, amplified by the combined power of 10,000 warships. Although the shield of a top-tier chaos city was resilient enough to avoid shattering, the dense, spiderweb-like cracks across its surface were difficult to conceal. Under the increasingly frenzied, suicidal attacks of the rot-devouring insect swarms outside, just a few hours later, the Human Emperor City shields were completely shattered. The shield broken. Kill! Crush them! Endless alien warriors and rot-devouring insect swarms roared with excitement, instantly pouring into human Emperor City like a flood. Without its greatest barrier, the Xinhua fleet was immediately exposed to direct enemy attack. Losses climbed exponentially, and the battle line was rapidly compressed. Don't panic. Rely on the fleet's organizational structure to defend. Jiang Yuan's voice remained cold, yet it carried a subtle urgency. Without the protection of the city shield, the pressure on the Xinxiajiuli and Xian Wangqiyu also increased dramatically. Under siege from the evil eyes, obliterating Ma, colossal elephant, and the two 11th-tier corruption emperor insects, the divine bodies of the mythical starry azure dragon and the 36-winged holy angel became dim and shrouded in wounds. They were completely at a disadvantage, and their defeat seemed only a matter of time. City wall shattered, beacons burned throughout the streets. Human Emperor City was at its most perilous moment since its founding, its fall imminent. At this critical juncture, boom, boom, two immense, mythical, immortal auras, transcending those of ordinary 10th-tier beings, suddenly soared from the Chaos Teleportation Plaza at the heart of Human Emperor City, instantly dispersing the lingering smoke and despair. A bunch of losers from a bygone era, are you bullying our heritage civilization, claiming it has no one? A steady, commanding voice rang out. The light faded, revealing two magnificent warships, radiating unbroken immortal might and flowing with the eternal Taoist rhyme. They were the immortal Qin Ancestral Dragon and the Heaven-Ruined Sky, which had successfully broken through the 10th-level guidance technique and officially entered the realm of mythical immortality. Song Qi and Yingyi returned at the most crucial moment. Old Jiang Jiheng, thank you for waiting. As soon as Yingyi finished speaking, the immortal Qin Ancestral Dragon rushed towards the main battlefield without hesitation. Well done. Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed. No further words were wasted. The Xinxiajiuli, Xian Wangqiyu, and immortal Qin Ancestral Dragon, three mythical warships representing the three greatest lineages of humanity, instantly formed a triangular formation. The three corpses' shrine components within them were activated without hesitation. The three corpses have returned, the shrine is filled with spirit and superstate fusion. Buzz, endless divine light erupted, and the three warships disintegrated, reassembled, and merged within the glow. In a brief moment, an indescribably massive, tricolor super mecha giant, emanating the Qiyu divine fire, the immortal Qin dragon Qi, and the 9 war marks, appeared in the sky above Human Emperor City, towering over the heavens. The pressure it emanated even briefly overpowered several 11th-level mythical beings of other races. Empowered by the chaos origin of Human Emperor City, its combat power soared to the limit of its 11th level. Kill one first. A cold chorus of voices echoed from within the three corpses super mecha giant. The three corpses super mecha giant's gaze instantly locked onto the evil-eyed lord, charging forward. Its 6 arms, each wielding a multicolored, rare weapon unearthed by the 3 human emperors, descended upon him with terrifying force capable of annihilating all things. The evil-eyed lord, utterly horrified, frantically mobilized the power of the laws to resist. However, before this fused giant, blessed by the Chaos City, its resistance seemed utterly feeble. With every collision, its fell energy body crumbled, its extended realm of rules wailing. It was practically crushed and assaulted, powerless to fight back. At the same time, Song Qi's Tianxu Sangqiong also moved. Mirror image, appear. The cool components activated, and another mirror image of the Tianxu Sangqiong, emitting an equally immortal aura, appeared out of thin air. Skeleton tomb, replica skeleton tomb, summon. 2 tombs permeated with the laws of death opened, and 2 mythical skeleton giants, tens of billions of kilometers tall, wielding white bone swords, and with blue soul fire burning in their eye sockets, stepped out of the void, emitting a silent roar. Unfortunately, although Song Qi had enhanced the skeleton tomb to level 120, due to the excessive number of high-level corpses required to nurture a level 11 skeleton giant, both skeleton giants were currently only level 10. Market projection suppress. The original Tao totem pole shone brilliantly, and the majestic, ancient market of the universe descended in a purple mist onto the battlefield. The laws of the Tao descended, forming a unique realm of mythical rules. Your opponent is me, Song Qi muttered softly. His original warship, the mirrored warship, the 2 skeletal giants, and the market projection simultaneously erupted, abruptly intercepting the Maw of Annihilation, the Chaos Giant Progenitor, and the newly emerged corrupted Primordial Emperor Worm as they attempted to support Xiao Mao. He intended to single-handedly hold off the 3 11th-tier myths. Even so, there was still an 11th-tier alien myth in the field. The first 11th-tier Primordial Emperor Worm to appear. Looking at the Xinhua civilization, the 9-tailed celestial fox, the cosmic azure dragon, the 36-winged holy angel, the devourer of worlds, the void sea flame phoenix, a newly promoted mythical enslaved creature of the Chiyuji clan, the Guishu annihilation whale, a newly promoted mythical enslaved creature of the Shinxiajiang clan, the mythical Ashura, and so on. Each of them had to face 4 or 5, or even more 10th-tier aliens, and were simply unable to spare any time. Seeing this 11th-tier primordial emperor worm choose to aid the evil eye without hesitation, Song Qi aboard the Tianxu Sankong gritted his teeth. The next second, his mind shifted, and the time chessboard feature of the time chessboard was activated. Instantly, an illusory, colorful chessboard constructed from 108 time chess pieces appeared above the human emperor's city. However, this chessboard wasn't restricted to any of the 5 11th-tier myths present. Instead, it was locked onto the battlefield where the mythical Ashura was located in the distance. For a moment, the 5 10th-tier aliens engaged in direct combat with mythical Ashura were enveloped by a time domain that slowed down time by over 1,000 times. Seizing this opportunity, mythical Ashura quickly left the battlefield and headed towards the 11th-tier primordial emperor insect. As he soared, the aura emanating from mythical Ashura rapidly intensified. Beginning 10th tier, advanced 10th tier, late 10th tier, peak 10th tier. Surprisingly, it was Song Qi who had activated the Slave Seal Frenzy ability of the Heavenly Power Control Ring. However, because the Heavenly Power Control Ring was only a tricolored component, it wasn't enough to grant mythical Ashura a leap in rank. Still, at peak 10th level, he could barely hold off the 11th tier primordial emperor insect for a while. And so, the battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Although Song Qi had temporarily held back 4 powerful enemies through various means, the pressure was immense. With every second, cracks appeared on the mirrored warships and the giant skeletons, the market projection trembled, and the mythical Ashura was bloodbath. He was completely using his resources and strength to hold on, buying time for Jiang Yuan and the others. It was only because the Tianxu Sangqiong was equipped with the time chessboard, with its life-saving 12 life and death chess feature, that anyone else would dare to act so recklessly. Chapter 887. No matter how many trump cards it held, the Tianxu Sangqiong was ultimately only a newly minted mythical immortal warship. Facing 3 11th-tier mythical aliens, even with its best efforts, it could only hold off for a moment. Crack, 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 as time passed, both the Tianxu Sangqiong's main body and its mirrored warships gradually crumbled. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the armor, threatening to collapse completely. Fortunately, the 3 corpses transformed mecha giant that had killed Xia Mao had arrived. Jiang Yuan and the other 2 targeted the corruption-devouring emperor worm, a much larger one, the same 11th-tier corruption-devouring emperor worm that had completely shattered the shields of human emperor's city. This corruption-devouring emperor worm had previously suffered severe damage to its essence when it forcibly simulated the second light of devouring order. Despite being nourished by the corruption-devouring primordial queen's life essence, its combat power had been largely reduced. It was precisely because of this that Song Qi was able to single-handedly fight against the 3 11th-tier myths, including him. Huh? Activate the resurrection metal immediately. Suddenly, Song Qi felt the pressure greatly reduced. The 2 skeleton giants, who had been desperately battling the severely injured 11th-level corruption-devouring emperor worm, were withdrawn, assisting the Tianxu Sangqiong main body and the mirror warship against the remaining 2 11th-level mythical creatures. With the resurrection metal components returning the warship to peak condition, the pressure on him undoubtedly decreased exponentially. He believed that the already severely injured corruption-devouring emperor worm would soon become the second 11th-level alien to fall at the hands of the 3 corpses supermechanical giants. At that point, the entire battle situation would be completely reversed. However, before he could maintain his optimism for long, dire news arrived from mythical Ashura. Even with the berserk blessing of the Ring of Heavenly Power Control, it was still a major level behind the other 11th-level primordial emperor insect. From the moment the 2 clashed head-on, mythical Ashura was completely at a disadvantage. As time passed, mythical Ashura's condition became even more dire. Much of its peak-level 10th-level ruled body had been eaten away. The Ashura blood viscera in its chest had shifted only slightly, corroding a bloody hole tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter. Crimson blood of slaughter poured out, and its aura began to slowly weaken. Clearly, this was a sign that the berserk effects were nearing their end. Given its already severely injured state, coupled with the side effects of the slave seal, berserk effect, its complete demise would be a matter of moments. Pajuo Zen Seal Inner Speed Resurrection Metal Replica Pajuo Zen Seal Inner Speed Replica Resurrection Metal 2 alien healing beams shot out from 2 Tianxu Sangqiong ships, accurately piercing the distant mythical Ashura. This also shows that Song-Chi was desperate to protect mythical Ashura, at least to prevent it from failing at this critical moment. If he could hold on a little longer, and wait for the three corpses supermechanical giant to kill the large 11th level primordial emperor insect, the battle situation in human emperor city would be completely reversed. However, mythical Ashura's injuries were too severe, and his vitality was nearly exhausted, so the two healing beams had little effect. Hiss, 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 the 11th level corruption devouring emperor worm roared, spewing a massive cloud of corrosive acid from its mouth, sending the mythical Ashura, now barely halfway to its full strength, flying. The next second, it ignored the mythical Ashura, who could have been killed with a single wave of its hand. Its form transformed into a shadow, charging straight at the three corpses supermecha titan, which was completely suppressing another 11th level corruption devouring emperor worm. Stop it! Quick, buy time for the three your majesties. In the various communication group chats, high-ranking captains explained in alarm, and a large number of galaxy ships and hyperdimensional motherships launched their attacks. Tyweight prisoner heaven seal Tyweight prisoner heaven star sea rule chain starry sky fixing disk sky fixing mirror. A series of high-level and tricolor control properties were activated, conjuring up a dense swarm of phantoms in the sky above human emperor city. While these methods seemed numerous, only a few could truly be effective against 11th level mythical creatures. Above the sky, the corrupted primordial emperor worm's rapid attack continued unabated. At this moment, a violent tremor erupted from beneath human emperor city. In human emperor city, deep beneath the human emperor palace, in the underground space where the chaos transmission platform resided, the super battleship, hovering in the center of the underground space, was now emitting bursts of faint light. Violent tremors and spatial fluctuations continued to spread outward from its center. In the battleship's main control room, Pei Dinen's eyes flickered rapidly, his gaze lingering on a special component on the side. Sleeve Universe Level 120. Quality, Color/Ultimate. Unique Ability, Sleeve Universe. Effect, after loading, a special Sleeve Universe dimension will automatically emerge within the battleship. Sleeve Universe. Consumes 1 billion psionic points, ignoring most restrictions below level 12, including blockades, imprisonments, and time pauses. Instantly transports all friendly units within a designated 100 by 100 by 100 light-year radius into the Sleeve Universe dimension, with a constant cooldown of 50,000 years. As a warship captain thousands of years ahead of Ing-Yi and Song-Chi, and possessing an untapped legacy of good fortune, how could he not have achieved a breakthrough to the 10th level of channeling? In fact, he had already achieved this breakthrough centuries ago, becoming a truly legendary immortal captain. The reason he hadn't made a move until now was precisely because of this Sleeve Universe component. This Sleeve Universe was accidentally acquired by a Star Destroyer captain under the Holy Federation 130,000 years ago. Due to its rather useless properties and shocking cooldown, it was eventually traded to the Ackermann family. Over the years, the four great empires have used it several times, but to little effect. Of course, this doesn't mean this component is completely useless. At least for now, it serves as the Xinhua civilization's final backup plan in the battlefield of the human emperor city. In fact, if Song-Chi and Ing-Yi hadn't arrived in time, Pei Dinen would have already activated this component. After all, once activated, over 80% of the surviving Xinhua Legion above would be instantly absorbed into the Sleeve Universe. The heavenly holy light would then plunge into the chaos teleportation platform ahead, and teleport directly back to the Xinhua ancestral domain. While this would deprive them of the chaos divine continent, their largest source of high-level resources, and most of the Xinhua civilization's combat power would have to guard the chaos teleportation platform exit in the Xinhua ancestral domain to prevent a counterattack from the peak races of the Sky Ape Star realm. It would still be 1,000 times better than having all of Xinhua's peak combat power trapped in the chaos divine continent, thus severing the backbone of civilization. As he pondered this, the battle outside intensified. At a certain moment, Pei Dinen's eyes suddenly focused. Swish! At the same moment, a whistling sound echoed behind him. Hearing it, Pei Dinen gritted his teeth and unloaded the sleeve of the universe intactly. Then, the space around the heavenly light trembled violently, and a flash component on the warship was activated. After the heavenly light vanished into thin air, the whistling sound behind him slowly revealed itself. It was none other than Wilson Ackelman's ship. Wilson didn't see the heavenly light, all he saw was the quietly floating, multicolored sleeve of the universe component. With the hyperdimensional mothership's hull, the sleeve of the universe could only be enhanced to level 119, which would undoubtedly greatly reduce its effectiveness. However, Pei Dinen had no other options at the moment. After his successful promotion, He secretly summoned a warship clone to proactively leave the city to monitor the movements of the alien coalition forces. However, he unexpectedly encountered a super chaos storm, and the cooldown period for the warship clone's components has not yet expired. Outside, the second corruption-devouring primordial emperor worm was about to charge into the battlefield where the three corpses hypermecha giants were stationed, adding another layer of uncertainty to the battle. But just as the second corruption-devouring primordial emperor worm was about to break through numerous obstacles and brazenly crash into the battlefield of the three corpses hypermecha giants, a sudden change occurred. Buzz, a subtle yet incredibly precise spatial fluctuation suddenly rippled across its path. Space twisted like water waves, and in the next instant, a warship, radiating a holy light and covered in the mysterious runes of spatial laws, appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Pei Dinen's heavenly holy light. Its timing and location were perfect, caught right at the juncture where the primordial emperor worm's charge was at its most powerful, yet also its most difficult to change direction. Heavenly holy light rule realm. Eternal protection by the holy light angels. Pei Dinen's icy voice rang out from within the ship. The power of rule surged around the heavenly holy light, the boundless force of rules ultimately evolving into a widening rule realm that enveloped the entire ship. Unlike the martial arts dynasty realm of the Shinxiajiuli, or the Qiyu divine realm of the Xian Wang Qiyu, this rule realm wasn't derived from onboard components, but rather manifested as the power of a true mythical immortal ship. Just like the law force fields and transdimensional fields that autonomously developed during the Star Destroyer, Galaxy Ship, and transdimensional mothership stages, this rule realm was a newly acquired special ability of the mythical immortal ship. Of course, it doesn't conflict with those special rule world components, they can be superimposed on each other. Previously, when the Shinxiajiuli and Xian Wang Qiyu warship clones attacked the alien camp, the rule worlds they activated were the product of superposition. Otherwise, facing the head-on onslaught of the 11th Order rule world, they wouldn't have been able to sustain their third self-destruction. Additionally, another phantom of the 36-winged holy angel spirit quickly condensed. Despite this dual protection, Pei Dinen remained uneasy and activated the active defense features of the ship's armor. All of this happened in a flash. Bang! The corrupted primordial emperor worm was caught off guard, its body, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, crashing solidly into the multi-layered defenses of the heavenly holy light's exterior. A force powerful enough to shatter stars erupted, shattering space like glass, forming a vast spiderweb of cracks that spread far into the distance. The heavenly holy light trembled violently, the shadow of holy light above the ship instantly dimming, and the realm of rule shattered under the weight. Even within the heavenly holy light's armor, cracks were rapidly spreading. However, regardless of its current state, the heavenly holy light had ultimately successfully blocked the head-on charge of the 11th level corruption primordial emperor worm, abruptly halting its desperate charge. Although this moment was extremely brief, it was sufficient for a battlefield of this magnitude. Now! Inside the three corpses supermecha giant, Jiangyuan, Jiheng, and Ingyi reacted in unison. They seized this fleeting opportunity. The unique weapons wielded by the mecha giant's 6 arms erupted with unprecedented brilliance, transforming into torrents of chaos that completely engulfed the already severely injured corrupted primordial emperor worm in front of them. Hiss! With a sharp cry filled with pain and unwillingness, the massive corrupted primordial emperor worm's body twisted and disintegrated wildly in the chaotic torrent. Its hard shell and organs simulating energy were ruthlessly crushed and annihilated by the terrifying fusion of these three forces. The vision of the 11th level mythical creature's fall reappeared, the laws wailed, and a tidal wave of energy swept in all directions. A second 11th level myth, fallen. Almost instantly, the second corrupted primordial emperor worm ahead of Ferdinand's heavenly holy light witnessed its companion's fall, and felt the cold gaze of the even more powerful three corpses supermecha giant, which had just completed the kill. Its momentum faltered, and a flicker of fear flashed in its enormous compound eyes. Of course, this fear wasn't its own, but rather the fear emanating from the primordial corruption queen, hidden deep within the sky, constantly controlling 2 11th-tier corruption emperor insects, numerous 10th-tier corruption emperor insects, and vast swarms of ordinary corruption insects. Perhaps due to her lack of combat experience, the primordial corruption queen had never personally engaged in combat. The fear in her gaze seemed to foreshadow the decisive shift in the battlefield situation at this moment. After paying a heavy price, the Xinhua civilization finally gained a high-end combat advantage. Next, it's your turn. As if on purpose, the three-corpse hypermech giants controlled by Jiangyuan and the other two slowly turned. The chaos mechs I locked onto the last intact 11th-tier corruption primordial insect, radiating boundless murderous intent. Seeing this scene, the already retreating corruption-devouring primordial queen could no longer maintain her composure. Under her powerful queenly will, the seemingly endless swarm of corruption-devouring insects that had enveloped human Emperor's city began to dissipate like a tide, carrying with it the single remaining 11th level corruption-devouring Emperor insect, which quickly vanished into the distant, chaotic horizon. The three corpses Hypermecha Titans chose not to pursue them. This had been their primary objective. If they had truly cornered this boundless swarm, who knows how much damage and loss they would have inflicted on human Emperor's city, whose shields had already been breached. On the contrary, with the departure of this corruption-devouring insect swarm, the combined forces of the 5 races, including the Fel energy, which had already suffered heavy losses in the previous attack, were reduced to a few remaining members. This time, the 3 corpses Hypermecha Titans targeted the 11th level Chaos Colossus. Chapter 888. The Chaos Mammoth's massive body suddenly stiffened. As an 11th tier mythical creature, its perception was incredibly sharp. Almost the instant the insect tide receded, the icy murderous intent emanating from the 3 corpses super mecha giant became like physical shackles, firmly nailing every inch of its skin. Woo! A dull, panicked elephant cry ripped through the sky. Chaos energy surged wildly around the Chaos Mammoth, its thick trunk sweeping across like a crumbling pillar of heaven, attempting to tear through space and escape. But it was too late. Suppress! Jiang Yuan, Ji Hung, and Ying united their wills. The 3 corpses super mecha giant's 6 arms moved in unison, and the unique weapon stained with the blood of the Corruption Emperor insect burst forth with brilliant light once again. This time, the light did not spread, but instead rapidly converged, transforming into 3 interwoven chains of chaos laws. One entwined time and space, solidifying all things. Another pierced the void, reaching directly for the source of laws. The last chain burned with blazing Dao fire, specifically designed to incinerate all life. The 3 chains, like spears of judgment emanating from the depths of chaos, instantly crossed the void and precisely wrapped around the Chaos Elephant's mountain-like mass. Swish, 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 the Chaos Elephant's membrane and chaotic energy, strong enough to withstand astral impacts, were entangled by the 3 chains of law. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not break free in a short time, and its attempt to escape into the void was halted. Roar! The Chaos Elephant roared angrily, its massive body thrashing frantically. Each twist caused violent tremors in the surrounding space for countless light years. The ruins of the human Emperor's city below were isolated by a multicolored space blockade component, which Pei Dinan, freeing himself, had used. Otherwise, they would have been struck again, causing countless casualties to the Xinhua fleet within the city. But all this was in vain. Failure to immediately escape into the void meant that this 11th tier Chaos Elephant had already missed its last chance to escape. Above the sky, the energy core in the chest of the 3 corpses transformed mecha giant had already burst open. The original energy generator had long since transformed into a dark, eerie muzzle. Under the control of Jiang Yuan and the other 2, the dark muzzle exploded, and a beam of light powerful enough to annihilate all things shot out. Destroy. There was no flashy secondary explosion, only a simple, unadorned, dark trajectory that quietly descended, imbued with the will of absolute destruction. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The Chaos Elephant's struggling movements froze, its terrified eyes completely dimmed. The next moment, a thin line of blood emerged from its brow, running through its entire body. The third 11th tier mythical alien had fallen. But that was all. With the fall of the Chaos Giant, or perhaps even earlier, when the swarm of rotten insects chose to flee, the remaining coalition forces of the 5 races had completely lost their will to fight. By the time the 3 corpses super mecha giant had completely eliminated the 11th level Chaos Giant, the alien races gathered around human Emperor's city had already fled in all directions. Only a few mythical enslaved creatures, and Song Qi managed to entangle a few 10th level aliens trying to escape. With the help of the freed up 3 corpses super mecha giant, the mythical aliens, who had been forcibly retained, were naturally quickly eliminated. Afterward, Jiang Yuan and the other 2, having released their fusion, quickly summoned all the 9th level and above Xinhua captains in the city for a supreme meeting. As for the fleeing 11th level mythical annihilation throat, Jiang Yuan and his companions paid no attention. The most important thing at the moment was to reorganize the Xinhua warship army and attempt to push back outward. The human Emperor Palace, the Supreme Command Center, was filled with a solemn and austere atmosphere, yet tinged with a sense of excitement after surviving a catastrophe. Inside the palace, Jiang Yuan, Ji Hung, Ying Yi, and Pei Dinan 4 of the civilization's veteran human emperors, along with Song Qi, the 5th Xinhua human emperor, sat at the head of the table. Below them sat Jiang Yi, Ying Wei, Wilson, Ji Qing, and dozens of other 9th-rank superdimensional captains. At this moment, everyone seemed a little exhausted, having just experienced a high-intensity melee, but their eyes were exceptionally sharp. Everyone knew that what was about to be discussed was a matter of vital importance to the future prosperity of the entire Xinhua civilization. A holographic star map unfolded in the center of the palace, clearly marking the vast territory of the Chaos Divine Land, centered on Human Emperor City, and the coordinates of the hundreds of Chaos cities that had been captured by the alien coalition forces over the years. Among them, Huntian City, one of the Chaos cities once governed by the Chaos Demon Ape, and several top Chaos cities, like Splitting Mountain Ancestral City, stood out on this star map like the most dazzling blood-red stars. Jiang Yuan spoke first, his voice steady yet unquestionable, resolute. Everyone, this victory was a tragic one, at a tremendous cost to our civilization. Human Emperor City was nearly half destroyed, and countless compatriots perished. But crisis is also opportunity. The main force of the alien coalition has been disbanded, and their high-end combat capabilities have been severely depleted. This presents a golden opportunity for our race to expand abroad. Ji Hung continued, pausing at the hundreds of points of light on the star map. Most of these captured Chaos cities have lost their defensive facilities. Their garrisons have been drawn down to join the coalition, leaving them utterly depleted. This is especially true of Huntian City and the mountain-splitting Ancestral City. These two cities were once the ancestral cities of the Chaos Demon Ape clan and the ancestral cities of the mountain-splitting Ancient Ape clan. Not only are their surroundings rich in resources, but their strategic locations are also extremely important. If we can capture them, using them as a fulcrum, our Xinhua civilization's foundation in the Sky Ape Star realm, and indeed the Chaos Divine Continent, will be completely solidified. We will no longer be isolated cities trapped in this situation. Ying Yi's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit, his fighting spirit high. That's right. Strike while the sick. Although the Oblivion Maw escaped, he was severely injured, and will not be able to fight again for a while. Additionally, with the retreat of the Carrion Devourer Swarm, the Fell Powers, Blades, Chaos Mammoths, and other tribes have suffered heavy losses. This is a period of power vacuum. I suggest that we immediately divide our forces and seize these Chaos cities, especially the top ones, as quickly as possible before other lurking forces can react. Fei Dinan was more cautious, adding, a divided counterattack is imperative, but it requires careful planning. Our army has also suffered heavy losses in this battle, and we must allocate some forces to remain in Human Imperial City to repair defenses and prepare for any unforeseen events. Also, the most crucial question is, even if we temporarily succeed in capturing those Chaos cities, do we, the Xinhua civilization alone, have enough power to completely control them? Song Qi strongly agreed with this statement. Indeed, although our Xinhua civilization possesses 5 mythical immortal warships and 7 mythical slave creatures, to completely occupy a Chaos city, we must maintain at least 3 mythical warriors stationed in each city. Even then, we cannot allow for the interruption of supplies and support. Supplies are a breeze. Thanks to the Zhutian market, we can trade across cities. But mythical warrior support is. Here, his voice abruptly trailed off. Though he didn't finish his words, everyone in the hall understood the implication. The Xinhua civilization had been stationed in the Zhutian market for thousands of years, and naturally, they had already mastered its rules. Creatures of rank 9 and below were not restricted and could freely enter and exit the market, but mythical creatures were not included. Although the Xinhua civilization had confirmed that the Zhutian market was capable of autonomous evolution, gradually raising the life level of those entering it, there was no clear pattern to this. No one could predict whether it would eventually ascend to the mythical realm, and if so, when exactly? Based on this, attempting to use the Zhutian market to exploit this bug was clearly unfeasible, at least for now. Song Qi glanced around, quietly observing everyone's expressions, but remained silent. Even though he knew the Zhutian market had already reached level 99, not far from advancing to level 10, the reason was simple. The implications of the bug blocking the Chaos Divine Continent, a semi-high-dimensional land, were too horrific. Even if the Zhutian market were to ascend to level 10, he would never let it go easily, lest he arouse the greed of those transcendental beings. Even if the market reached the 10th order mythical realm, he would have great confidence, relying on the market's inherent status, to engage in direct confrontation with the transcendents. However, that would only be a one-on-one situation. If multiple transcendent beings were to unite and target him, the outcome would be far from certain. Thus, Song Qi needed to prevent this situation from occurring. Before his thoughts could continue, a superdimensional captain stepped forward. Tan Renhong, do you have a solution? As the newly promoted superdimensional captain of the Tianning Tan family, he naturally belonged to the Qiyu divine dynasty, so it was Ji Hung who spoke the question. Tan Renhong nodded, and a faint light flickered between his brows. The next second, a ball of colorful light shot out from his ancestral orifice. Zhou Liuhe Rotary Wheel Array Level 0. Quality, Color/Ultimate. Unique feature, Zhou Liuhe Rotary Wheel Array. Effect, the loaded warship can independently specify the corresponding coordinates and set them as wheel coordinates. The current maximum number of wheel coordinates that can be set is June 6th. Zhou Liuhe Rotary Wheel Array consumes a large amount of psionic energy points to construct portals between each wheel coordinate, enabling teleportation. The current maximum teleportation distance is 1 light-year. As Tan Renhong displayed the attribute panel for this Zhou Liuhe Rotary Wheel Array component, the eyes of everyone in the hall quickly gleamed. But it was Ji Hung who spoke last. Have you tried the progressive rules for the component's teleportation distance? Your Majesty, according to my tests, if it can be enhanced to the 12th level, it can reach a maximum distance of 100 billion light-years. Hearing this, everyone's joy grew even greater. Even Song Qi was equally surprised. 100 billion light-years. Even taking into account the Chaos Divine Continent's 10,000-fold spatial suppression, it still reaches tens of millions of light-years. This distance is enough to encompass 4 top-tier Chaos cities, including Huantian City and Splitting Mountain Ancestral City. Including Human Emperor City beneath us, there are 5 cities. For the final spot, you can choose any lower-tier Chaos City. Okay, this Zhou Liuhe rotating wheel formation component is perfect for the current situation. As compensation, Tianning Tan clan can choose any item from the contribution mall later, and this time, you will also receive 10 million contribution points. After arranging the Tianning Tan clan's rewards with a smile, everyone returned to the main topic. It's settled. The first main force will consist of myself, Ji Hung, and Pei Dinan. We will pilot the mythical immortal ship and attack Huantian City. This city was once under the jurisdiction of the Chaos Demon Ape clan. While it's far inferior to the Tontian Chaos Ancestral City, its strategic value is the highest among the several cities currently selected. We must capture it as soon as possible. The second route, led by Song Qi and his mythical Azura, will form an elite fleet tasked with recapture Splitting Mountain City, one of the 3 top Chaos cities. Jiang Yuan's gaze swept over Song Qi with recognition and expectation. The Tianqiu Sanqiong's performance in this battle had already earned everyone's respect. The third route will be led by the Azure Dragon of the Universe, the 36-winged Holy Angel, and the 9-tailed Sky Fox, responsible for 2 of the 3 top Chaos cities. The fourth route will be led by the Void Sea Flame Phoenix, the Guishu Annihilation Whale, and the Devourer of Planets, responsible for the final top Chaos city. As for Jiang Yi and Wilson, you must act in unison. Target Tianli City, not far from Human Emperor City, and capture it without fail. All actions must be swift, precise, and ruthless. Once captured, immediately activate the city core and repair its defenses, restoring basic defensive capabilities as quickly as possible. As for Ying Yi, Human Emperor City is in your hands. The plan was unanimously approved, and orders were swiftly issued. The entire Xinhua civilization, this super war machine, immediately began to operate efficiently. A moment later, above Human Emperor City, 4 mythical immortal warships soared into the sky, tearing through the void, speeding towards Huantian City and Splitting Mountain Ancestral City respectively. Following the 4 mythical immortals were elite fleets composed entirely of high-tier warships, like Star Destroyers and Galaxy. They would serve as the primary defense for the city after it was captured. Followed by them, even more flame fleets, led by several mythical slaves, sprang forth like scattered sparks, splitting into several streams and blasting off in all directions. This sudden counterattack had officially begun. Song Qi stood in the main control room of the Tianqiu Sanqiong, his gaze fixed sharply on the still unrepaired Splitting Mountain Ancestral City ahead. According to intelligence, only a small elite force of blades remained after the city was captured, commanded by a single 10th-ranked blade god. Attack! As expected, under the formidable combat power of the Tianqiu Sanqiong, this blade clan force was quickly annihilated, and Splitting Mountain Ancestral City naturally fell under the control of the Xinhua civilization. This was not just the case with Splitting Mountain Ancestral City, but also with the other fleets. This external counterattack was far more successful than the previous defense of Human Emperor City. This time, the Xinhua civilization, riding the wave of victory, was at its peak, while their enemies were utterly defeated and demoralized. Unbeknownst to Song Qi and the others, even as they launched their full-scale counterattack, the reputation of the Xinhua civilization quickly spread throughout the Tianyuan star realm. One clan, one city, single-handedly resisted the attack of the mythical coalition of the 5 peak clans, even annihilating over 4 11th-tier mythical units in a single blow. The names of Xinhua civilization and human emperor city spread at a terrifying rate throughout the Tianyuan star realm through word of mouth from the fleeing 5-clan coalition and the swarms of rotten insects. The name of Xinhua human civilization was quickly memorized by countless peak powers. Chapter 889. Human Emperor City, Hun Tian City, lies on Ancestral City, Shilao City, Zhanpa City, Tianli City. P.S. The previous text has been slightly revised. The cities included in the reverse calculation do not include Tongtian Chaos City, but rather Hun Tian City, one of the top chaos cities once governed by the Chaos Demon Ape. Tongtian Chaos City is jointly occupied by several transcendent forces, and the Xinhua civilization is not yet capable of coveting it. With the above 6 chaos cities successively occupied by the Xinhua reverse calculation fleet, and the wheel coordinates set using the Zhou-Tian Liuhe rotating wheel array components, the Xinhua civilization proactively halted its expansion. While the Xinhua civilization is no longer considered weak, it is by no means strong either. After all, it lacks even a true 11th level mythical warrior. Quitting while the going is good is the best option. And a crucial point, aside from Human Emperor City, the other 5 cities were all previously captured by the coalition of 5 mythical races, including Blade, and did not involve the other alien forces currently gathered in the Sky Ape Star realm. This effectively minimized direct conflict with these other alien forces, which could have caused public outrage in Human Emperor City. Of course, the most fundamental factor was the chaos oath signed by the Transcendents. If the Transcendents did not intervene, and rumors of the Xinhua civilization's successive slaying of several 11th rank myths had already spread throughout most of the Sky Ape Star realm, as long as the Xinhua civilization maintained its composure, no blind alien race would be willing to take the risk. 50 years after the end of the defense of Human Emperor City, Xinhua Human Emperor City, Human Emperor Palace. Deep within the bustling Human Emperor Palace sat the same 4 ancient human emperors of Xinhua civilization, along with Song Qi and 5 others, seated at the head. Below them sat the leaders of the various major forces within Xinhua civilization. At this moment, a unique chaos star chart hovered overhead. Within the chart, 6 points of light appeared, representing the 6 chaos cities connected by the Great Zhou-Tian Liuhe rotating wheel formation. Human Emperor City, as the ancestral city of the Xinhua civilization, naturally sat in the center of the 6 points of light. For leading chaos cities, namely Huntian City, Splitting Mountain City, Shilao City, and Zhanpa City, were stationed at the 4 corners, protecting Human Emperor City like a multitude of stars surrounding the moon. From now on, Human Emperor City would no longer fight in isolation. Any future foreign invasion would require the conquest of these defensive cities, otherwise, they would pose no fundamental threat to Human Emperor City. Interestingly, as if by design, Human Emperor City was not located in the center of the Great Zhou-Tian Liuhe rotating wheel formation, but rather to the southeast. As for the reason, it was naturally closely related to the Batian clan ruins. Knowing that the secret realm containing the Batian ruins would completely collapse within a few thousand years, necessitating a massive war, Song Qi, Jiang Yuan, and the others had already designated the area over 300,000 light-years from the Human Emperor City as a restricted zone. As a result, the several chaos cities they chose to explore also avoided the area surrounding the Batian clan ruins, leading to the current situation. On the upper left side of the Gilded Throne, Song Qi seemed somewhat distracted by the discussion within the hall regarding the placement of defenders for the chaos cities. His mind was divided. While silently listening to the discussion, deep within his brows, he carefully examined the detailed attributes of the Tianxu Sangqiong. Previously, because the battlefield in Human Emperor City was in crisis, he rushed to Human Emperor City as soon as he completed the breakthrough in the guidance technique. On the way, he only had time to strengthen the various components loaded on the warship to the highest level as much as possible. As for the properties after the strengthening, he had not had time to carefully check them. Now that he finally had some free time, he couldn't wait to open the detailed attribute panel for his ship. Name, Tianxu Sangqiong. Model, Xinhua Mythical Immortal Class Xinhua Flying Ship. Level 100. Additional features, air stabilization, self-healing. Basic components, Colorful Xinhua Hull level 100 scanning the attribute panel before him, Song Qi couldn't contain his joy. With this upgrade to Mythical Immortal, the warship's combat power had undergone a drastic increase. In addition to the previously mentioned Mythical Immortal's rule realm, another basic component slot had been added. However, he didn't have a satisfactory Immortal God-slaying cannon at hand, so he hadn't yet installed it. Furthermore, the number of 16 secondary guns in the array surged again, increasing from the previous million at the 9th level to tens of millions. Each of these 16 secondary guns could mirror tens of millions of secondary guns of the same attributes, totaling a total of 160 million. Combined with the vast accumulation of 9th level golden apples accumulated over the past 10,000 years, he was able to evolve all of these secondary guns to black quality. The terrifying spectacle of 160 million black secondary guns firing simultaneously had already been vividly demonstrated in the previous battle. Furthermore, the bonus effect of all the warship's basic components increased from 700% to 1000%. Song Qi was extremely satisfied with the current attributes of the Tianxu Sangqiong. However, despite his satisfaction, his brief joy quickly faded. After all, he had personally experienced the Tianxu Sangqiong's outrageous combat power, and had anticipated this. Otherwise, how could a newly promoted mythical immortal ship single-handedly hold back 3 11th level alien myths? No, strictly speaking, there are 4. Mythical Azura is also part of the Tianxu Sangqiong's combat power, isn't he? Let's proceed with this plan. After some discussion, Jiang Yuan's voice echoed in the hall again. I, Ing Yi, and Pei Dinan will be responsible for garrisoning Human Emperor City. Ji Heng and the 36-winged Holy Angel will be stationed in Hun Tian City. Tan Lang and Guishu Yanjing will be stationed in Liaison Ancestral City, and Xingyu Songlong and Zhou Tianhu will be stationed in Shilao City. Mythical Azura and Shuhai Yin Wang will be stationed in Zhanfa City, and Devourer of Worlds will be stationed in Tianli City. This arrangement was the result of detailed discussions among all parties, and naturally no one would object at this moment. As for the distribution of benefits, all parties were generally satisfied. Previously, there was only one Human Emperor City, but now it has increased to 6. The resulting benefits are far beyond imagination. Even if the royal families of the 4 empires, plus the Longji Song family, would take over 80% of these additional profits, and the 2 top-tier mythical giants, the Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce, Nine-Tailed Sky Fox, and the Yin Wang Consortium, Planet Devourer, would each share 10%, the remaining profits would still be enough to sustain all parties. After discussing these matters, the conversation shifted to the distribution of spoils, and the exchange of civilization contributions. Leaving aside the issue of civilization contribution points, and the civilization contribution mall, this was a public commitment made by the 4 empires, and the Longji Song family before the war, and Song Qi and the other 5 would not go back on their word. The 5 families would not deliberately withhold the mythical creature source blood, Hun Yuan Wuji pills, and upgraded fire sources, like the 3-color 5-colored flame in the civilization contribution mall. As long as the lower-level forces had sufficient contribution points, they would be allowed to exchange them. The main issue was the distribution of the spoils. The loot obtained this time was primarily plundered from the storage devices of slain mythical aliens and 9th-rank overlord aliens. These were all looted by the combined alien army after they captured the Chaos Cities on the Celestial Ape Star Realm's home turf, and now they were getting a bargain. Even with Song Qi's current vision, the most valuable items among these captured spoils made him envious. 7-colored Star Sea Wonders. 5-colored Star Sea Wonders. Time Source Crystals. 11th rank Mythical Source Blood. 11th rank Xinhua Warship Bonus Upgrade Resources. Top grade Chaos Mirror Stone. Top grade Chaos Mirror Stone Mythical Soul. 7-colored Wonder Weapons. Everyone in the hall's eyes flickered over the list of spoils, their eyes ablaze with excitement. Even the 2 newly promoted trans-dimensional captains began breathing heavily. It wasn't his fault. The value of the various items was simply beyond imagination. After a long commotion, everyone in the hall shifted their gaze to Jiang Yuan, standing in the center of the room. In this Human Emperor City war, from any perspective, Jiang Yuan and his Xinxia Jiuli undoubtedly bore the greatest credit. Thus, it was natural that he should be the first to be selected. Jiang Yuan didn't hesitate. With a slight nod, he smiled and chose the additional upgrade resource for the 11th tier Xinhua battleship. The 11th tier Chaos Demon Ape Spirit Bone. This 11th tier Chaos Demon Ape Spirit Bone, among the additional upgrade resources available to mythical immortal warships, when impacting mythical origin warships, was of only average to lower quality, increasing the success rate of the upgrade by only 5%. But this didn't affect its unrivaled price. After all, Since the Chaos Demon Ape clan was exterminated, this type of resource would likely cease to be produced in the future, and its difficulty in obtaining would only increase exponentially. After Jiang Yuan's choice, the atmosphere in the hall paused slightly. Because everyone was somewhat unsure about the second merit, which came after the first merit, they were somewhat unsure. In terms of guarding time, Ji Hung, like Jiang Yuan, participated in the entire battle. Although Song Qi arrived late, he single-handedly held back 4 11th level mythical aliens, buying precious time for the 3 corpses super mecha giant to execute its decapitation operation. It could be said that both Ji Hung and Song Qi were strong contenders for the second merit. Just as everyone in the hall hesitated, Ji Hung took the initiative to speak. Let's leave the second credit to Tan Lang. To be more specific, the Xian Huang Qiyu's successful advancement to the mythical immortal ship was entirely thanks to Tan Lang. Ji Hung didn't say anything more, but these words sparked great curiosity among the superdimensional captains in the hall. Information about the time chessboard currently circulated only among Song Qi and the other 5. Although it had occasionally been used on high-level Xian Hua warships that had failed to advance on the same floating land after their ship had successfully broken through, each time a 7-colored confidentiality agreement had been signed. Therefore, until now, information regarding the 2 time chessboards has remained hidden from these superdimensional captains outside the world. The ability to partially rewind time is incredibly terrifying. It can not only play a decisive role in the advancement of Xian Hua warships, but can also be used by certain alien races in their attempts to reach mythical status. If it were truly exposed, it would undoubtedly attract outside scrutiny. Seeing that Ji Hung didn't want to say more, no one asked any more questions. Song Qi also smiled and nodded to Ji Hung, but didn't refuse. He turned his eyes and prepared to start his own selection. Chapter 890. Without hesitation, Song Qi quickly made his choice. He took the single Supreme Chaos Mirror Stone. Although he was also quite interested in one of the 7-color patrol radars, overall, the Supreme Chaos Mirror Stone was still much more valuable. To put it another way, whether it was Ying Yi's Light of Order, Pei Dinen's Map of the Gods, or Jiang Yuan's Book of the Human Emperor, this Supreme Chaos Stone could mirror them. The value of each of these 3 items was undoubtedly far greater than that of a regular 7-color patrol radar. Of course, if he really wanted to replicate them later, he would likely have to pay a certain price. After all, a Star Sea artifact can only be mirrored once. After him, Ji Hung, Ying Yi, and Pei Dinen also made their choices. Ji Hung took a piece of 7-color hull armor, Ying Yi chose the 7-color patrol radar Song Qi wanted, and Pei Dinen selected the 20 kilograms time source crystal. After this, it wasn't the turn of the Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce and the Yin Huang Consortium, the group behind the 9-tailed fox and devourer of worlds, but rather Jiang Yuan, Song Qi, and the other 5 to participate in the second round of selection. Because the 5 most valuable items had already been distributed, the 5 people were able to make their choices more quickly this time. When it was Song Qi's turn, he didn't take the most valuable 5-colored upgraded fire source, but instead chose the less valuable 10th tier Chaos Demon Ape Spirit Bone. Compared to the 11th tier Demon Ape Spirit Bone, this 10th tier Demon Ape Spirit Bone was naturally far less effective, only increasing the transdimensional mothership's upgrade success rate by 3%. However, Song Qi's goal clearly lay elsewhere. He prioritized the 15% upgrade success rate for the lower tier galaxy ship when it came to attacking the transdimensional mothership. After this war, the current crisis in Human Emperor City has essentially been resolved, and no major threats will arise for nearly 10,000 years. Based on this, Song Qi has decided to put the formal establishment of the Xinhua Fifth Empire, which has been indefinitely postponed. This empire, which already occupies over 250 galaxies, and has long been a Xinhua empire in reality, but not in name, on the agenda. However, officially establishing the Xinhua Fifth Empire is naturally no simple matter. Although, strictly speaking, with the Tianqiu Sangqiong officially promoted to a mythical immortal ship, the Longji Song family's overall strength and heritage are more than worthy of being one of the 5th Tianzhu imperial family of the Xinhua civilization. However, it is a fact that the Longji Song family lacks foundation. Even without Song Qi, the Longji Song family is far inferior to the giants under the 4 empires. To minimize this, Song Qi plans to rely on the 2-time chessboards and the 10th level Chaos Demon Ape Spirit Bone to elevate his eldest brother Song Yin to the rank of transdimensional captain before officially establishing the 5th Empire. Only in this way, with a mythical immortal ship, a transdimensional mothership, and nearly 100 star destroyers, could the basic outline of a Tianzhu imperial family be established, without attracting too much criticism from outsiders. After the second round, the Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce and the Yin-Huang Financial Group took on the selection process, followed by the giants below. After this, Song-Chi received several more opportunities to select, securing a tricolor upgraded fire source and dozens of neutron star residues. Although the neutron star core armor had evolved to a high-level color quality, this was not its limit. It was just that the amount of neutron star residue required was extremely high. Fortunately, thanks to thousands and tens of thousands of years of market transactions, and the high prices he paid for neutron star debris during the Origin Star exploration mission under the name of the Big Dipper Palace, the Lord of the Greedy Wolf Palace, he had already collected a considerable amount of neutron star debris. It would soon be enough to meet the requirements for the further evolution of the neutron star core armor. After all the spoils had been distributed, the representatives of various factions all wore expressions of varying satisfaction. Although each of the core fleets had suffered certain losses, the gains were equally significant, more than offsetting the losses and creating a substantial surplus. More importantly, peace and stability for humanity were guaranteed for a long time to come, a crucial period for the rapid expansion of all factions. As the leader of the Xinhua civilization, Jiang Yuan gave a brief summary, commending everyone's achievements and reiterating the rotation of garrisons in the 6 chaos cities. The previously designated first group of garrisons must arrive as soon as possible. He then declared the post-war meeting closed. As for Song-Chi, he wasn't in a rush to take charge of the splitting mountain ancestral city. It wasn't just him. The 5 mythic immortal captains of the Xinhua civilization were all on edge. Previously, due to the threat posed by the coalition of alien mythic legions, their minds were constantly on edge, not daring to relax for a moment. Now that they were finally out of danger, they had a lot to deal with back in the Xinhua ancestral domain. Of course, all 5 of them left behind their restored warship clones, along with 7 mythic slaves, sufficient to ensure the safety of the 6 chaos cities. The Shattered Star Sea, the territory of the Xinhua human civilization, the Lanikia River system. Amidst the pitch-black starry sky, a massive fleet was speeding along. 2 extreme galaxy warships in the center of the fleet engaged in a group chat via magnetic communication. Tanjiwen, let's make a quick decision. We're not far from the coordinates of the hidden star field of the rebellious alien race. Let's go all out and try to annihilate them all at once, shall we? That's exactly what I was thinking. Without hesitation, the galaxy captain, known as Tanjiwen, commanded his galaxy warship and charged forward with half the fleet. In an instant, he separated from the group and shot off toward the end of the starry sky. Seeing this, the other galaxy captain's expression froze. Fleet, listen. Full speed. The next second, this half of the fleet also increased their speed to its maximum. The 2 teams, one in front and one behind, sped towards the coordinate star field. Heh, isn't it just luck that you contributed a component? Otherwise, how could your Sky Eagle Tan clan lay claim to this Lanikai River system? And you're still trying to compete with my Yin-Huang consortium for credit? Soon, His Majesty the Song Emperor will officially establish the 5th Empire. My Yin-Huang consortium must present the most unique gift. Compared to the Yin-Huang consortium's extreme galaxy captain, the Sky Eagle Tan clan, Tanjiwen's eyes were equally shifty. As one of the Qiyu Divine Dynasty's immortal giants, the Sky Eagle Tan clan isn't considered strong among the immortal giants, even ranking below average. This time, thanks to their contribution to the Zhou Tian Liuhe rotating wheel formation component, the Sky Eagle Tan clan not only reaps significant benefits within the 6 chaos cities of the Chaos Divine Continent, but also gains a share of the Lanikai River system, previously dominated by the Dragon Spine Song clan and supported by the 4 great empires. However, with such a long legacy, the Tianning Tan clan naturally lacks discerning individuals. They understand that a single, unexpected contribution alone isn't enough to propel the family to new heights. Only mythical combat power holds the true foundation for enduring prosperity. However, the Tan family patriarch has only recently ascended to the rank of senior transdimensional captain, and still faces a long way to go before he can command a mythical immortal ship. This leaves only the option of mythical enslaved creatures. They failed in their first attempt to obtain the Hunyuan Wuji pill, but given another chance, he believes the family will not miss it. This gift will be a stepping stone to securing a second Hunyuan Wuji pill, so it must not be missed. Also, I heard that His Majesty the Song Emperor's legitimate son is also interested in a marriage proposal after the founding ceremony of the empire. I wonder if this is true. Like starry leopards vying in the dark night, the 2 fleets scrambled to pounce on their common prey. The remote star region that harbored the last remaining forces of the rebellious alien race. Stardust rapidly retreated around the ship, the roar of its engines shattering the eternal silence. Inside the Yin Huang Consortium's flagship, the captain of the Extreme Galaxy, his face stern, issued a series of orders. Activate the Warp Interference Field Preparatory Module. We must not allow them to complete the space blockade first. All warship's secondary guns begin charging. Once within range, no need to wait for orders, initiate a saturation strike. Elsewhere, Tan Jiwen of the Sky Eagle Tan clan's eyes gleamed with a shrewd, equally decisive. Activate Void Submergence Mode to avoid conventional detection. Hawkeye radar at full power to locate the coordinates of the alien's hidden base. Prepare the elite assault fleet. Upon contact, execute a decapitation tactic and directly attack the enemy's command center. They all understood that annihilating the rebels wasn't the ultimate goal in itself. The process of completely suppressing them, their efficiency, and the unique spoils ultimately captured were the best ways to demonstrate their worth to the soon-to-be-born Fifth Empire, and to His Majesty the Song Emperor. After all, they were the last remnants of an advanced civilization that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. They couldn't possibly possess treasures of the cultural heritage, treasures worthy of the newly crowned Song Emperor's attention. Almost simultaneously, the vanguards of the two fleets arrived at the periphery of the target star region. High-intensity energy reaction detected. Alien fleets assembled. Unusual spatial fluctuations, suspected signs of a space jump. A shrill alarm echoed from both flagships. Disruption field deploy. Assault fleet attack. Without hesitation or even tactical communication, the two fleets from different factions demonstrated astonishing tacit understanding, or perhaps, efficiency through competition. One sealed off the starry sky, preventing the enemy from escaping, while the other, a sharp blade, plunged directly into the enemy's heart. A fierce energy beam instantly illuminated the silent starfield. The blazing flames resembled festive fireworks, yet imbued with a profound aura of destruction. The alien rebels had clearly not anticipated the exposure of their hidden base. Their hastily assembled defenses proved vulnerable against the elite fleets of the two titanic factions. The battle was almost one-sided. The Yin Huang Consortium's fleet provided extensive firepower, a dazzling torrent of energy washing over the alien warship formations, demonstrating the immense strength and dominance of the established consortium. The Tianning Tan clan's fleet, on the other hand, was even more powerful and cunning. Its assault fleet darted across the battlefield like a ghost, precisely blasting each alien command ship. Their tactical execution was highly efficient, demonstrating their impressive military prowess and individual combat capabilities. Although the two sides didn't overtly collaborate, they invisibly executed a brilliant tactical coordination, rapidly dismantling the rebels' resistance. Tan Jiwen stood at the battleship's main console, his gaze piercing the battlefield star map. Suddenly, he noticed a strangely shaped warship with a distinctly different energy response behind the alien fleet, attempting to quietly disengage from the battlefield and head towards a partially sealed spatial rift. Trying to escape? He snorted. Lock onto that special warship. It must be carrying an important individual or a special gift. Almost simultaneously, the Yin Huang Consortium's flagship also spotted this unusual target. Stop it! A fiery gleam flashed in the Yin Huang Consortium's captain's eyes. In an instant, the competitive atmosphere, which had only just seemed harmonious due to the efficient suppression of the enemy, suddenly intensified. Several powerful energy beams and spatial binding fields simultaneously enveloped the escaping strange warship. Boom! The strange warship's shields flickered violently, ultimately unable to withstand the combined firepower of two elite fleets, and shattered. But its hull seemed incredibly resilient, and didn't disintegrate immediately. Its speed only slowed dramatically, and obscure, ancient runes swirled across its surface, a last-ditch effort. Capture it, Tan Jiwen commanded. Seize control? The Yin Huang Consortium was equally determined. The rapidly approaching warships from both sides nearly collided around their target, the tension of the competition permeating the air. In the end, it was a star destroyer from the Tianning Tan clan, leveraging superior maneuverability and a bit of luck, that first unleashed its high-strength superalloy capture net, layer upon layer, encircling the now powerless strange warship. Target captured, Tan Jiwen's men reported. The captain of the Yin Huang Consortium's face darkened, but quickly regained his composure. He simply said, clear the remaining enemies, and tally the losses and spoils. He knew that further fighting was pointless at this point. Although only members of the Tianning Tan clan and the Yin Huang Consortium were currently in the fleet, it was no secret that the five superpowers overhead were constantly monitoring the battlefield throughout the entire galaxy. If they dared to engage in these internal strife dramas during external expansion and war, The Supreme Judgment Committee of the 5 major Tianzhu clan forces would arrive immediately, and no one would be left unscathed. After a brief cleanup of the battlefield, the spoils of this encirclement and annihilation campaign were quickly tallied. In the Tianying Tan clan fleet's top command chat, Tan Jiwen's eyes lit up with an uncontrollable gleam as he looked at the list of spoils he had just uploaded. His gaze was fixed on the most valuable item at the top of the list. In a short moment, he had already designated it as the family's greatest bargaining chip for the subsequent trade of the Hunyuan Wuji pill. Compared to him, the Yinhuang group had much worse luck. Although they had a lot of good things in their harvest, they were still a long way from impressing a mythical immortal captain. Chapter 891. 158 years into the 32nd Xinhua calendar, the territory of Xinhua human civilization, the third Xinhua river system, formerly the Corpse Emperor clan river system, the Longji Song clan, and the Longji continent. The afterglow of blood and fire from the Chaos Divine continent has barely faded from memory, yet a surge of celebration has already spread across the territory of Xinhua civilization. The ultimate focal point of this torrent is the Longji continent, the long-standing ancestral land of the Longji Song clan, which was promoted to the 9th level long ago. This magnificent continent, radiating with immortal divine light, like the glittering diamond in the crown of the galaxy, is today both exceptionally bustling and solemn. The reason is simple. Today marks the official coronation of bloodline and glory, a monument to civilization and power, the moment when the Longji dynasty rises from the ashes and ascends to become the 5th empire of Xinhua human civilization. Qianxi Divine Court. It was also a testament to the Dragon Spine Song family's undisputed ascent to the pinnacle of civilization, their coronation as the 5th celestial pillar of the Xinhua human race. Beyond the Dragon Spine continent, a magnificent spectacle had long since unfolded. Billions of golden divine phoenixes, condensed from pure energy, swirled with giant star dragons. Their wings fluttered, showering endless rains of light, and the rhythm of the Tao, transforming the entire star region into a sacred realm. Vast runic rings flickered like the breath of the universe, each flickering a resonance resonating from the depths of the void. Embassies from the 4 great Xinhua empires, major immortal magnates, interstellar tycoons, ancient chambers of commerce, and immortal clans, like galactic processions of pilgrimage to the God King, shuttled through the light and shadow of the floating land shield constructed between reality and illusion, creating a spectacle unprecedented in Xinhua civilization's millennia. Each arriving noble fleet, after undergoing an inspection imbued with mythical will, was respectfully guided to the suspended viewing platform suspended above the floating land sky. Built from a single piece of floating divine crystal, it was inscribed with countless runes imbued with the laws of space. Vast enough to accommodate a mid-level star sea floating land, and sturdy enough to withstand the crushing might of myth, it now shone ablaze with billions of beams of congratulatory light. At this moment, a fleet of congratulatory ships slowly descended from the sky. Immediately, a voice, both respectful and yet vast, emanated from the hyperdimensional mothership at the forefront of the fleet. The Yinhuang Consortium congratulates the official founding of the Tianxu Divine Court. We present this, a 5-colored rare item. Universe Star Core, a relic of the annihilated cosmic realm, capable of being transformed into a supremely colorful shipborne engine. May the Divine Court's territory, like the Star Core, remain forever solid, enduring and prosperous for eternity. After this, more fleets appeared one after another. The Qingqiu Chamber of Commerce congratulates Emperor Song on his new beginnings. We offer a Qingqiu bloodline fruit. May the Divine Court's fortune endure forever. The phantom of the nine-tailed heavenly fox leaped, transforming into endless, dazzling fireworks that illuminated the entire sky of the Dragon Ridge continent. The Tianzhu clan has come to offer our congratulations and presents, a 7-colored mythical artifact. Immortal Barrier. May the Tianzhu Divine Court endure forever, forever pacifying the starry seas and protecting the peace of our human race. A 7-colored shield imbued with immortal principles hovered in the sky, emanating a divine power that shook the surrounding fleets. The Tianzhu clan presents a 7-colored mythical artifact. Sea-splitting Spear. May the Tianzhu Divine Court stabilize the starry seas and enjoy everlasting prosperity. The Tianzhu Ackelman's clan presents a 7-colored mythical artifact. Starry Sky Re-Beast Armor. May the sacred armor protect the Divine Court and forever safeguard Tianzhu. The Tianzhu Jiang clan respectfully presents a gift, a 12th rank golden apple. May the Divine Court be immortal, and its flames live forever. The gift presented by the 4 empires of the Xinhua civilization, and the 2 quasi-mythic factions were each more astonishing than the last. Each one was worthy of being a family treasure. Their radiance intertwined with the Taoist rhyme, expressing boundless blessings for the future of the Tianshu Divine Court. While the waves within the civilization had not yet subsided, the torrents from beyond the Starry Sea had already arrived. What truly propelled the ceremony to its climax were the envoys from the major overlords and powerful civilizations of the Shattered Star Sea. The Shattered Star Sea, the Wizard Civilization. His Excellency Marsa Wayne, the Rule Wizard, personally presents congratulations. The Shattered Star Sea, the Angel Civilization. His Excellency Gabriel, the 36-winged Holy Angel and Chief Archon of the Holy Light Sequence, has arrived. The very rules of the Starry Sea seem to be rewritten at this moment. The arrival of the two figures was not a simple movement through space, but a welcome and a tribute to the laws. Marsa Wayne's robe radiated with the wisdom that deciphered the origins of all things. As a Rule Wizard who had recently achieved a breakthrough with the aid of the Pure Origin Infinite Pill, his very presence was like a moving library of cosmic truth. 36 wings of light spread behind Gabriel, chants resounded, pure divine particles condensed into a poem of praise. Their majesty and power rivaled those of Rule Wizards of the Wizard Civilization. The arrival of these two was an unwavering recognition of the strength of Song Qi and the Xinhua civilization behind him by the established dominant civilization of the Shattered Star Sea. Congratulations from the Wizard Civilization. The five-colored Xinhua seed has been elevated to a wisp of fire source. Fire of all things. We wish to maintain further cooperation and friendship with the Tianshu Divine Court and the Xinhua Civilization. The Angel Civilization congratulates. The Sacred Spring. The Spring of Creation, this spring contains the primordial light and life force. May the holy light forever bathe the Divine Court, dispelling all gloom for the Xinhua Civilization and nurturing infinite vitality. Followed by this, more delegations from alien civilizations arrived, bearing treasures from the Starry Sea and blessings from civilizations. From the Diamond Civilization, the son of the barbarian god. Pan, the 9th rank Ultimate Lord, on behalf of the barbarian god, congratulates Tianshu. We offer a drop of the hard blood of the ancient savage god. May the Divine Court prosper. The moment the hard blood of the ancient savage god was revealed, a wild war cry seemed to reach across time and space. From the Rakshasa Civilization, the 9th rank Ultimate Lord, Prince of the Netherworld, has come to offer congratulations by order of the Rakshasa god. We offer hundreds of jade molds from the Netherworld Blood Sea. May the Divine Court's foundation be as profound as the Blood Sea, eternally radiant. As the 100 blood-colored chalcedony was retrieved, an aura of extreme chill filled the air. The 8-armed snake demon civilization presents the core of the abyss, heart of the eternal demon gold mine. May the Divine Court's military might be as strong and eternal as demon gold. The astrologer civilization presents the tricolor prophecy, the 10,000-year star track scroll. May the Divine Court's path be clear and the stars guide it, never losing its way. The ancient civilization presents the ancient giant, the ancestral finger bone. May the Divine Court's foundation, like the ancestral supporting the sky, remain forever strong. Dozens of powerful civilizations, at least high-level, and most of them top-level, gathered. Their forms varied, their energy attributes vastly different, yet they united in their recognition and blessings for a newly ascended mythical power. They gathered on the suspended viewing platform, gradually bringing the atmosphere of the founding ceremony to a climax. When the giant projected needle in the distant sky precisely struck the most brilliant mark, it signaled the auspicious moment had arrived. OM! Boom! An indescribable, majestic wool, transcending all things, suddenly pulsed like a sleeping giant beast, instantly enveloping the entire 9th-level floating land. Billions of stars shone overhead, and all clamor was reduced to a sacred silence. The next moment, the starry sky was silently torn apart, and a massive ship, its splendor indescribable in words, slowly emerged from the depths of nothingness. It was no metal construct, but rather the embodiment of rules. Stars served as its armor, billions of gun barrels as its rivets, and countless fundamental rules emerged and disappeared around its hull, chanting. Its mere presence redefined the laws and energy concentrations of this starry sky. The mythical immortal ship, the Tianshu Sangqiong, had arrived in person. Before this supreme majesty, even the two envoys from the 10th rank hegemonic civilization, including the 4 veteran emperors of the inherited flame standing on either side of the first seat, all wore solemn expressions and nodded slightly, paying the highest respect to their peers. Under this endless gaze, a path of light stretched from the very top of the Tianshu Sangqiong ship's hull down to the center of the viewing platform. At the end of the light, a figure clad in the black dragon whale emperor robe, depicted above it the cycle of the sun and moon, the surging galaxy, and the ever-evolving scene of the universe's dawn. The tassels of the flat crown on his head fell, obscuring his features, revealing only a pair of eyes as deep as the sea of stars and as majestic as the avenue. With every step he took, it was as if he were stepping on the pulse of the entire universe. It was none other than the strongest of the Longji Song clan, the fifth human emperor recognized by the Xinhua civilization, and the master of the newly created Tianshu divine court, Song Qi. At the same time, behind him, a transdimensional mothership hovered quietly. Standing proudly at its prow was Song Yen, who had successfully ascended to the superdimensional captain's rank. A legendary immortal captain, a superdimensional captain. The Dragon Ridge Song family's ascendancy was now at its peak, a position no one would dare question. Song Qi's gaze, calm yet imbued with unquestionable absolute will, slowly swept across the endless guests below, representing the Xinhua civilization and the various quarters of the Shattered Star Sea. The next moment, a voice, neither high nor intense, resounded clearly and profoundly like the whisper of the laws of the great Tao of the Starry Sea, resonating in the deepest souls of every living being. I, Song Qi. I bear the heavy burden of carrying on the torch of civilization, follow the great trend of the evolution of the Starry Sea, and respond to the wishes of all living things. Today, I, with my 292 directly subordinate river systems, establish the Tianshu divine court here. From now on, beneath the Starry Sea, the 5 great empires will coexist in this land of inherited power. From now on, I and the Tianshu Song family will be the 5th pillar of civilization, protecting our race, guarding the frontiers, and exploring the Starry Seas until the end of time and space. The ceremony is complete. The last 2 words, the ceremony is complete, sounded like the first divine sound of creation, instantly activating the trillions of sacred tribute cannons already deployed across the Dragon Spine continent. Perhaps, now it should be more appropriately called the Tianshu continent. Boom, boom, boom. There was no destruction, only the energy of ultimate creation and blessing erupting. Endless rays of light transformed into tangible forms, like flaming phoenixes, dragon whales, and blue dragons. All manner of auspicious signs treading upon the light. A golden lotus blossomed in the void, each petal chanting a hymn of blessing. The light of the stars condensed into the word He, congratulations, in the script of countless races, washing over every inch of the void within sight like a waterfall. At this moment, the galaxy offered the most splendid, enthusiastic, and sacred tribute to the birth of the 5th Xinhua Empire. Congratulations to the Tianshu Divine Court. Congratulations to His Majesty the Emperor Song. May the Divine Court be immortal, and may the Xinhua flourish forever. The cheers of congratulations from within the human race and the myriad races of the galaxy, along with the tides of energy and the resounding of laws, converged into a frenzy that swept across the Tianshu continent, an unending tide. Amidst this transcendent splendor and clamor, the Tianshu continent shone ablaze, becoming the sole center of this galaxy-level celebration and henceforth the 5th power center of Xinhua human civilization. The eternally beating heart of the Tianshu Divine Court, Song Qi stood atop the floating continent's sky, basking in the glory of the myriad nations' congratulations, and accepting the blessings of the laws and rules of the universe. His gaze, piercing past the almighty splendor before him, reached out to the more distant and profound unknown galaxies. The pillar of heaven has been erected, but the journey never ends. The legend of the Tianshu Divine Court and Song Qi has just begun, and its future chapters will surely be even more vast and brilliant, illuminating the entire Shattered Star Sea era. The founding ceremony quickly passed, and countless fleets began to depart the Tianshu continent in an orderly manner, though there were exceptions. Tianshu continent, Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, Song Family Reception Hall. Seated at the head of the ceremony was naturally Song Qi, the newly appointed lord of the Tianshu Divine Court. However, the one he attacked was a mere 8th-rank galaxy captain. Across from the 2 men, several waves of people formed. In addition to the royal delegations of the 4 great empires, led by the 4 veteran human emperors, there were also several other immortal giants. Song Qi glanced casually and saw that they included Xianqin Heavy Industry, the Big Dipper Palace, the Tianing Tan clan, the Fuyupei clan, and others. He turned his gaze away, ignoring them briefly. His attention naturally fell first on the team led by Jiang Yuan and the other 4. Jiang Yuan Jiheng, what are you doing? At the question, the 4 smiled faintly and shook their heads. Although none of them said much, their subtle glances directed at Song Hanyu below instantly made Song Qi understand. His eyes narrowed slightly, but Song Qi hesitated to speak, pondering something. He had indeed intentionally leaked some information before. As his legitimate son, Song Hanyu's marriage not only affected him personally, but also the future of Divine Court's connections with various factions. He had to find someone whose status, talent, and backing matched his. At this moment, his mind raced through the information about the eligible legitimate daughters brought by the various factions that had come to congratulate him at the ceremony. After a moment, he made a decision. He shifted his gaze to the delegation behind Ji Hung. As the royal family of the Qiyu Divine Dynasty, the Ji clan's profound heritage goes without saying. A veteran prince from the Ji clan, who had come with them, was not only already a captain of the Extreme Galaxy, but also a top candidate for the title of Transdimensional Captain. His legitimate daughter, Ji Yao, was also a captain of the Extreme Galaxy. While her status wasn't as prestigious as Song Hanyu, the eldest prince of the Tianqiu Divine Court, the key point was that none of the direct descendants of the human emperors of the four great empires had women of marriageable age. This Ji Yao was the most suitable candidate at the moment. Seeing that Song Qi had made his decision, the two quickly settled on the marriage, and the wedding would take place soon. But this wasn't over yet. Afterward, Ing Yi, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly spoke. Song Qi, Xiaoli told me that you and my daughter Jinger have shared life and death together many times, and your bond is beyond ordinary. It's just that my niece is shy and doesn't like to express it. Why don't we take advantage of the joy of the Empire's founding and double the joy for both of our families? That way, having two queens coexisting in the Divine Court in the future would be a truly beautiful story. Although this was abrupt, Song Qi didn't betray any sign of surprise. In fact, Ing Yi had already privately asked about this, and he had already obtained Shen Yuren's consent. He spoke now simply to make it public. As for little Jing, I also long admired her. So it's settled. Chapter 892. After Song Hanyu and even Song Qi's own marriages were finalized, the envoys from the four empires departed one after another. It was only then that Song Qi turned his gaze to the several immortal giants, including the Big Dipper Palace, who were waiting nearby. He didn't need to ask anything. The representatives of several factions, reading their expressions, proactively pleaded, "Your Majesty, we disturbed you today to obtain a Hunyuan Wuji pill." Song Qi's expression was calm, unsurprised. He had already suspected this, but, well, tell me what resources you can offer in exchange. He had previously opened a trade to the public, and two of these families had already received a Hunyuan Wuji pill. However, since they had come privately to meet him, taking advantage of the Tianqiu Divine Court's founding, that naturally meant that the two Hunyuan Wuji pills had been wasted. In short, these families certainly couldn't muster the precious 7-colored fire seed plus 10 kilograms of time source crystals. They were likely looking to trade for other rare resources. Song Qi wasn't averse to this. He currently had several extra Hunyuan Wuji pills, and after subtracting the one he needed to keep for his dragon-backed tyrant whale, he had quite a surplus. If they could offer something sufficiently interesting, he wouldn't mind trading a few more. Dong dong dong, in the Song family's reception hall, subtle knocking sounds continued. Song Qi, seated high in the main seat, tapped the jade armrests with his fingertips. Though the sound was quiet, it seemed to strike at the heartstrings of the several immortal giants below. He calmly glanced at the Lord of the Big Dipper, the old director of Xianqin Heavy Industry, Pei Xingkong, Tan Renhong, and the others. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. The Hunyuan Wuji pill can increase the success rate of reaching the myth level by 3 times. It is a divine item that can defy fate and change destiny. You should all be fully aware of its value. If it is not of equal value, do not bring it out. The Big Dipper Lord was the first to bow, his tone filled with barely concealed eagerness and respect. Your Majesty, this is a multicolored component from the secret vault of my Big Dipper Palace, along with the mining rights to a recently discovered large titanium crystal vein. In exchange for a divine elixir, would you agree? Song Qi shook his head slightly, his tone calm and composed. The multicolored component is no longer of much use to the Tianqiu Sanqiong, and the large titanium crystal vein, as it's non-renewable, has similarly limited value. The resources offered by the Big Dipper Palace weren't insignificant in value, but for Song Qi and the Tianqiu Divine Court, already at the pinnacle of civilization, their appeal was certainly limited. Upon hearing this, the Big Dipper Lord's expression darkened. He opened his mouth, but ultimately failed to offer anything more appealing to Song Qi. He reluctantly took a step back, a look of discontent on his face. As the first major power to acquire a stake in the Tianqiu Divine Court, the Big Dipper Palace now governs over 10 galaxies, its strength far surpassing its former power. However, if they fail to cultivate a mythical force, they will sooner or later fall from the ranks of the immortal giants of the Xinhua civilization. No one paid any attention to the Big Dipper Lord's changing emotions. Over there, Pei Xingkong of the Fuyupei clan had already stood up. As the Fuyupei clan's only current superdimensional captain, backed by his family's countless millennia of heritage, Pei Xingkong, despite only recently ascending to the superdimensional realm, has already achieved the status of a veteran superdimensional captain. Yet, at this moment, he was incredibly nervous. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and a flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing an object. It was an immense heart. Even imprisoned by a powerful seal, one could still sense the terrifying energy and vast life essence contained within. The heart's surface was covered in dark golden dragon scale patterns. Each imperceptible beat caused the surrounding void to tremble slightly, emanating a savage, domineering, and almost immortal aura. "Your Majesty," Pei Xingkong said in a deep voice, tinged with pride and resolve, "I, the Fuyupei family, would like to exchange this. The complete heart of a 10th-tier dragonback tyrant whale, for a Hunyuan Wuji pill." The moment these words were spoken, a slight uproar erupted in the hall. Even Song Qi, seated upright, fixed his gaze on the enormous heart. The dragonback tyrant whale is a powerful creature ranked among the upper echelons of the Shattered Star Sea's behemoth beasts. It is renowned for its terrifying physique, dominant dragon bloodline, and unparalleled growth potential. A 10th-tier dragonback tyrant whale's strength rivals that of a Shinhua battleship of the same tier. This heart, the very essence of its being, contains its most fundamental bloodline power and life principles, and its value is inestimable. Of course, the key point is that the Song family also happens to possess a dragonback tyrant whale, a 9th-tier dragonback tyrant whale, about to attempt mythical status. For this reason alone, the value of this 10th-tier dragonback tyrant whale heart to the Song family is undoubtedly even greater. With the aid of this mythical heart, the Song family's 9th-tier dragonback tyrant whale's mythical status will increase its success rate by at least 10%. With the addition of a Hunyuan Wuji pill, the success rate approaches 50%. If one also factors in the 9th-tier floating continent origin energy tide, or the star continent origin energy tide, and 2-time chessboards, the success rate can be raised to 80% or even over 90%. Song Qi stared for a few breaths, then slowly nodded. A 10th-tier dragonback tyrant whale heart is indeed of great use to our Song family. This emperor will grant you 1 Hunyuan Wuji pill, but with a success rate of just over 10% compared to a 30% chance, the two are not worth the same. Also, 1 9th-tier and 3 8th-tier female dragonback tyrant whales, how about that? Pei Xingkong's face instantly flashed with ecstasy and excitement upon hearing this. He bowed deeply. "Of course, thank you, Your Majesty. The Pei family will always be grateful." Then, the Xianxin Heavy Industry Group, the Gong family, and other factions also presented their items, though none of them caught Song Qi's eye. Finally, it was the turn of Tan Renhong, the representative of the Tianning Tan family. His expression was solemn as he carefully removed a piece of wood core, about arm length, from his storage space. The wood core was a dark golden color, yet exuded a strange warmth and vitality. The moment the tree heart appeared, the temperature in the entire reception hall seemed to rise slightly. A pure, strange energy wave, seemingly nourishing the vitality of all things, permeated the air. Even subtle golden lines swirled across its surface, creating a mysterious and extraordinary aura. Tan Renhong's voice was filled with immense solemnity. "Your Majesty, our Tianning Tan family has stumbled upon this rare treasure. It is the heart of a mythical star plant. I have heard that Your Majesty has been collecting such hardwoods, and I offer it to you." Tan Renhong was unsure of the specific details of the star plant heart in his hand. His only certainty was that the original owner of this hardwood was definitely not an ordinary 10th-tier star plant. Compared to Tan Renhong, the recently promoted superdimensional captain, Song Qi, the master of the Zhutian market, clearly had a much broader vision. With a casual wave of his hand, a vast radiance of mythical phantom energy instantly engulfed the entire hall. Immediately, the heart of the starry sky plant in Tan Renhong's hand levitated and quickly passed into Song Qi's grasp. The shadow of his double pupils flickered as he rapidly analyzed the heart before him. After several dozen breaths, Song Qi's eyes gleamed. Under the expectant gaze of several immortal leaders, he said calmly, "It should be the remaining heart of an 11th level peak starry sky plant. The starry sky extreme sunflower, which perished after a failed attempt to reach the 12th level transcendent realm. Although this object's spiritual life was damaged by the failed attempt, it was still a remnant of a starry sky plant that had reached the 12th level transcendent realm. The life energy contained within it still surpassed that of most 11th level peak starry sky plant heartstones, and its value was even greater than that of the 10th level dragon spine tyrant whale heart." After hearing the explanation, Tan Renhong quickly stood up and bowed to Song Qi, saying, "I would like to exchange this for a Hunyuan Wuji pill. Your Majesty, I hope you will grant me this." Song Qi had already made up his mind and, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. Yes. The tree heart left behind after failing to reach the 12th level after reaching the peak of the 11th level was undoubtedly valuable to him, who had always sought to reach the 10th level mythical level through the 9th level golden apple mother tree. Adding the 10th level Xinghai Tiankui heart he had previously obtained, it was safe to say that cultivating the golden apple mother tree in the secret realm would have a high probability of achieving a direct breakthrough. Tan Renhong breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him. He quickly bowed deeply again, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty. The Tianning Tan family will always remember Your Majesty's kindness." With this, the deal was sealed. With a wave of his hand, Song Qi launched 2 Hunyuan Wuji pills, enveloped in chaotic energy and densely covered with Dao patterns, emitting an intoxicating aura of the great Dao. They flew out, landing in the hands of Pei Xingkong and Tan Renhong, respectively. The two men carefully stored the divine pills, bowed respectfully once more, and then left the hall, filled with excitement and gratitude. The Lord of the Big Dipper and his companions, having failed to obtain their wish, could only bow and depart, feeling deeply disappointed. Silence returned to the hall. Song Qi toyed with a warm starry sky extreme sunflower heart in his hand, then glanced at the still faintly beating 10th rank dragon spine tyrant whale heart, his eyes gleaming. Although they had secured these 2 items, neither the dragon spine tyrant whale nor the golden apple mother tree could be used immediately. They would have to wait for the right moment. The dragonback tyrant whale is fine. The clan now controls nearly 300 river systems, many of which are nearing the threshold of advancement. With time, the clan will assist another peak level 8th level floating land in its push toward the 9th level. Then, leveraging the tidal energy of the 9th level floating land, the dragonback tyrant whale can attempt to reach mythical status. By comparison, the golden apple mother tree presents a much more complex challenge. With just 1 10th level and 1 11th level star plant heart, it's not guaranteed to succeed. After all, unlike flesh and blood creatures like the dragonback tyrant whale, the golden apple mother tree can't use the pure origin infinite pill. No, we need to find at least another 10th level heart. If possible, an 11th level heart would be even safer. I just don't know how long that will take. I hope we are lucky. Also, we need to continue acquiring high-level creature skeletons. The sooner the skeleton tomb breeds an 11th level bone giant, the Tianshu Sankong's combat power will be further enhanced. Tianshu Continent, Dragon Spine Sacred Mountain, Dragon Whale Ancestral Hall. This ancient hall, bearing the Song family's glory and heritage for over 20,000 years, appeared exceptionally solemn and majestic today. The space within the hall had long been expanded by the supreme spatial laws, becoming as vast as the stars. An endless chaotic mist filled the air, completely isolating the space inside and outside. At this moment, within the hall, divine light shone brilliantly, and powerful auras intertwined, converging into a mighty pressure powerful enough to make the galaxy tremble. Over 500 figures, arranged in order of strength, sat on the suspended starry thrones. Each of them was at least a 7th rank Star Destroyer captain, the true backbone and core strength of the Song family. At the very top of the hall, atop the immortal throne carved with the patterns of the origin of the universe, Song Qi, dressed in casual attire, gazed calmly down at the assembled clan elites below. Though he didn't deliberately exude an aura of dominance, his very presence was the absolute core of this world, as if a single thought could determine the fate of the starry sea. Slightly below Song Qi, on his left stood transdimensional Captain Song Yin, and on his right stood the family's founding ancestor, Galaxy Captain Song Wujiang. Below them stood the current head of the Song family, also one of the clan's numerous galaxy captains, Song Yiming. Following them were the 8th rank galaxy captains, represented by Song Xiwan, Song Xingru, Xin Yuran, and Song Hanyu, and the rest were over 600 7th rank Star Destroyer captains. This lineup already surpassed the vast majority of the immortal giants of the Xinhua civilization. It could be said that the Song family now possessed a touch of the aura of the celestial pillar imperial family. Silence! Song Yiming's steady voice, imbued with Captain Xinghe's will, instantly echoed throughout the vast palace. The subtle chatter instantly died down, and all the clan members' gazes turned upward, filled with awe, excitement, and pride. "I gathered you all today," Song Yiming said, his voice booming as he surveyed the room. "First, to celebrate our Tianshu Song clan's official ascension to the throne of the Tianzhu imperial family, our Tianshu divine court standing tall in the vast universe of stars. Second, we must conduct a comprehensive review and inventory of our current Song clan heritage. Only by gaining clarity can we better envision the future and safeguard this boundless territory for civilization. Now, I will read out the combined statistics of all clan halls. As of now, the total strength of our Tianqiu Song clan has been aggregated. As his words fell, a vast curtain of light descended from the dome of the hall, upon which a dense yet clearly organized golden text began to emerge, each character imbued with a vast stream of information. Song Yiming's voice then rang out, synchronizing with the screen's contents. First, regarding bloodline population, our Song family's direct bloodline members now span the 292 galaxies under the Divine Court, totaling over 120 billion. Among them, the proportion of captains who carry on the torch increases year by year, and a new generation of exceptionally talented individuals continues to emerge. Although the vast majority of our clan members lack the qualities of a captain, with a base numbering hundreds of billions, the number of geniuses born is still considerable. This is the foundation of our family's continued success. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the many captains in the audience flashed with pride. Second, top combat power. 1/10th tier mythical immortal ship, Tianqiu Sangqiong, commanded by Qi Zhu, the 5th human emperor and lord of the Divine Court. 1/10th tier enslaved mythical creature, mythical Azura. 1/9th tier transdimensional mothership, commanded by transdimensional captain Song Yin. At this point, all the clan members below involuntarily cast their gazes of fanaticism and awe at Song Qi, standing at the top, and Song Yin beside him. These two were the absolute cornerstones of the Song clan, the symbols of the pillars of civilization. 11 8th-tier galaxy ships, commanded by Song Wujiang, Song Xiwan, Song Xingru. 638 7th-tier star destroyers. The names of their masters have been entered into the clan hall's computer system, so I won't read them out here. The over 600 7th-tier captains in the audience were thrilled. This number far surpassed those of the immortal great clans. Third, strategic resources. 3 large, renewable titanium crystal veins. A low exclamation echoed from the audience. Large, renewable titanium crystal veins are invaluable, the lifeblood of the massive Xinhua warships on-board components. 15 medium-sized renewable titanium crystal veins. 69 small-sized renewable titanium crystal veins. In addition, various levels of floating land origin, special energy crystals, dominant true spirits reserves, various shipborne components, and special shipborne resources. The specific numbers have been kept on a top-secret list, accessible only to core members of the clan. Fourth, territory and vassalage. Directly ruled river systems, 292. Subordinate to the Tianqiu Divine Court, directly governed by the Song family. Captive alien races, ancient monsters, over 1 million, star robbers, over 5 million, star sea giant apes, over 1 million, and countless other mid and low-level alien races. Slave alien life lands, resource secret realms, and resource lands. The exact number is top secret, but their output accounts for approximately 20% of the family's total resource income. Behind each and every piece of cold data lies a breathtakingly vast power and profound foundation. Every Song family captain present felt their heart surge and their blood boil. They knew full well the power and authority these numbers represented. From the remote Dragon Spine continent to the 5th pillar royal family, which now controlled nearly 300 river systems and dominated the vast starry sea, what a leap this was. Song Yiming's voice finally rose. The above is the general outline of the current foundation of our Tianqiu Song clan. It is the result of the joint efforts of all clan members, and it is also the result of basking in the glory of the Lord of the Divine Court. However, the starry sea is vast, and powerful enemies surround us. We must not slack off in the slightest. Today's review is not for complacency, but to recognize our own strengths and to examine our own shortcomings. I urge you to remember that the fate of our clan depends on each of us. We must diligently cultivate and strive for progress. Only then can we live up to the name of the Tianqiu Imperial Clan and forever defend Tianqiu and shine the torch. Forever defend Tianqiu and shine the torch. Below the stage, captains of rank 7 and above roared in unison. The sound was like a wave, shaking the entire Dragon Whale Ancestral Hall. The overwhelming fighting spirit and determination soared to the sky, as if it would penetrate the hall and resound throughout the starry sea. Song Qi, seated on the throne, finally nodded slightly, a hint of relief on his face. He slowly rose, needing no words. His gaze naturally became the sole focus of the audience. Good. That single word seemed to carry with it endless praise and hope, bringing this grand clan meeting, a gathering of the clan's spirit, and a review of their assets, to a successful conclusion. After this meeting, the Song clan's vast war machine would expand into the vast expanse of the starry sea with a clearer goal and a high morale. Chapter 893. Shutian Market, Market Day, 3rd floor of the Market Inn. Click. With a crisp sound, the door of a market room burst open, and the next second, a short, green-skinned creature with triangular eyes emerged. At first glance, it looked ordinary, even a bit shabby. But what outsiders didn't know was that the seemingly ordinary creature was one of the earliest residents of the Shutian Market. After 20,000 years of immense benefits provided by the Shutian Market, the former Goblin Luke had already risen to the ranks of a 7th-rank overlord. Within the Silver Goblin Empire, he was hailed as a great being, a goblin god in the eyes of tens of billions of silver goblins. However, compared to the arrogance and complacency that had always graced his face over 10,000 years ago, Luke had become much more low-key over the past 10,000 years. There's no way around it. Anyone who witnessed the Origin Star's arrival, the tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of 8th and 9th-tier Overlord-level aliens gathered in the Shutian Market, would instantly have their smug feeling of reaching the 7th tier vanished. However, compared to the past, Luke seemed different today. Unconcealed joy shone from the depths of his triangular eyes. After leaving the Market Inn, he sprinted straight for the rare item exchange shop. Reporting to the Great Market Lord, Luke has some information regarding the mission you issued 300 years ago. Collect mythical star plant hearts or related information. In the market sky, in an elusive region below, the mythical immortal battleship, the Tianxu Sangqiong, hovered quietly. Inside the battleship's main control room, Song Qi, who had been in seclusion on the level 109 psionic training platform, suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. The information Luke the Goblin shared immediately caught his attention. With only a few thousand years remaining until the Batian ruins collapse, the sooner the Golden Apple Mother Tree can be promoted to the 10th level, the more likely it is that several more rounds of 10th level Golden Apples will be produced. This is also the key to the continued surge in the combat power of the Tianxu Sangqiong. After all, having just been promoted to a mythical immortal ship, it's impossible to reach the 11th level mythical origin ship in such a short time. To further enhance the combat power of the Tianxu Sangqiong, the only option is to explore other avenues. Keep talking. Inside the rare item exchange shop, Luke's heart skipped a beat. He didn't dare waste any more time, and quickly explained, "Your Excellency, this story begins with the beginning of the interstellar colonization era of our Silver Goblin Empire. Over the past 20,000 years, as the Empire has continuously expanded and explored the surrounding star regions, the territory under its control has become increasingly astonishing. However, not long ago, an extraterrestrial magical exploration fleet of our clan suddenly lost contact. We have determined that the star region where the exploration fleet lost contact is most likely related to a superstar plant." As he spoke, Luke gently waved his hand and retrieved an object from his magic energy storage ring. With a wave of his hand, the object in Luke's hand disappeared in an instant, reappearing in the main control room of the Tianxu Sangqiong. "Is this a wooden puppet?" Song Qi's brow furrowed as his eyes flickered to the wooden animal puppet in front of him. From what Luke had said, this beast-shaped puppet, or rather, beast-shaped wooden golem, was a special creature active in that star region. It was precisely because of these special puppets that Luke suspected the existence of a super-level star plant deep within that star region. That's right. This wooden golem does indeed contain a powerful aura of the life force of a star plant. It must be a mythical star plant without a doubt. Muttering, Song Qi didn't rush to reply to Luke. Instead, he frantically mobilized the power of the mythical entities within the Shutian Market, combined with his own 10th order mythical life form. With these two combined, he devoted himself to analyzing the deeper information within the wooden puppet before him. After dozens of breaths, he had completely analyzed the wooden puppet, revealing all its energies, origins, and laws. But he wasn't done yet. With a sudden thought, he instructed the Sky Intelligence computer to retrieve detailed information on all the star plant species in the current battleship database, and conduct a one-by-one comparison. In less than 2 minutes, Song Qi had locked onto one of these star plant species. Name: War Puppet Mother Tree. Class: Star Plant. Potential: extremely high. Description: this rare star plant possesses the ability to breed various war puppets. With sufficient resources, it can produce combat puppets one level higher than its own, not exceeding the major ranks of Star Domain Lord, Overlord, or Myth, creatures as terrifying as the Zerg Queen. Incomplete war puppet types: Star Beast Puppet, Four-Winged War Puppet, with Thorn Demon Puppet, Fortress Mother Puppet, Shadow Puppet, Self-Destructing Bee Puppet, Tree Stump Puppet, etc. Note: this star plant is extremely dangerous. If you encounter a war puppet mother tree of the same or higher tier, don't hesitate, just run. After reviewing the information recorded in the data, Song Chi's eyes narrowed. From the information before him, it was clear that this war puppet mother tree was definitely the most formidable, especially at the mythical level. Though hesitant, he quickly replied to Luke. Yes, before the end of this trading day, quickly build a transmission platform. You won't have to worry about it later. As a reward, you can choose any item of tricolor quality or lower from the item exchange shop. Thank you, sir. Luke was instantly overjoyed. Without further delay, he hurried back to the inn and headed to the Silver Goblin Empire Star region to build the Subjetian teleportation platform. Despite this quick response, Song Chi remained uneasy. He was debating whether to truly pursue the war puppet mother tree. After a moment's hesitation, he quickly shook his head. Never mind, let's explore the war puppet mother tree later. If it's only a rank 10 war puppet mother tree, we can give it a try, but if it's higher, we have to wait and see. With the Tianqiu Sangqiong's current combat power, it's not impossible to fight an ordinary rank 11 war puppet mother tree, but the risk is significant, and Song Chi is unwilling to take it. 3 months later, it was still the Zhutian market. Song Chi's brows furrowed. Just now, the warship clone he had sent to the Silver Goblin Empire, using its level 120 enhanced 3 realms 5 elements certificate, had successfully glimpsed the situation of the war puppet mother tree. However, the results weren't particularly promising. While the war puppet mother tree hadn't yet reached level 11, it was already at the peak of level 10. Crucially, it had spawned 2 level 11 golden horn giant whale war puppets, and over a dozen level 10 wooden puppets. It was definitely no pushover. This discovery undoubtedly put Song Chi in a difficult position. The opponent's mediocre strength perfectly distorted the 2 plans he had previously devised. But he reconsidered and quickly made a decision. If the skeleton tomb can complete the breeding of an 11th level bone giant, then with 2 level 11 bone giants, a mythical Azura, and 2 sky ruined skyships, it seems we can defeat them. Besides, Song Chi thought of another point. If the market can also be promoted to the 10th level before this, the chances will be even better. Thinking of this, Song Chi recalled the Tianqiu Sangqiong and left the market. After returning to the Tianqiu continent, he summoned another warship and headed straight for the Xinxia continent, the ancestral land of the Xinxia Imperial Dynasty. Xinhua Human Galaxy Community, Xinxia Imperial Dynasty, Xinxia Continent. Jiang Yuan, how is the refining of those 4 11th level mythical alien corpses going? In a secret room in the Tianzhu Jiang family, Song Chi, who had just arrived, got straight to the point. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan shook his head. The mythic blood within the corpses of the 11th rank alien race is incredibly difficult to extract. Even now, it would likely take over 1,000 years to complete the extraction of the first alien race corpse. 1,000 years? Song Chi's mood suddenly soured. This time frame wasn't a huge deal for a mythic captain, but it was hard for him to accept. After all, the deadline for the Battle of the Heavenly Will was approaching, and they were running out of time. After pondering for a moment, he made a unique proposal. Could you please give me a single 11th rank corpse? I'd like to see if I can extract it in a different way. The 5 of them had contributed greatly to the battle at Human Emperor City, so Jiang Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse his request. Soon, the Chaos Giant Elephant corpse was transferred to Song Chi. Now that we have the Chaos Giant Elephant's corpse, all that's left is the market's advancement. Song Chi's idea was simple: to expedite the advancement of the Zhutian market. He judged that the market's advancement from Tier 9 to Tier 10 was a major one, and the increase in mythical power would undoubtedly be even greater, at least from Tier 10 to Tier 11. Then, with the market's blessing, he could easily complete the refining of the Chaos Giant Elephant's corpse. After extracting the mythic source blood, the Chaos Giant Elephant's corpse could be deposited into the skeleton tomb to accelerate the development of the 11th level skeleton giant. With a plan in mind, Song Chi didn't delay any further. After returning to the Divine Court, he devoted himself to the Zhutian market, striving to accelerate its advancement. One day, over 90 years later, after another market trading day concluded, Song Chi, solitary and soaring above the market sky, quickly opened the Zhutian market's attribute panel. Name: Zhutian Market. Level: LV99. Upgrade requirements: 1,000 strands of floating land essence. 9th level, 10 strands of floating land essence. 10th level, market trading volume of 4.5 million strands of 9th level floating land essence. 4, 520, 890/4, 500, 000, 1 9th level sovereign true spirit, 1 mythic soul. With the core members of the family aggressively increasing their trading volume, within 100 years, all the requirements for advancement to the Jution market had been fully met. Upgrade conditions met. Upgrade now? Song Chi stared at the prompt on the panel, anticipation flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, upgrade. Instantly, the entire Jution marketplace shook violently. Above the sky, countless law symbols emerged from thin air, interweaving into a vast network covering the entire market. Buildings across the market began to undergo earth-shaking changes. As the market's laws transformed into rules, their essence was also undergoing a transformation. Jution marketplace begins its advancement to the 10th level. The power of the mythical status is transforming. The current time required for advancement is 10 years. Feeling the loud rumblings coming from beneath the market, the various shops automatically expanded, their interior space expanding several times over, and their number skyrocketing exponentially. The 10-year advancement timeframe was a bit unexpected, but acceptable, considering it was a major advancement. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. When he reappeared in the Jution market, Song Chi could clearly sense that his control over the market had dramatically improved. Even more surprisingly, the market's reach had expanded many times over. Of course, the most crucial factor lay in the immense power of the mythic rank that permeated the market. Without even needing to examine the market's specific attributes, he could sense the mythic rank's influence, which was over 100 times stronger than before. In the market's sky, Song Chi closed his eyes, sensing the transformation. When he opened them again, the answer seemed to be in his eyes. It's indeed the power of the 11th rank mythic rank. And it seems not just an ordinary 11th rank, but peak 11th rank. Thinking of this, he didn't even bother to check the market's new attribute panel. Instead, he unhesitatingly retrieved the 11th rank Chaos Giant Elephant's corpse and activated the power of the market's rank. A brilliant beam of light descended from the sky, completely enveloping the Chaos Giant Elephant's corpse. The power of the peak 11th level mythic personality extracted the 11th level mythic corpse with astonishing speed. In just 6 months, the drop of 11th level mythic source blood within the Chaos Giant Elephant's corpse was extracted, leaving only a pile of bones lingering with the pressure of the 11th level mythic power. Mythic source blood extraction complete, the remaining 11th level mythic bones began to be injected into the bone tomb. The remaining corpse was poured into the worship component bone tomb, instantly causing the colorful component to vibrate violently. Countless bones frantically converged, and the formation of the 11th level bone giant gradually became complete, emitting a heart-pounding vibration. Song Chi observed all this with satisfaction. He knew that with just a short period of time and a small amount of 10th level mythic bones, the 11th level bone giant would be fully formed. At that time, with the power of the 11th level mythic personage having been promoted to the 10th level, CM Market would have a greater than 90% chance of directly capturing the war puppet Mother Tree. His wandering thoughts gradually returned, and Song Chi immediately turned his attention back to the attribute panel of the 10th level Jution market. He was still very curious about the changes that would occur in the 10th level market. Name, Jution market. Level, LV 100. Just as he clicked on the market's attribute panel, before he could examine it carefully, Song Chi suddenly snorted. The fire seat deep within the ancestral acupoint between his eyebrows trembled slightly. An urgent message had arrived from the ancestor Song Wujiang. Song Chi could only forcefully avert his gaze. In a flash, he disappeared back into the Jution market. Tianshu Continent, Dragon Spine Divine Mountain, Dragon Whale Temple. As soon as Song Chi appeared, his gaze was immediately drawn to the black star core shimmering with multicolored light in Song Wujiang's hand, and he could not move his gaze away. He did not recognize this star core at first. What made him feel so strange was the violent vibration coming from the mini Tianshu Sanqiong in the Xinhua Zuqiu. Chapter 894. Neutron Star Remains. This was the first thought that came to Song Chi's mind, but then he thought it wasn't right. Ordinary neutron star debris wouldn't emit a miraculous light, let alone a multicolored light. This confusion didn't last long. Since it was difficult to confirm, he simply quickened his pace. Soon, the ancestor Song Wujiang gave the final answer. This is a neutron star origin remains, a multicolored artifact transformed from the vast majority of the essence of a complete neutron star from the multiverse era. It seems to be of great use to you. Song Chi smiled and nodded. Since it was a miraculous object transformed from the majority of the essence of a complete neutron star, his previous guess was correct. The agitation within the Xinhua ancestral acupoint was most likely caused by the neutron star remains. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. If this were the case, the neutron star core armor would likely complete the transformation from 5-color to 7-color quality. For the upcoming battle with the war puppet Mother Tree, this would undoubtedly further enhance the already impressive combat power of the Tianqiu Sangqiong. Without further thought, Song Qi summoned the Tianqiu Sangqiong in front of his ancestor, Song Wujiang, and then, without hesitation, fused the neutron star origin remains with the neutron star core armor. Under the continuous shimmering of brilliant light, the 5-color light emanating from the neutron star core armor components transformed completely into 7-color. Seeing this, Song Qi quickly clicked on the component's properties. Neutron star core armor level 110. Quality: Color/Ultra. Trait 9. Neutron origin high-dimensional mimicry. Neutron origin high-dimensional mimicry consumes 500 million psionic energy points to activate the neutron essence power deep within the armor, instantly allowing the equipped warship to enter high-dimensional mimicry mode. For the next 4 seconds, the warship becomes invincible and immune to all damage from the primary high-dimensional level and below. The cooldown period is fixed at 10,000 years. Looking at the newly added Trait 9, Song Qi's eyes lit up with visible excitement. Although both were invincible traits, unlike the black hole domain of the black hole evolution layer, the current 3-color black hole evolution layer could only withstand attacks up to the 11th level, and even then only for a measly 1 second. It would be even more difficult to maintain its invincibility against attacks from a 12th level transcendent. This neutron origin high-dimensional mimicry was different. Not only did it originate from the 7-color neutron star core armor, it also explicitly stated that it could defend against all attacks from the primary high-dimensional level and below. Although he wasn't clear on the specific meaning of primary high-dimensional, Song Qi knew that the Chaos Divine Continent itself was only a semi-high-dimensional realm, and the primary high-dimensional level would obviously be higher. As such, the neutron origin high-dimensional mimicry trait was 99% sufficient to withstand attacks from a 12th level transcendent. This alone was sufficient. Pondering, Song Qi hurriedly upgraded his upgraded neutron star core armor to level 120. Besides the armor's inherent protection, the duration of the neutron origin high-dimensional mimicry trait also increased from 4 seconds to 5 seconds, a significant improvement. After handling this matter, he returned to the Zhutian market, this time free from other distractions. Soon, the upgraded Zhutian market's attributes appeared before his eyes. Name: Zhutian Market. Market Owner: Song Qi. Level: LV 100. Specifications: 1.5 billion kilometers x 1.5 billion kilometers. Basic configuration: 5 million shops, 200 million kilometers x 200 million km street stall area, 1 4-story inn, 1 LV99 full attribute training room, doubles efficiency when practicing psionic energy, 1 LV99 psionic protection array, 1 LV99 ultra-long-range space portal random launch platform. 10th level spiritual machine synthesis platform, 10th level rare item origin modification station. 1 good platform, 1 level 99 teleportation platform. Additional equipment: secondary dimensional barrier, black, level 90, 9th level bloodline baptism platform, black, divine kingdom mission platform, black, level 90, 1140 seconds. Feature: escape, can move freely in the void, avoiding natural disasters in the dark. Feature 2, spatial anchor, can set 9 coordinate anchor points in any star field in the shattered star sea. Feature 3, mythic status, possess mythic powers while in the market. Feature 4, mind control, even in the outside world, one can maintain absolute control over the market. Feature 5, world anchored space gate, every 100 years, the system can automatically anchor and connect to a star-sea life land of a level not higher than the market's own. The connected space gate can last up to 24 hours. Feature 6, Dao Origin Totem Pole, the market master can actively consume a Dao Origin Totem Pole to temporarily raise the power of the mythical status of the All Heavens market by half a level for 30 minutes. Dao Origin Totem Pole. 1 strand can be restored automatically every 10,000 years, and a maximum of 5 strands can exist simultaneously. Feature 7, Inner World, after reaching the 10th stage, the Zhutian market can fully merge with the market master, creating an inner world within the main body of the market to house the Zhutian market. From then on, with the blessing of this inner world, the market master can unleash the full power of the market's mythical status. Required for upgrading: 100 strands of floating land essence, 10th stage, a market transaction amount of 100,000 strands of 10th stage floating land essence, and 1 mythical soul. Inner World. His gaze fixed on this newly added trait 7, A long unseen flicker of astonishment flashed across Song Chi's eyes. In other words, in the future, the Zhuetian market will be completely integrated with me, and the power of this chaos artifact will be completely transformed into my own might. Without a doubt, this was the trait he had always dreamed of. For the past 20,000 years, although he had only needed to use his mind to activate the Star Sea market order within his Xinhua acupoint, allowing him to enter the market in an instant, no matter how short the time, it still required a certain amount of buffering. If he encountered an enemy far superior to himself, he could be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Now, as long as the fusion was complete, these problems would no longer be a problem. With the power of the peak 11th level myth, even a covert attack from a 12th level transcendent would be enough to buy him time to enter his inner world. Besides that, there weren't many other changes. Aside from the addition of another spatial anchor point, the market's area had increased. All attribute training room LV-100 psionic protection array LV-100 ultra-long range space gate random deployment platform LV-100 teleport platform LV-100. While quickly upgrading all the basic equipment in the market to the 10th level, Song Chi himself quickly arrived at the Rare Item Origin Improvement Platform. Name: Rare Item Origin Improvement Platform. Level: LV-100. Effect 1. Place a rare item of any quality, up to 3 colors, on the improvement platform. Consume a certain amount of psionic points to transform the item into a rare item essence of the corresponding quality. Effect 2. Consume a rare item essence of any quality to extract a specific attribute from a higher quality rare item / shipborne component, transforming it into a trait entry. Effect 3. Consume a rare item essence of any quality to merge a specific attribute entry with a higher quality rare item / shipborne component, replacing a specific attribute of the component as desired. Effect 4. Consume 10 pieces of the same quality rare item essence and fuse them into one piece of rare item essence of a higher quality. According to the various effects of this rare item essence improvement platform, it can now transform 3-color rare item essence, synthesize 5-color rare item essence, and modify the specific properties of 7-color Star Sea rare items. To this end, a faint light flashed between Song Chi's brows, and he retrieved the previously replaced Mythic Pulse Energy Shield component. This tricolor energy shield was naturally far inferior to the current White Hole Aura Sky Support Shield, but its characteristic 6, Mythic Pulse Wave, was a top-tier characteristic, capable of interrupting the attack energy storage of a designated unit. Song Chi had always wanted to replace it with a White Hole Aura Sky Support Shield. Previously, the market was only at the 9th level, and could only be used on 5-color components at most, which was why he hadn't taken action. The reason he was hesitant now was simply that replacing or modifying the characteristics of the 7-color White Hole Aura Sky Support Shield component would require at least one 5-color level Wonderful Item Essence. The Wonderful Item Origin Improvement Platform was currently only at the 10th level, and could not directly convert 5-color Wonderful Item Essence. Therefore, it could only be synthesized using 10 tricolor essences, which meant Song Chi needed 10 tricolor Wonderful Items. Even with Song Chi's current wealth, the cost of 10 tricolored artifacts was a bit painful. Luckily, during his previous 10,000-year exploration of the origin star, he had obtained numerous rare items from those who temporarily used the market tokens, including many tricolored artifacts. After a brief hesitation, Song Chi waved his hand, and the next second, 10 of the least popular colored, lower-tier artifacts from the artifact exchange shop appeared out of thin air in his hand. Among them was a black artifact, bringing the total to 11 artifacts, all ordinary Star Sea artifacts that couldn't be transformed into shipboard components. Using the artifact essence transformed from the black artifact, he extracted the characteristic terms of the Mythic Pulse Wave. Then, Song Chi sent each of the 10 tricolored artifacts to the Origin Refinement platform, combining the 10 tricolored artifact essences into a single strand of 5-colored artifact essence. Afterwards, Song Chi temporarily uninstalled the White Hole Halo Sky Shield without any damage. White Hole Aura Sky Shield Level 120. Quality: Color/Extreme. Attribute: Energy Shield Protection Value increased by 520%. Attribute 2. Energy Shield Value increased by 520%. Attribute 3. True Defense. Attribute 4. The White Hole Aura constantly enhances the energy shield. When attacked, it absorbs 80% of the damage dealt. Attribute 5. The White Hole Aura constantly absorbs Wandering Star energy, continuously replenishing the energy shield. When the shield is damaged, it automatically regenerates 7% of its maximum shield value per second. Attribute 6. As long as the battleship's energy shield remains intact, The wandering star energy absorbed by the white hole aura continuously enhances the battleship's hull strength. Attribute 7, Double Energy Shield. Attribute 8, White Hole Vortex. Attribute 9, White Hole Overclocking Shield. Looking at the 9 attributes of this colorful energy shield, Song-Chi hesitated for a moment, then replaced the original attribute 6 with the mythic pulse wave. He had been continuously improving the ship's strength, and had clearly felt the effects of this characteristic. While there was improvement, it was too slow. If it could be accumulated over millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years, there might be a significant improvement. But with the Batian ruins on the verge of collapse, where would he have the time for such a gradual improvement? After completing the replacement, Song-Chi turned his full attention back to the Zhution market. Next, he needed to complete the final step, fully integrating the Zhution market with himself, creating his own inner world. The nurturing of the 11th level bone giant in the skeleton tomb also required some time. Once he had fully integrated the Zhution market, he should have just enough time to catch up, and could then set out directly to meet the war puppet mother tree. His eyes closed instantly, and under his own control, his mind completely sank into the ancestral aperture of the fire. Deep within the ancestral aperture, somewhere above the colorful fire seed, the Star Sea market order, emitting an aura of eternity and mystery, suddenly shone with brilliance. In the past, it had simply hovered quietly, serving as a bridge connecting to the market. But now, it seemed to fully awaken, transforming into a brilliant core, resonating with Song-Chi's soul and his entire life source with unprecedented depth. Boom! It wasn't an actual sound, but a violent roar originating from the level of life, from the depths of his soul. Song-Chi felt his consciousness infinitely elevated, as if transcending the boundaries of time and space, merging perfectly with a vast and boundless world. It was a vast, mysterious world with a diameter of 1.5 billion kilometers. Within it, pavilions, towers, countless shops, and countless enslaved creatures roamed. Everything was reflected in his heart in every detail. From then on, he was this world, and this world was an extension of his body. The Zhution marketplace was no longer an external object, but a true part of him, a uniquely his own, a world within him he could carry with him, a world within him that could be realized with a single thought. The process unfolded smoothly, without a single lag. The moment the fusion was complete, Song-Chi could clearly feel a surge of boundless power enveloping him. It was the might of a peak 11th order myth. Even in the outside world, he could always draw upon this blessing from his inner world's mythic status. This meant that from now on, his regular combat power would remain constant at the peak of the 11th order, without the momentary delay he experienced upon entering the market. Facing any unexpected situation, he possessed absolute confidence and the necessary reaction time. Slowly opening his eyes, Song-Chi's visions of countless worlds arising and disappearing flashed through his visions. He sensed the vastness of the world within him, and the endless flow of mythical power, and a smile of satisfaction curled his lips. With another thought, his figure appeared beneath the turbulent spatial currents deep within the dark side of the void sea. He could sense that this vast, 1.5 billion kilometer world existed safely within an unfathomable dimension within his body, awaiting his summons at any moment. As for the terrifying void winds surrounding him, they were barely harmed by the protection of the 11th level peak mythical power within him. Next, it's time to get down to business. Chapter 895. A shattered starry sea, an unknown galaxy, within a region of eternally silent skies tens of millions of light years from the main continent of the Silver Goblin Empire, this day, the tranquility that had lasted for countless ages was completely shattered. In the pitch-black star region, where no other mythical creatures had entered for millions of years, 2 unknown warships suddenly appeared out of thin air. Both ships were colossal warships, each exceeding 20 billion kilometers in length. Instantly, as if a fuse had been lit, the once deadly starry sky erupted in a turmoil. Countless wooden puppet creatures of various shapes surged in from all directions, carrying a violent aura that seemed to tear everything apart. In a short time, they surrounded the 2 colossal warships. In the main control room of the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song-Chi stood quietly, his expression as usual, devoid of any emotion, as if he had anticipated the endless flow of puppets. Indeed, this was indeed the case. With the blessing of the level 123 Realms 5 Element certificate, he had already been controlling 2 Tianxu Sankong vessels, roaming the depths of this star region's void for over 6 months before his appearance. Over this period, he had already thoroughly understood every detail of the 10th level peak war puppet mother tree. The countless mid and high-level puppets now swarming were merely the most common puppet units bred by the Starry Sky Plant War Puppet Mother Tree. Looking past these densely packed mid and high-level puppets, at the far end of his vision, Song-Chi could vaguely discern the familiar, massive black shadow stretching across the galaxy. It was a giant, supergiant starry tree, nearly 100 billion kilometers tall, its dense roots deeply rooted in the vast starry sky, constantly absorbing the free energy from the surrounding galaxy. Empowered by the peak 11th level mythical power, Song-Chi's eyes flashed like cold lightning, easily piercing the barrier of the endless void and firmly locking onto the giant creature floating in the tides of starry sky energy. The War Puppet Mother Tree. With a 3 Realms 5 Element certificate, a top-grade concealment component, the two Tianqiu Sankung ships could have easily chosen to appear closer to the War Puppet Mother Tree if he had chosen. The reason they didn't do so was because the mythical War Puppet Mother Tree was surrounded by a very special mythical ancient tree domain. Once entering this mythical ancient tree domain, their combat power would be greatly limited. The two warships were currently located just outside this special domain. Swish, swish, swish. The number of mid and high-level puppets around them continued to increase, but Song-Chi paid no attention to them at the moment. Before their appearance, the high-damage cannons on the two warships had already fully charged, and by this point, the bows of the two warships were almost completely engulfed in a blazing white light. Boom, boom, boom. After several fierce roars, several annihilation beams shot out, heading directly for the location of the mythical War Puppet Mother Tree. However, despite the seemingly terrifying nature of these attacks, Song-Chi held little hope. Indeed, this was indeed the case. The annihilation beams were unable to even approach the War Puppet Mother Tree, being blocked from afar by the mythical ancient tree domain. Once the two sides made contact, a mythical-level energy explosion rapidly spread. Thankfully, the attacks Song-Chi unleashed were not ordinary attacks. They included not only the attack characteristics of the multicolored blood erosion destruction cannon, but also the high-dimensional particle beams of the high-dimensional particle collapse cannon. Crack, crack, crack. After the violent explosion, visible cracks appeared on the barrier of the mythical ancient tree's domain. Although it hadn't completely collapsed, it would surely not hold out for much longer if the bombardment continued. The War Puppet Mother Tree was clearly more aware of this. Empowered by the 11th level peak mythical power within its body, Song-Chi's double pupils clearly captured over a dozen black shadows, rapidly shooting towards it from the direction of the War Puppet Mother Tree. These dozens of massive black shadows emanated a terrifying aura of pressure. What else could they be but a dozen mythical puppets bred by the War Puppet Mother Tree? Seeing this, Song-Chi's mind raced. The white hole halo sky shield on the outer surface of the Tianqiu Sanqiong was like a brilliant aurora surrounding the galaxy. As energy flowed, countless miniature white holes seemed to be forming and extinguishing. Amidst this stellar spectacle, the Tianqiu Sanqiong and its mirrored hull simultaneously trembled, and the armor beneath the hull suddenly opened. Buzz! Crack! Two bone portals, constructed from the skeletons of countless high-level overlords and mythical creatures, suddenly burst open. Countless bone spikes erupted from them, and the terrifying power of death surged like a tsunami. Accompanied by soul-shaking bone grinding and roaring, two 11th level bone giants gradually solidified into form. Their bodies were pieced together from countless debris, their bones branded with ancient death patterns. The dark blue soul fire burning in their eye sockets instantly locked onto the distant War Puppet Mother Tree. The aura of death collided fiercely with the Mother Tree's majestic mythical ancient tree domain force field, and the invisible shockwaves expelled all the turbulent energy within countless light years. Crush them! Song-Chi locked eyes with the two 11th level Golden Horn giant whale war puppets charging in front, and gave the skeleton giant the order to attack. Roar! The two 11th level Golden Horn giant whale war puppets roared furiously in response to the two skeleton giants of the same level. Though nurtured by the wood elemental principles of the War Puppet's Mother Tree, their entire bodies appeared as if forged from a single block of dark gold, the very core of a devoured star. A cold metallic gleam flowed across their surfaces. The spiraling golden horns on their foreheads condensed a force of destructive force compressed to the extreme, transforming into two universe-shattering dark golden torrents that charged straight towards the two skeleton giants. The collision of four 11th level beings, at this moment, it felt like the Big Bang at the dawn of the universe. The shockwaves generated by the clash of pure power spread out in a spherical pattern, shattering the starry void wherever they passed, revealing the chaotic, void, and dark space hidden behind. The fiery sea spear and Rakshasa heaven-slaying sword in the hands of the skeleton giant clashed furiously with the metallic fangs of the golden-horned whale. Every collision unleashed sparks of energy powerful enough to extinguish stars, and fragments of bone and wood, even more metal than metal, exploded like interstellar dust. But at this moment, Song-Chi paid no attention to the battlefield between the four 11th level myths. The endless torrent of puppets surrounding them, seemingly receiving orders from the war puppet Mother Tree, launched a brazen attack on both the Tianxu Sangqiong and the Tianxu Sangqiong. Over 10 10th level mythical puppets, leading hundreds of thousands of high-level puppets and over a billion mid-level puppets, formed a devastating wave of legions, descending upon the two mythical immortal warships. The mythical star beast puppet opened its terrifying maw, a swirling black hole vortex deep in its throat, devouring all light and energy as it tore at the side of the Tianxu Sangqiong. The mythical four-winged war puppet transformed into four pure white streams that ripped through space and time. Their energy spears, accumulating the divine principle of piercing, pierced the warship's engines, gun muzzles, and other vital points. The mythical with thorn demon puppet body trembled violently. Billions of spikes tempered with the poisonous astral energy, and the laws of the wood element transformed into a dark green rainstorm that covered the star field, corroding everything and enveloping the two ships. The fortress mother puppet was like a moving war world, countless turrets rising from its surface, thousands of cannons roaring in unison, weaving a crossfire network capable of instantly vaporizing an entire galaxy. The shadow puppet blended into the dimensional shadows, like the deadliest assassins, seeking the moment their shields faltered. The self-destructive bee puppet swarmed like a golden death nebula, buzzing and self-destructing, transforming into scorching bolts of light, unleashing a saturation attack. The tree stump puppet silently entwined itself like a ghostly vine in the void. Wherever it entangled, space solidified, rules and laws stagnated, and it was extremely difficult to break free. Faced with this devastating siege, Song Qi's consciousness remained completely in sync with the two ships. Light of Judgment. The Tianxu Sangqiong's transdimensional orbital cannon. Light of Judgment roared. The rainbow-colored beam of judgment wasn't a simple burst of energy, it seemed to invoke the supreme laws of the shattered starry sea. Wherever the beam passed, everything vanished into nothingness. Dozens of massive 9th-tier fortress mother puppet, along with hundreds of surrounding high-level puppets, couldn't even struggle in this judgment light. They were completely obliterated at the atomic level, as if they had never existed. The mirror ship simultaneously unleashed its blood corrosion destruction cannon. A crimson beam swept across, sweeping across another cluster of puppets, severely damaged by the judgment light. The blood corrosion law instantly corroded the other puppets, their metal decaying, their energy structures disintegrating, and they transformed into rusty dust in the starry sea. Boom boom boom. The self-destructive bee puppet slammed fearlessly into the white hole halo's sky shield, exploding a dazzling and deadly explosion of energy. The energy shield surface shimmered with colorful light, absorbing and deflecting most of the impact. At the same time, the neutron star core armor dual gamma ray burst characteristic suddenly activated, blasting out two spiral storms of pure destructive energy that distorted time and space. In its path, the self-destructive bee puppets were annihilated, and the with thorn demon puppets' rain of poisonous stingers was reversed, vaporizing them. Several four-winged war puppets that hadn't been able to dodge were also caught in the storm, their shields instantly overloaded and their bodies torn apart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the white hole halo sky shield, utilizing its unique properties to frantically absorb damage, silently activated its other property, Mythic Pulse Wave, precisely disrupting the Mythic Fortress mother puppet charging its Galaxy Collapse cannon in the distance. Its energy core was instantly disrupted, charging was interrupted, and a violent explosion erupted from the muzzle. At the same time, the icy data stream detected by the Eye of Truth continuously streamed through Song Qi's sea of consciousness, instantly marking the stealth paths of all the shadow puppets. Instantly, the Mythic Ashura roared, and the heavenly fate-slashing sky sword in his hand swiftly slashed with a blade of cutting edge, precisely cleaving each shadow puppets as they emerged from the shadows with their claws. The Ashura's evil energy attached to the sword's edge madly eroded the opponent's bodies. In the distance, the mythical starry sky beast puppet rushed violently towards the Tianxu Sangqiong, but was suddenly restrained by the extracorporeal binding chain shot out by the binding immortal tow rope, successfully interrupting its charge rhythm. Following closely behind was the terrifying torrent of artillery fire from the Tianxu Sangqiong. The terrifying explosion practically permeated the entire star field, yet the Silver Goblin Empire scouts, hidden outside the star field, remained completely unaware of any abnormality. This was thanks to the two tricolored barrier screens Song Qi had cast ahead of time. The heaven sealing tower was quite effective. As for the reason, Song Qi simply didn't want to reveal that it was the Tianxu Sangqiong that had launched the attack. Otherwise, if Luke were to transmit the information back to the Xutian market, his claim to be the master of the Xutian market would be exposed. Although various factions within the Xinhua civilization were secretly speculating, it was still merely speculation, and no one could be certain. Naturally, Song Qi didn't want to expose himself prematurely. High above the battlefield, two skeletal giants roared, their broken bones rapidly regenerating under the laws of death. They tore off large swathes of the golden horned whale war puppet's armor, their death breath freezing the very air. The golden horned whale responded with a brutal charge, and a destructive beam erupting from its golden horn. The mirror image, the Tianxu Sanqiong, was the most frantic. It repeatedly withstood attacks with its hull, charging into the thick of the enemy, then unhesitatingly activated its self-destruct sequence. Each explosion was like a star exploding, clearing vast swathes of airspace and creating opportunities for its main body to fight. The Tianxu Sanqiong's main body was like a ghost, its 3 realms and 5 elements certificate causing it to alternately vanish into nothingness and reappear in another dimension. Compared to the mirror image worship, the time chessboard 12 Fates life and death chess ability was naturally avoided if possible. The mirror image worship's frenzied combat style, coupled with its seemingly invincible nature, caused the core consciousness of the distant war puppet Mother Tree to become extremely anxious and fluctuating. The brutal war of attrition continued, the number of puppets steadily dwindling. While the energy shields of the 2 mythic immortal warships were no longer as bright as they had been at the beginning, their hulls had never sustained any fatal damage. At a certain moment, the mythic ancient tree's domain finally shattered completely. Under Song Qi's deliberate control, the battlefield steadily inched closer to the location of the war puppet Mother Tree. Seeing this, the war puppet Mother Tree could no longer hide, its massive trunk suddenly split open, and the next second, a third 11th level 4-winged war puppet emerged from it. Song Qi remained unfazed. He had a backup plan. The mirror worship, having just recovered from its forced self-destruction, chose not to self-destruct again. Instead, it suddenly turned its attention to an 11th level golden horned whale war puppet, currently engaged in a battle with 2 skeletal giants in the sky. Replica of 12 life and death chess. Death. It still had the characteristics of the 12 life and death chess, but this time, instead of resurrecting life, it activated the power of death. The 12 Fates life and death chess wasn't just used for resurrection, it could also be used to annihilate a specific unit's vitality. Instantly, the vast life energy within the 11th tier golden horned giant whale war puppet was largely extinguished. In this situation, even though it lacked life itself, the drastic reduction in energy reduced its combat effectiveness by nearly 70%. Seizing this opportunity, at Song Qi's advanced signal, the skeleton giant across from him unleashed its sea-splitting spear. Bone Burial Heaven Slash. Chapter 896. Bone Burial Slash. Accompanied by the 11th tier bone giant's roar, emanating from the very essence of death, the sea-splitting spear in its hand, radiating a brilliant, multicolored light, suddenly erupted with an intensely dark radiance, slashing down towards the golden horned giant whale war puppet. This strike, channeling the entirety of the bone giant's divine power of death, further stirred the aura of death and silence that had lingered in the surrounding starfields for eons. Wherever the spear blade struck, space wasn't torn apart. Instead, it felt as if eons of time had instantly passed, plunging it into a state of utter death, transforming it into a realm of absolute nothingness and annihilation. The 11th tier golden horned giant whale war puppet, already emptied of most of its vitality, energy, by the death power of the 12 life and death chess, now faced this slash, the very embodiment of the law of death, leaving it virtually powerless to resist. Crack. Boom. The dark golden wooden trunk, strong enough to withstand the wrath of star metal, was easily cut open by the dark spear blade like butter under a hot knife. The energy circuits and rule runes that formed its core were instantly corroded and annihilated by the aura of death. The massive golden horned giant whale war puppet was split in two, its radiance rapidly dimming before it completely disintegrated, transforming into countless lifeless fragments of metal and wood, floating in the deadly void. An 11th level war puppet thus perished. Woo! In the distance, the war puppet Mother Tree let out an even more shrill and furious mental scream. The loss of an 11th level war puppet had dealt an unprecedented blow to its very foundations. Its massive body trembled violently, and the remaining golden horned giant whale war puppet and the newly emerged 11th level 4-winged war puppet launched an increasingly frantic attack, attempting to reverse the downward trend. But how could Song Qi give it a chance? Now, concentrate fire. Target. The other golden horned whale. The command came instantly. The Tianxu Sanqiong's transdimensional orbital cannon. Light of Judgment fully charged again. The colorful light of judgment descended like a divine punishment, precisely striking the golden horned whale war puppet locked in combat with another skeletal giant. At the same time, the mirror image of the Tianxu Sanqiong, having just deployed its life and death chess move, unhesitatingly unleashed its full naval firepower. The scarlet beams of its blood corrosion destruction cannon blasted simultaneously, while high-frequency particle beams from the gamma-ray burst pierced through the air like crazy. Bang, boom, boom. The golden-horned whale war puppet, already struggling to hold its own, was instantly dazed by the sudden concentrated fire. The light of judgment tore through large sections of its armor, and the blood corrosion force corroded its internal structures. However, inflicting heavy damage, or even outright killing, on this 11th-tier mythical puppet was clearly impossible, unless the mirror battleship activated its 12 lives chess of life and death strategy once more. This was precisely what Song-Chi had in mind, but the newly emerged 11th-tier four-winged war puppet was even faster. In a short time, it had already crossed the vast expanse of space and arrived at the battlefield. Swish, 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 with the waving of its four frigid wings, for terrifying spatial rifts pierced the mirror battleship, seemingly attempting to prevent it from continuing to unleash its previous unknown weakening tactics. Huh? In the Tianqiu Sankong control room, Song-Chi, whose main body had already retreated to the Zutian market, sneered. Completely ignoring the four rapidly spreading spatial rifts towards the mirror battleship unhesitatingly activated its 12 lives chess of life and death feature. Naturally, the force of death was still directed at the unicorn war puppet. Boom! Two powerful mythical explosions erupted once again in the starry sky, but this time, not only the unicorn puppet was damaged, the mirror battleship's hull was also ravaged by the direct impact of four spatial cutting blades. It was only recently that the neutron star core armor evolved to 7-color quality. If it had remained 5-color, these four cutting blades would have likely cut the mirror battleship into 5 pieces. However, even so, after withstanding the full force of this 11th level energy attack, the mirror battleship's combat power was dwindling. Song-Chi decided to go all out and launch the mirror battleship's 5th self-destruction. Counting the 2 dead pieces, the original 11/12ths of the 12 life and death chest was now reduced to only 4/12ths. But this was just the mirror battleship, and Song-Chi felt no pity. Buzz buzz buzz. Not long after, violent spatial fluctuations reverberated through the void, and the mirror battleship revived once more. By comparison, the other golden-horned giant whale war puppet wasn't so lucky. The bone giant battling it seized the opportunity of its greatly reduced power, slashing its sharp bone claws at its energy core. Overhead, the newly emerged 11th level four-winged war puppet was about to offer support, but was rudely intercepted by another bone giant. The balance of power on the battlefield began to tilt completely. Song-Chi's eyes were icy as he controlled the Tianqiu Sangqiong, darting through the sea of puppets. His 3 realms 5 elements voucher made the warship like a ghost, always appearing in the most lethal position. Every roar of the ship's guns cleared a large area of low and mid-level puppets. Compared to the 11th level battlefield overhead, the situation on the ordinary battlefield below was clearly more clear-cut. The 10th level mythical puppets, already reduced to a single digit, were no match for the 2 Tianqiu Sangqing ships, let alone the mythical Azura. Amidst this chaotic battle, Song-Chi's gaze suddenly shifted, refocusing on the distant war puppet mother tree. Even the 11th tier four-winged war puppet, his ultimate trump card, had been pinned down, and he doubted the enemy had any further tricks. Additionally, the mythical ancient tree's domain had long since shattered, so his attention naturally shifted to the war puppet mother tree. However, he didn't intend to personally test it. Instead, he turned his gaze to the already damaged 10th tier four-winged war puppet at the edge of the battlefield. It had just dodged the aftermath of a gamma-ray burst, and was currently at a relatively vulnerable point. The opportunity was fleeting. Song-Chi's mind moved, and a multicolored light shone from the Tianqiu Sankong. The ring of heavenly power control, recently evolved into a multicolored form with the aid of the mirror image shedding of the sky-swallowing python, suddenly activated. Heavenly power control. An invisible and intangible wave, imbued with the principles of supreme control, transcended the transmission of energy and information, instantly crossing the battlefield. It ignored the mythical four-winged war puppet's own energy barrier and the slightly shaky spiritual connection to its mother tree, already damaged by its own damage, and directly penetrated its core control rune matrix. Buzz, the 10th level four-winged war puppet trembled violently, its wings stiffening. The dim light in its eyes flickered rapidly, chaotic, and the commands of its mother tree were forcibly overwritten and erased. The next moment, the mythical four-winged war puppet temporarily seized absolute control, executed a move that caught all units by surprise. It did not attack the nearest bone giant or Azura, nor the 2 warships. Instead, it frantically poured all its energy into the 4 wings of light behind it. Swish! Its speed instantly surpassed its limit, transforming into a flaming, space-warping streak of light. At suicidal speed, it slammed straight into the distant War Puppet Mother Tree main body. No! The War Puppet Mother Tree finally realized the enormity of the threat and let out a sharp mental roar, attempting to mobilize all surrounding puppets to intercept it, even attempting to forcibly destroy the four-winged War Puppet, but it was too late. A puppet completely controlled by the Ring of Heavenly Power Control would not stop unless physically destroyed instantly. Puff, boom, the flaming four-winged War Puppet, like a precision-guided annihilation bomb, slammed into the crack in the Mother Tree's trunk, a terrifying energy erupting from within. Swish, swish, swish. The War Puppet Mother Tree let out its most miserable, agonizing wail since the beginning of the battle. A massive hole was blasted through its massive trunk, and dark green energy slurry gushed out like blood. Its aura plummeted at a precipitous rate, nearly completely paralyzing the entire puppet army's command network. All the puppets' movements became stiff, sluggish, and even collided with each other. Seeing this, Song-Chi understood that the enemy had naturally run out of other trump cards, and the perfect moment for his final blow had arrived. The opportunity had arrived, and victory depended on this one move. A divine light flashed in his eyes, and without reservation, he fully activated the Ring of Heavenly Power Control's strongest enslavement power. Absolute enslavement. The vast and boundless law of enslavement transformed into a solid, shimmering, multicolored mark of enslavement. It surged through the blasted wound, the weakest point in the Mother Tree's defenses, and into the core essence of the severely damaged War Puppet Mother Tree, its consciousness nearly fading. The Mother Tree's struggles were feeble, its mental fluctuations, brimming with pain, anger, and resentment, extinguished like a flickering candle in the wind. Feeling this, Song-Chi felt a surge of intense joy. This time, despite the pain, he voluntarily consumed some of the time source fluid to reset the mythical shedding properties of the mirror image, the sky-swallowing python shedding, thereby evolving the Ring of Heavenly Power Control to a multicolored quality. His sole purpose was to test whether he could enslave the War Puppet Mother Tree. Although the clan also possessed a peak-level 8th rank Ancient Mother Queen, the Star Sea Zerg required too many resources to reproduce, and were vulnerable to hostility from the original Zerg Queens. In comparison, the War Puppet Mother Tree was clearly infinitely more valuable. Once enslaved, it could not only be transplanted into the cultivation secret realm, but it could also draw on the free energy of the Star Sea through its roots to replenish itself. Combined with the incredibly rapid flow of time within the cultivation secret realm, the Mother Tree's ability to breed puppets would undoubtedly be impressive. As Song-Chi waited, several minutes passed. At some point, the War Puppet Mother Tree will to resist completely dissipated, finally overtaken, and replaced by a sole mark of absolute obedience and irresistibility. This also meant that the peak-level 10th tier War Puppet Mother Tree was officially enslaved by the Ring of Heavenly Power, becoming Song-Chi's second mythical enslaved creature. A moment later, the battlefield suddenly fell into a dead silence. All remaining puppets simultaneously ceased their movements, like puppets without souls. The only remaining 11th tier Golden Horn Giant Whale War Puppet and the 11th tier Four-Winged War Puppet also hovered quietly in the void, the murderous gleam in their eyes completely extinguished. At the end of the field of vision, the massive War Puppet Mother Tree rooted in the starry sky slowly gathered all its violent energy. Its broken trunk lowered slightly, and towards the Tianqiu Sangqiong, it transmitted a faint but clear wave of thought, filled with awe and obedience. Master. From now on, your will is the meaning of my existence. Feeling the unwavering, absolute control deep within his soul, Song-Chi's tense mind finally relaxed. He gazed at the devastated yet completely controlled starry sky, a smile of relief and accomplishment curling his lips. This meticulously planned yet brutal interstellar war had finally ended in his complete victory. Not only had he cleared the greatest obstacle ahead, but he had also successfully enslaved a peak-level 10th tier War Puppet Mother Tree with immense potential. Feeling the gentle yet powerful will within his soul connection, Song-Chi's mind shifted, and he tentatively issued his first command: quickly gather all remaining puppets, calculate the casualties, and repair yourself. Yes, master. The War Puppet Mother Tree responded respectfully, and immediately, the blasted wounds on the enormous tree's trunk began to wriggle. Countless tiny roots intertwined like living creatures, drawing on the remaining energy in the void and slowly repairing themselves. At the same time, the scattered puppet remains and those intact puppets that had ceased their movements converged on the Mother Tree, as if drawn by an invisible force. They would be absorbed by the Mother Tree, transformed into nutrients for its own restoration or used as materials for the future nurturing of new puppets. The two 11th level Golden Horn Giant Whales and the Four-Winged War Puppets also quietly flew back, hovering on either side of the mother tree like loyal guards. Their damaged bodies also required time and energy to repair. Song-Chi's gaze swept across the starry sky, ravaged by the war. The shattered space was slowly repairing itself under the rules of the broken Star Sea Avenue, but the remaining violent energy and spatial cracks still spoke of the tragedy that had occurred. With a wave of his hand, the two bone giants completed their mission and slowly retreated into the skeleton tomb. After this battle, the integrity of the bone giants would likely drop below 90%, requiring a period of regeneration before they could be summoned again. The mythical Azura on the side also retracted his Dharma image and stood silently by, his wounds slowly healing under the surge of Azura's evil spirit. This battle was quite costly. Song-Chi pondered. The mirror battleships didn't matter to him. His main concern was the large number of mid- and high-level puppets destroyed in the recent battle, including 4 10th-level mythical puppets and an 11th-level golden horn giant whale war puppet. He wondered how long it would take to regenerate the war puppet mother tree. Thankfully, the enslavement was successfully completed. After all, the reward was greater. The value of this peak 10th level war puppet mother tree was far beyond imagination. It's not only a formidable combat force, but also a near-perfect puppet factory. Once transplanted into Cheatsong's secret cultivation realm number 004, and utilizing the time acceleration effect within the secret realm, it will be able to breed puppet armies at a terrifying rate. One can imagine that in the impending collapse of the Batian ruins thousands of years from now, if the Xinhua civilization is inevitably affected by the mythical chaos, this war puppet mother tree will become Song-Chi's, and indeed the entire Xinhua civilization's, greatest cannon fodder for cultivation. It could provide the civilization with a vast supply of core, even mythical-level combat power. As for the mythical star plant heart, the worst-case scenario is that they can simply continue searching for it. While this will delay the golden apple mother tree's advancement to the 10th stage, there's no other way around it. Compared to the golden apple mother tree, this 10th stage war puppet mother tree is every bit as valuable. Chapter 897. In eternally silent starry sky, an ancient starry tree towered, nearly 100 billion kilometers tall, its scattered roots stretching for countless light years. Near the tree's trunk, an equally impressive warship hovered quietly. At this moment, a faint light emanated from the warship, landing precisely on the tree's trunk. In the Tianqiu Songqiong control room, Song-Chi witnessed the unbearable traction speed and shook his head slightly. But there was no other way. The war puppet mother tree was simply too large. Even with the Tianqiu Songqiong, a similarly 10th-tier warship, and the active cooperation of the war puppet mother tree, it was difficult to move it easily. For this reason, this transplantation project consumed Song-Chi for several years. He patiently controlled the Tianqiu Songqiong, using his own 10th-tier psionic energy as a supplement, coordinating with the war puppet mother tree to shrink its roots and condense its essence. Finally, he painstakingly incorporated the massive main body of the war puppet mother tree into Cheatsong's cultivation secret realm number 004. Within the secret realm, a vast, exclusive area had long been carved out for this new resident. As soon as the roots of the war puppet mother tree touched the fertile soil of the secret realm, rich with the effect of time acceleration, they instinctively and frantically burrowed in, greedily absorbing the vast energy. The trunk, damaged by the forced transplant, began to repair itself at a visible speed, and a shimmering light once again flowed through the branches, heralding the imminent restart of this puppet factory. After properly placing this greatest trophy, Song-Chi left no time to steer the Tianqiu Songqiong, erasing any remaining traces of the previous interstellar war. After ensuring that the Silver Goblin Empire would be unable to find any further information, he returned to the Xinhua human civilization territory through the Shutian market. For over 200 years, Song-Chi traveled extensively across ancient star regions and forbidden areas, even conducting numerous interdimensional searches through the Shutian marketplace, including offering high bounties. His goal was clear: to find the heart of a mythical star plant, hoping to propel the golden apple mother tree to its final transformation. However, mythical star plants were incredibly rare, and despite Song-Chi's extraordinary skills and exceptional luck, several leads ultimately led to nothingness or preempted discovery. Just as he was considering offering a reward for a Hunyuan Wuji pill, an urgent message from within his family, transmitted across countless light years through the original Fire Source Seed Fire network, struck a chord with him. The message wasn't about the heart of a mythical star plant, but rather the male 9th-rank dragonback tyrant whale within his family's command. He had already reached the S-08 resource floating land, leveraging the opportunity offered by the floating land to advance and begin his assault on the 10th-rank mythical realm. Tianqiu Divine Court, the Second Fire River System Community. The once pinnacle 8th level floating land, S08, was now undergoing a profound transformation. Unparalleled energy gushed forth from its core, transforming into a rich tide of origin that engulfed the entire land. Law runes rained down, earth veins bulged, and the sky widened. Amidst this roar, the entire floating land was evolving towards a vaster, more stable form. It was ascending to a 9th level floating land. At the very center of this mighty tidal energy, at the deepest depths of the Earth's core, a gigantic whale, its size comparable to that of a lower level floating land, rose into the air, emitting a long, galaxy-shaking roar. It was none other than the Song family's 9th level dragon-backed tyrant whale. Its massive form hovered above the core light of the floating land's origin, drawing upon the vast energy emanating from the floating land's ascension and the medicinal power of the Hunyuan Wuji pill Song Qi had long ago bestowed upon it. Furthermore, having already ingested the 9 transformations golden body pill, his entire body was coated in an immortal, dark golden sheen, its 9 transformations golden body attributes activated to their fullest potential. The actual duration of this ascension wasn't long, but it caused the countless Song clan members watching this place to waver and hold their breath. After all, this matter hinged on the birth of the Dragon Spine Song clan's 3rd mythical unit. Roar! The Dragon Spine tyrant whale roared in agony and unyielding defiance. Its tough scales were constantly torn apart by the violent force of the rules that challenged its mythical status, but they healed rapidly under its powerful vitality and golden body. At this moment, he swallowed the mythical Dragon Spine tyrant whale heart, acquired from the Fuyapei clan, in one gulp. The vast energy of his bloodline burned furiously within him, transforming into the final thrust to assault the mythical barrier. The energy tide brought on by Fulu's ascension surged ever more fiercely, providing him with an endless supply of fuel. Even so, it only brought it closer to the mythical realm. Completely breaking through that barrier would remain a difficult task. As expected, after a brief moment, the terrifying aura surrounding the Dragon Spine tyrant whale suddenly dissipated, signaling its failure. Seeing this, Song Qi, who had been hiding nearby, controlled the Tianqiu Sanqiong and emerged. The 7-colored force of time circulated around the ship, and soon the small area of Earth's core centered around the Dragon Spine tyrant whale entered a state of time reversal. The previously wasted pure origin infinite pill and mythical Dragon Spine tyrant whale heart reappeared. At Song Qi's prompting, the 9th-rank Dragon Spine tyrant whale quickly swallowed the 2 items again and, taking advantage of the lingering tide of the floating land source energy, began its second attempt at mythical status. This time, with the experience of previous attacks, the Dragon Spine tyrant whale quickly regathered its previous might. However, this time, it did not wait, leveraging this energy, which had already reached its peak, to launch a direct attack on the mythical barrier within its body. An unknown amount of time passed, but finally, at the moment when the energy tide was about to end, the crisp sound of something shattering echoed from within the Dragon Spine tyrant whale. It was the mythical barrier. Buzz, a brand new, vast divine power, surpassing even that of the Lord, erupted from within its body. The Dragon Spine tyrant whale's body expanded further in this brilliant divine light. The dragon-like bone spurs on its back burst forth, with a sharp divine light that could tear through the sky. Its scales were covered with profound mythical patterns. As its huge eyes opened and closed, they contained the might of the birth and death of stars. 10th level myth, success. Congratulations, Qi Zhu. Congratulations, Jing Zhu. May heaven bless the Song clan, and add another myth. Instantly, the Song clan members, scattered across the floating continent and beyond, erupted in excitement. Cheers resounded through the heavens, and the news spread through the communication network to every corner of the divine court. Song Qi, silently protecting the clan, saw this, and a gratified smile spread across his face. The Tianqiu Song clan finally possessed a 3rd mythical level warrior, besides himself and the mythical Ashura. This was of extraordinary significance, marking a qualitative leap in the family's foundation. Even if he and the mythical Ashura were to travel far from the Xinhua territory for an extended period, the Tianqiu Song clan would have the confidence to dominate the entire Tianqiu divine court. The newly ascended Dragon Spine tyrant whale restrained the surging divine power surrounding him, slowly turning its massive head towards the Tianqiu Sankong, transmitting a clear and respectful wave of thought. My lord, thank you for the gift of the elixir and your protection. Tyrant, may you forever reign over the Tianqiu Star Sea. Song Qi nodded slightly, his voice echoing everywhere. Good. From today on, you will be the guardian beast of the Tianqiu Song clan. You will be given the title Overlord, and you will enjoy the highest respect in the clan. The mighty divine voice intertwined with the roar of the newly born mythical whale, heralding the arrival of a new era for the Tianqiu Song clan. However, Song Qi's gaze once again turned to the depths of the boundless starry sea. Rather, he was currently more concerned with the advancement of the Golden Apple Mother Tree. After returning to the Tianqiu continent with the Dragon Spine Overlord Whale, Song Qi re-entered the Zhutian market. He didn't use the Hunyuan Wuji pill as a bargaining chip to initiate a new bounty. Instead, he set his sights on a spatial anchor point in the market. The spatial anchor point outside the Transcendent City. He had always held a wary and repulsive attitude towards the Transcendent City. Song Qi couldn't quite articulate the specifics, but his instinct was to avoid too much interaction with it. The continued failure to find the heart of the mythical starry sky plant reminded him of this mysterious city of astonishing stature. Based on the information he had previously gathered in this Transcendent City, it was certain that the heart of the mythical starry sky plant could be found there. However, trading in this city required Transcendence contribution points, which was a bit of a hassle. After a moment's deliberation, Song Qi decided to visit the Transcendent City. Of course, he wouldn't go there himself, but would instead send one of his 8-star ancient demons to try. With his mind made up, he no longer hesitated. With a flick of his mind, an intelligent and sociable 8-star ancient demon, enslaved by the ring of heavenly power control, was summoned to his presence. After giving the ancient demon detailed instructions, he hesitated to immediately grant it too many resources. Instead, he sent it to explore the Transcendent City. If it truly found the mythical starry sky plant heart, it would be time to return. After addressing various questions, Song Qi activated the spatial anchor pointing to the perimeter of the Transcendent City. Buzz, space ripples rippled, and the figure of the 8-star ancient demon instantly vanished from the Tianqiu Sangqiong control room. He then absorbed it into his internal market, and then reappeared through the market to the mysterious area beyond the chaos divine land, deep within the endless void. The outer platform of the Transcendent City. For the next several months, Song Qi remotely monitored the ancient demon's movements within the Transcendent City through a soul link. The city remained as majestic and indifferent as he remembered. Exotic races from across the heavens and myriad realms constantly crisscrossed, trading unimaginable treasures. Following instructions, the ancient demon discreetly moved through various areas and private stalls, carefully gathering information on the heart of the mythical star plant. The process went more smoothly than expected, yet it also shone with a sense of strangeness. Luckily, in just 3 months, the ancient demon secured a heart that met his requirements through official trading channels. A specialty from a dying high demonic plane, the 10th rank evil spirit divine tree heart. This heart contained the extremely pure essence of death and soul. While its properties slightly conflicted with the life principles of the Golden Apple Mother Tree, its mythical quality was sufficient to serve as core nourishment for the Mother Tree's advancement. However, the strangeness lay in the transaction method. When the ancient demon expressed its willingness to trade with various rare resources, interstellar hard currency, and even some rare mythical materials, the forces behind the Transcendent City coldly chose to refuse, instead giving Song Qi a reply that surprised him. Transcendent City has recently given priority to accepting all kinds of war materials indefinitely. Energy weapons, interstellar treasures, universal armor materials for interstellar battleships, disposable strategic weapons, large defense matrix components, high-efficiency repair fluids, Legion-level supplies. All of which can be exchanged for contribution points at an internal valuation. This evil spirit divine tree heart can only be exchanged for war materials or a high amount of transcendence contribution points. War supplies? Song Qi's heart rang with alarm, and he immediately had the ancient demon inquire about the situation indirectly. Not long after, more detailed information gradually began to accumulate. This large-scale, preferential purchase policy for war supplies wasn't just new, it had been in place for over 1,300 years. Far from weakening, the intensity of the acquisition had steadily intensified over the past century, encompassing virtually all equipment, supplies, and strategic resources suitable for large-scale warfare, from Tier 0 to Tier 10. The official explanation from the Transcendent City was vague, stating only that it was to counter a possible encirclement and suppression by the Chaos Divine Continent's transcendental forces. However, privately, some of the resident Star Sea forces were already buzzing with speculation, with all sorts of theories, none of which had been confirmed. For a moment, Song Qi felt an inexplicable sense of urgency, a sense of impending storm. Instinct told him, this was definitely not a good thing. The City of Transcendence possesses an extremely high status, and the power behind it is unimaginable. To have been able to stockpile war supplies for such a long time, and on such a large scale, their intentions must be immense, and the trouble or enemy they face is likely beyond imagination. Is it some kind of superwar affecting multiple chaos realms? Or is it responding to some terrifying calamity on the scale of the all-heaven star sea? Or perhaps an external invasion? Whatever the case, if it were to break out, the impact would certainly not be limited to the city of transcendence itself. It could even engulf the entire all-heaven star sea. The shattered star sea, where human civilization has inherited its legacy, might not remain unscathed. After careful consideration, Song-Chi made a decision. He sent the ancient demon back to the market, and at the same time, using the market's convenience, he gathered the war supplies needed to trade for the evil spirit divine tree heart. As soon as the transaction was completed, the ancient demon immediately activated its spatial anchor and returned to the all-heavens market. Holding the icy cold tree heart, yet imbued with immense soul energy, Song-Chi's face lacked much joy. The transcendent city's unusual, millennium-long acquisition of war supplies hung heavy over him like a dark cloud. This intense feeling of oppression prevented him from immediately considering the advancement of the golden apple mother tree. Instead, he immediately withdrew from the market and held an urgent, confidential meeting with the family's core leaders, including Song Yen, Song Wujiang, and Song Xiuan. He then contacted Jiang Yuan, Ing Yi, and 4 other veteran Xinhua emperors through the Supreme Xinhua Network, disclosing his experiences and concerns in the Transcendent City. At first, Jiang Yuan, Ing Yi, and the others were somewhat skeptical. After all, this was their first time hearing about the Transcendent City, and it was so far removed from the Xinhua civilization. But when Song-Chi mentioned keywords like lasting 1,000 years, full acquisition, highest priority, and suspected of responding to a catastrophe, coupled with the terrifying status of the Transcendent City, which was suspected to rival the Chaos Divine Continent, the 4 people's expressions grew increasingly solemn. It's better to believe it than not. At their level, they took the premonition of a crisis very seriously. Soon, a secret meeting limited to the highest levels of Xinhua human civilization was convened. With detailed intelligence provided by Song-Chi and supplemented and endorsed by Jiang Yuan and the other 3, the meeting ultimately reached a consensus. Civilization entered a state of silent preparation for war. The entire Xinhua civilization began to secretly adjust its resource allocation. The production capacity of major military-related floating lands and research institutes was secretly increased. Officials and major clans and forces began to consciously, dispersely, and on a small scale, stockpiling various strategic resources, particularly energy crystals, rare metals, and warship repair materials. During the development campaign, the priority for competing for resource-rich river systems was elevated. Foreign trade also increased imports of finished warships, advanced ship components, and upgrade resources for mid- and low-tier Xinhua warships, while appropriately reducing exports of luxury resources and non-essential technology. All of this was carried out quietly, minimizing the risk of causing panic among surrounding civilizations and citizens within. As the master of the Shutian market, Song-Chi, armed with a vast reserve of supplies accumulated over the past 20,000 years, combined with the gains from his previous expedition to the 3rd Xinhua river system, the Laikia river system, acted more directly and efficiently. Leveraging the convenience of Zutian markets trading, he began large-scale operations, quietly selling off the vast quantities of low-level materials, luxury goods, non-urgent technology, and technological blueprints stored within the market. The resulting funds and resources were quickly converted into orders. Countless types of war supplies, like rivers flowing into the sea, were secretly transported through the Shutian market's channels and stored in the numerous hidden floating warehouse bases under the Tianqiu Song family. Song-Chi wasn't sure whether the possible storm would actually occur, and if so, when and in what form it would arrive. But he knew that only by preparing in advance and stockpiling sufficient supplies could he secure greater safety and vitality for himself, his family, and even the entire civilization in the chaos that might come. Chapter 898. Above the heavens of the Shutian market, within the quietly suspended Tianqiu Sankong, within Qizong's secret cultivation realm number 004, Song-Chi stood before the golden apple mother tree. After countless millennia of growth and accumulation, the tree had already reached hundreds of millions of kilometers in height, having reached the 9th level. A dazzling golden glow flowed throughout its body, and among its branches and leaves hung several not yet fully ripened 9th level golden apples, emitting a soul-stirring, majestic life energy. However, at this moment, the golden apple mother tree's aura had already reached a certain bottleneck. Without external assistance, even if it waited for hundreds of thousands of years, it would likely still be difficult to break through that final barrier and enter the mythical realm. But at this moment, Song-Chi was the greatest external force. The time has come, he whispered to himself, his eyes calm. First, he withdrew the 10th level evil spirit divine tree heart he had obtained from the transcendent city. As soon as this object appeared, the surrounding air suddenly cooled, and a chilling aura of death and soul permeated the air. This conflicted with the golden apple mother tree's powerful life energy, causing its branches and leaves to sway violently, instinctively repelling it. Song Qi had anticipated this. With a thought, the mythical might of the 11th rank peak of the outer market suddenly descended upon the secret realm, gently enveloping the evil spirit tree heart and slowly cleansing and neutralizing its overly cold, deathly aura, leaving only the purest soul essence and life energy. Then, he withdrew his second treasure. Starseed Sky Kuei Heart. This Kuei heart shone a dreamy azure blue, as if containing a miniature sea of stars. It emanated a gentle and inclusive stellar power, and its relatively neutral properties perfectly suited it as a buffer and bridge between the evil spirit tree heart and the golden apple mother tree. Go! Song Qi snapped his fingers, and 2 pre-processed 10th level tree cores transformed into 2 streams of light, sinking into the thick trunk of the golden apple mother tree. Buzz, the mother tree trembled violently, golden rays of light, blue starlight, and gray soul light intertwining, colliding, and merging frantically. The energy of the entire secret realm instantly boiled over, and patterns of laws and avenues emerged spontaneously, swirling around the mother tree, forming a massive energy vortex. Instantly, the mother tree's aura began to rise at an astonishing rate, continuously impacting the invisible mythical barrier. More complex and mysterious natural patterns began to emerge on its branches, a sign of the law's manifestation. However, the impact continued for several days, and although the mythical barrier was shaky, it never completely broke through. Sure enough, it's not enough. The chasm between the 9th and 10th tiers is far greater than imagined. It seems I must use that item. Song Qi's eyes narrowed. He took a deep breath, flipped his palm, and a fist-sized ball of light appeared, emitting energy fluctuations countless times more terrifying than the 2 previous tree cores combined. The ball of light was a dark gold, as if a star burned eternally within it, or as if countless worlds were in a cycle of birth and death. The aura of supreme yang and strength, the aura of creation, emanated from it, slightly distorting the surrounding void. 11th tier peak. Starry Sky Extreme Sunflower Heart. This 11th tier peak Starry Sky plant heart, obtained from the Sky Eagle 10 clan, was far more valuable than ordinary mythical Starry Sky plant heart. Song Qi had originally thought that if he could keep it, he would naturally prefer not to use it. However, given the difficulty of advancing the golden apple mother tree, there was nothing he could do. To ensure the advancement of the golden apple mother tree, and to ensure a stable production of 10th tier mythical golden apples in the future, he had to take it out now. Melt! Song Qi shouted softly, using his own 10th tier psionic energy and the market's 11th tier mythical might to guide him, slowly pushing the 11th tier peak tree heart toward the golden apple mother tree. This time, the golden apple mother tree was no longer passively accepting. Instead, all its branches stretched out, as if in worship, to greet the dark golden heart, revealing an immense desire. Swish! When the starry sky sunflower heart touched the trunk, there was no violent clash. Instead, it instantly merged perfectly, like a drop of water melting into the ocean. Boom! A dazzling divine light beyond words erupted from the golden apple mother tree, instantly illuminating the entire cultivation secret realm, even penetrating the secret realm's barriers and illuminating a small portion of the market space. A truly mythical pressure, truly towering above all things, controlling the creation and origin of life, spread like the Big Bang at the dawn of the universe. The mother tree's trunk, hundreds of millions of kilometers tall, grew at a frenzied pace visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed 1 billion kilometers, then 100 billion kilometers, until it seemed to stretch the very fabric of this secret realm. Its entire body transformed into pure glazed gold, its leaves naturally condensing with countless divine patterns of the laws of life. The unripe golden apples on the branches, infused with this overwhelming mythical power, quickly became plump and round. Dao runes emerged on the peels, and they emanated the terrifying energy fluctuations of a 10th tier mythical fruit. Success, 10th tier mythical golden apple mother tree. From now on, the Tianshu Sanqiong will continuously produce 10th tier golden apples. Whether used to cultivate powerful family members or to enhance the Tianshu Sanqiong's combat power, they will bring immeasurable improvements to the foundation of Song Qi and the Tianshu Song family. Feeling the steady and vast mythical aura of the mother tree, Song Qi finally let out a relieved smile. The 3 invaluable mythical star plant heartwoods he had expended, especially the peak 11th tier heartwood, had finally paid off. Afterward, Song-Chi carefully inspected the cultivation realm beneath his feet, confirming that it was flawless, and that the golden apple mother tree rooted within it would not be exposed to prying eyes. He then prepared to return to the all-attribute training room in the market to digest his harvest and cultivate quietly, awaiting the battle at the Batian ruins destined to engulf a vast region thousands of years from now. However, just as his mind was about to fully enter seclusion, the mythical coordinates feature of the multicolored air patrol radar Eye of Truth, acquired from the Father of Truth, within the mini Tianxu Sanqiong, an ancestral acupoint in his eyebrow center, automatically activated again after centuries of cooling. A remarkably clear spatial coordinate suddenly appeared in Song-Chi's mind. Here we go again. Song-Chi initially didn't take it too seriously. This trait would provide the coordinates of a random mythical artifact every few hundred years, but the coordinates it provided were always terribly far from the territory of the Xinhua civilization, practically unattainable. The next moment, as he subconsciously estimated the relative distance between this new coordinate and the territory of the Xinhua civilization, his mind was suddenly shaken. This distance is only hundreds of billions of light years? Within the maximum jump range of the space wormhole generator? Hundreds of billions of light years is an astronomical number for ordinary civilizations, but for Song-Chi, who possesses a Tier 10 flagship and top-tier space components like the space wormhole generator, it's no longer an insurmountable distance. His heart beat faster involuntarily. A mythical coordinate so close, and the source of the coordinate being a mythical artifact, undoubtedly made him excited. Song-Chi didn't hesitate. The opportunity was right before his eyes, and there was no reason to miss it. But out of caution, he chose not to take the risk himself. With a slight thought, the mirror image component activated, and soon, a mirror warship with almost all the capabilities of the original Tianxu Sanqiong slowly emerged. Go! Assisted by the temporarily installed mirror space wormhole generator component, the mirror warship quickly left the Tianxu continent and followed the extremely stable ultra-long-range space wormhole entrance to the distant star region corresponding to the mythical coordinate. In the days that followed, Song-Chi's original body stayed in the Zhutian market, focusing on the family's development, while also paying attention to the splitting mountain ancestral city he was responsible for guarding on the Chaos Divine continent. At the same time, through the Soul Link, he remotely monitored the mirror warship's progress. The wormhole jump went smoothly. Even the distance of hundreds of billions of light years was infinitely shortened by the wormhole. Instead, when the mirror warship finally arrived at the area corresponding to the mythical coordinates, the scene that greeted it was enough to cause a frown. It was an extremely vast star field, already occupied by a deeply repulsive species of creatures. Countless Zerg creatures of various forms, each with a hideous mouthpart, spread across the star field and galaxy. They frantically plundered every visible resource, transforming it into pure bioenergy for their mothers to breed ever larger Zerg armies. This place, surprisingly, was one of the core territories of the Star Sea Zerg. Furthermore, judging by the obscure yet boundless will emanating from the depths of this star region, it's highly likely the territory directly governed by a Zerg primordial queen. Mythical coordinates actually point to a Zerg lair? Song-Chi's heart sank, sensing that things were becoming incredibly thorny. Zerg territories were heavily guarded, especially the star region where the primordial queen resided, a den of dangers. The mirror battleships were powerful, but once discovered, they would be besieged by an endless swarm of Zerg, potentially even attracting the attention of the primordial queen. By then, escape would be a problem, let alone exploration. Song-Chi was well aware of the terrifying power of the Star Sea Zerg. As the foremost of the three natural disasters of the Shattered Star Sea, occupying over 40 galaxies, the Star Sea Zerg had always been the public enemy of all intelligent civilizations in the Shattered Star Sea. Yet, despite this, facing the hostility of the Eternals and Titans, civilizations ruled by transcendent beings, the Star Sea Zerg had never been at a disadvantage. What this meant was well understood by all the creatures of the Shattered Star Sea. The Star Sea Zerg also possessed a 12th-order transcendent queen, capable of single-handedly confronting the two transcendents of the Eternals and the Titans. Thinking of this, Song-Chi hesitated. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately chose not to lead directly. Instead, he controlled the mirror battleship through a soul link, combining the detection capabilities of the Eye of Truth with the concealment capabilities of the three realms and 5 elements voucher to their utmost. Like a ghost, he carefully navigated this dangerous star region, constantly narrowing the coordinate range. This exploration process was far more difficult than expected. The Zerg's biosensor network spanned the starry sky, and he narrowly avoided being exposed several times. He only relied on the absolute concealment of the 7-color 3 realms and 5 elements voucher, and the powerful performance of the mirror battleship to avert danger. Fortunately, the heavens rewarded those who persevered. After years of arduous searching and locating, the mirror battleship finally located a strange nebula heavily guarded by Zerg forces. This nebula was extremely strange. Composed not of ordinary cosmic dust and gas, it was filled with a thick, dark green mist. Countless tiny spores, emitting faint life waves, drifted and wriggled within the mist like living creatures, forming a natural barrier that virtually blocked all detection. Even the scanning waves of the Eye of Truth became extremely blurry upon penetrating it. Even more alarmingly, these dark green spores seemed to contain some extremely terrifying corrosive energy. The moment the mirror battleship's external energy shield came into contact with them, a corrosive sizzling sound emanated, and the energy readings plummeted. Clearly, this spore nebula itself was a terrifying natural defense, enough to deter most intruders, and even become nutrients for the spores. Virus spores. And a variant capable of corroding mythic-level energy. Song-Chi sensed this scene through the mirror image, a chill in his heart. The boundless starry sea is indeed treacherous and unpredictable. Even 11th level beings would probably be reluctant to be contaminated by this unique environment. However, these virus spores, while a significant threat to 11th level mythic units, posed a limited threat to the mirror battleship. The replica alien bioenergy purification sculpture component, already enhanced to level 120, could instantly purify any virus spores that attempted to penetrate the battleship's interior. Buzz, a soft, yet absolutely purifying, white halo spread from the battleship, forming an absolute purification zone centered on the mirror battleship. As the dark green virus spores entered this zone, their corrosive energy was instantly neutralized and purified, transforming into harmless cosmic dust that drifted away. With the purification field clearing the way, the mirror warship, unhindered, tore through the thick spore fog like a sharp sword, heading unwaveringly towards the deepest point in the nebula, the coordinate point finally locked onto by the Eye of Truth. However, just as the mirror warship activated its replica of the alien biological energy purification sculpture and forced its way into the spore nebula, hundreds of light years away, deep within an unimaginably vast, hideous nest constructed of biological tissue, a pair of cold, indifferent eyes, as if composed of countless compound eyes, suddenly opened. A terrifying will, crossing the starry sea, instantly descended upon the outer reaches of the spore nebula. Purifying power. Intruder. An obscure, greedy thought rippled faintly. It, the ruler of this vast star region, a powerful 11th order mythical primordial queen, had long sensed the highly concealed little vessel's surveillance from the periphery, but it did not immediately take action. Instead, it observed with interest, wondering what it intended. After all, the very fact that it could infiltrate this place speaks volumes about the mirror battleship's extraordinary power. Perhaps, it could help it explore the secrets hidden deep within the nebula, a region even it feared for the ancient virus core it contained, preventing it from entering in person. But now, the other party possessed such a purifying artifact. If it could seize it, it could completely use it to personally enter the nebula and prevent any situation that might be out of its control. Go, guard the exit, wait for it to emerge. Capture it, and retrieve the purifying artifact and anything it might have brought back. A cold will commanded. The next second, outside the spore nebula, 3 voids suddenly twisted, and 3 massive, ferocious figures, emanating overwhelming might and the aura of an 11th level myth, quietly emerged. They varied in form. One resembled a giant scorpion, its tail hook flashing with a cold light that could rip apart the laws of nature. Another resembled a multi-headed demonic dragon, each head spewing a different destructive energy. The last was a constantly shifting mass of shadow, devouring even light in its path. 3 11th order mythical primordial emperor insects, the most powerful war weapons under the command of the 11th order primordial queen, each possessed terrifying power capable of overwhelming an entire galaxy, or even multiple. They formed a triangular formation, tightly encircling the spore nebula. No matter where the mirror warships retreated from, they could not escape their blockade or pursuit. Chapter 899. Song-Chi was unaware of what was happening outside. Under his control, the mirrored warship, the Tianqiu Songqiong, like a silent stalker, trudged through the thick and deadly dark green spore mist. The absolute purification field, extended by the replica alien bioenergy purification sculpture, was like a constantly eroding and regenerating bubble, isolating the endless stream of virus spores, emitting a constant, heart-wrenching sizzling sound. The deeper they went, the more dense and corrosive the spores became, and they began to evolve into all sorts of bizarre forms. Sometimes they condensed into twisted, howling ghostly faces and lunged forward, sometimes transformed into tough biological tentacles that attempted to wrap around the ship, and sometimes they poured forth like a torrential rain of reactive acid. Under this frenzied and high-frequency erosion, the purification field was under immense strain. It was only because the mirrored warship was equipped with two colored engines that it would not have been able to sustain such a torrent of energy. There was also bad news. The scan range of the replica Eye of Truth had been compressed to its limit, barely capturing a vague outline of hundreds of billions of kilometers ahead. While this number might seem significant, for a spore nebula with a diameter measured in light years, it was practically no different from a blind man. Thankfully, Song-Chi had accurate coordinates to guide him, and the warship steadily steered towards the spore nebula's core, where the energy reaction was most intense and chaotic. After an unknown amount of time, a silent roar, or, more accurately, a violent energy shockwave, capable of shattering the soul of any ordinary creature, suddenly emanated from the spore mist. Followed by this, an unimaginably massive shadow suddenly swooped down from the side and front. It was an indescribable monster. The outline of some cosmic behemoth could still be vaguely discerned, but its body had long been completely assimilated and distorted by dark green viral spores. Its surface was covered in a thick, constantly wriggling, multiplying spore mat, forming a disgusting structure resembling tumors and pustules. What might once have been tentacles or limbs were now twisted whips composed of solidified spore dust and raging energy. Its entire body emanated chaotic and violent waves of mythical energy, but its life form had been completely altered, leaving only the most primitive instincts of devouring and destroying. A mythical behemoth, deeply infected by mutant viral spores and horribly distorted. This distorted behemoth clearly saw the sudden intrusion of the mirror warship as its greatest threat and its most delicious prey, and attacked without hesitation. Its massive body churned the sea of spores, and an arm condensed from a high concentration of viral spores and destructive energy slammed down fiercely. Boom! The mirror battleship's energy shield rippled violently. Though not breached, it dimmed noticeably for a moment, and the ship's internal alarm system silently flashed. Around the early stages of the 10th stage, but the attack carries with it extremely potent life-corrupting and energy pollution properties. Song-Chi made a split-second assessment through his soul link, but he wasn't overly concerned. Even with the current unfavorable circumstances for an ordinary mythical warrior at the early stages of the 10th stage, he still believed the mirror battleship could handle it. The battleship quickly counterattacked, its secondary gun array illuminating, its enhanced energy beams precisely targeting the proliferating tumors on the aberrant beast's surface. Simultaneously, the battleship, fully maneuverable, executed astonishing evasive maneuvers within the viral mist, dodging the mythical aberrant beast's frenzied attacks and the spore spikes that continuously erupted from its body. The battle was fierce. The mutated beast was irrational, insensitive to pain, and its attacks were brutal and direct. It could also mobilize the endless spore mist surrounding it to replenish its own energy and even repair damage. The mirror battleship's attacks often inflicted massive wounds on it, but more spores quickly filled them, allowing it to heal at a visible rate. Seeing this, Song-Chi, who had originally intended to make a test move, abandoned the fight and directly maneuvered the mirror battleship out of the battlefield. This rank 10 mythical virus mutated beast's strength was only average for the mythical tier, but in this environment, it would take the mirror battleship a while to completely annihilate it. The key now was to locate the mythical artifact. No time should be lost. Song-Chi's initial thoughts weren't quite like this, until he activated the 12 life and death chess ability of the replica time chessboard. This colorful ability, which was effective even against rank 11 mythical units, unexpectedly ran into trouble against the mythical mutated beast. While there was indeed some effect, it only weakened the layer of mutant virus spores accumulated on the mutated behemoth's surface. Before the mirror battleship could find an opportunity to attack, countless virus spores surged from the surrounding thick fog, replacing the spore layer that had been largely wiped out. Precisely because the replica of the time chessboard was unable to fully exert its power, Song-Chi decisively withdrew the mirror battleship from the battlefield. After a clever feint, the mirror battleship's replica of the Void Cloud boat model component activated. With a wave of spatial fluctuations, the battleship vanished from the battlefield, evading several light years away, intending to bypass the behemoth blocking its path. However, before Song-Chi could relax, the replica Eye of Truth alarm blared again. Two more shadows, each of varying forms, yet each emanating the same aura of mythical level aberrations, suddenly appeared ahead. TSK, what a nuisance. It can disrupt so many mythical level star beasts, but who knows what the source of these mutant virus spores is. Song-Chi cursed inwardly, but remained unfazed. Wasn't that the greatest significance of his arrival with the mirror battleship? Without any threat to his life, Song-Chi controlled the mirror battleship to dodge whenever possible, repeatedly engaging these maddened mythical aberrations. At times, he used absolute firepower to forcibly clear a path, at other times employed spatial means to evade, and at other times, he employed the purification field to suppress the virus spores and disrupt the aberration's recovery capabilities. Finally, after 7 rounds of confrontation with various mythical aberrations, the battleship finally broke through the densest interception ring and reached the final coordinates marked by the Eye of Truth, the very core of the Spore Nebula. The scene here, in stark contrast to the chaotic and violent outer world, revealed a strange order. The dark green spore mist grew thinner yet more condensed, like a slowly swirling stream of liquid energy. At the center of these energy streams, space appeared unnaturally twisted and wrinkled, like a piece of cloth forcibly kneaded by an invisible force. However, Song-Chi's target was precisely this folded area of space. In the very center of this folded space, a soft yet stable tricolored light quietly hovered, completely isolated from the virus spores outside. These virus spores were completely unaware of the existence of this tricolored wonder. If not, the Eye of Truth would likely no longer be able to display its coordinates. After all, the mythical coordinates attribute corresponds to artifacts that are unowned. However, Song-Chi's mood did not brighten. Instead, a solemn expression appeared on his face, and his heart sank. For at the edge of that spatial wrinkle, an even larger, even more terrifying black shadow lay dormant. It had no fixed form, more like a constantly shifting and expanding mass of ultimate darkness. The occasional fragments of its structure revealed seemed like a collection of countless viral sequences, the ultimate source of all life's distortions. The life pressure it exuded was ancient and obscure, carrying a cold, deadly aura that seemed to assimilate all things. The surrounding spore energy flow flowed slowly around it like a docile pet, silently swallowed and transformed by it. Clearly, this object was the source of all the mutant virus spores in this spore nebula, the unknown, terrifying mythical virus matrix. The only good news was that it seemed to be in a deep slumber or dormant state, its consciousness largely absorbed in the endless process of infection and assimilation of this nebula and even the more distant void. Even so, the pressure it unconsciously emanated caused a slight stagnation in the energy flow of the mirror battleship. Song-Chi had no doubt that this virus matrix had reached the peak of the 11th level, perhaps even touching the threshold of the 12th level. Its level of danger was even greater than that of the 11th level primordial Queen Mother outside. We must obtain the item quietly, and then leave immediately. Song-Chi gathered his thoughts, and made the wisest decision. He controlled the mirrored warship, reducing the power of all components except the 3 realms 5 elements voucher and the engines, which were operating at a minimum, to minimize energy fluctuations. Then, he carefully activated the ultimate characteristic of the replica of the 3 realms 5 elements voucher. Beyond the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements, buzz. A subtle spatial ripple spread, and the entire mirrored warship's colors quickly faded, its form becoming blurry and transparent, ultimately merging completely into nothingness, as if completely erased from the current cosmic dimension. Energy signals, material existence, and even causal connections were temporarily isolated at this moment. Entering this state of absolute nothingness, the mirrored warship suddenly vanished, silently, and slowly floating towards the spatial fold, carefully avoiding the dormant virus matrix, and approaching the tricolored wonder. The process was slow and agonizing. With every inch of progress, Song-Chi could feel the terrifying oppression unconsciously emanating from the virus matrix, as if dancing on the edge of a knife. Finally, at some point, the mirrored warship arrived next to the tricolored artifact. An invisible tractor beam erupted, carefully enveloping the tricolored artifact. The artifact trembled slightly, as if instinctively resisting, but was quickly carried along by the warship's tractor beam and slowly moved toward the ship's hull. However, just as the artifact was about to be absorbed into the warship's interior, something strange happened. The tricolored artifact seemed to have some extremely subtle connection to this unique spatial fold. When it was moved, it caused a nearly imperceptible ripple in the spatial structure. This ripple was faint enough to conceal it from most perceptions. But to the mythical virus matrix, dormant nearby, almost fused with this core area, this extremely subtle spatial disturbance was like a faint chime in the still night. Instantly, the ever-shifting mass of ultimate darkness suddenly froze. Then, a pair of indescribably vast eyes, composed of pure silence and madness, seemed to suddenly open from the endless void, instantly locking onto the area of spatial ripples that had just begun to ripple. Although it could not see or sense the mirrored warship in its state of absolute nothingness, it was absolutely certain that something was there. Something had entered its domain, threatening its safety. Woo-woo! A series of terrifying howls, not transmitted through the air but acting directly on space, energy, and even the very essence of life, suddenly erupted. The core of the spore nebula instantly seethed, endless viral spores raging like a swarm of enraged bees. Dark green energy streams transformed into destructive shockwaves, sweeping indiscriminately in all directions. A fierce battle was imminent. The mirrored warship, in its ethereal state, though not directly struck by the violent onslaught, was nonetheless rocked violently like a small boat in a storm. In the Zhuetian marketplace, Song Qi's face remained calm, seemingly unhurried. In his hands, he clutched a tricolored artifact. If not a multicolored, lower-level artifact sent back by the mirrored warship, what else could it be? Just right. Let me see what you are. With a thought, the mirrored warship in the core of the spore nebula ceased its concealment and emerged from its ethereal state. Immediately afterwards, the warship's hull opened, releasing endless white bones. A newly formed 11th level bone giant quickly coalesced into shape. Aside from that, there was no other movement. Wielding a massive bone sword transformed from pure mythical bones, the 11th level bone giant roared and charged towards the mysterious virus spore progenitor. Boom! A mushroom cloud of 11th level mythical energy exploded across the starry sky, a terrifying energy shockwave sweeping across the horizon. The core of the spore nebula was briefly reduced to a vacuum, revealing the terrifying power wielded by both sides in this collision. However, Song Qi's focus wasn't on this at the moment. His eyes widened. Through his soul link with the mirror battleship, he briefly caught a glimpse of the true form of the mysterious virus spore progenitor in another image in his mind. It was a colorful mushroom-like creature, resembling the mushrooms found on many life-bearing lands, though, of course, its size was vastly increased. His thoughts raced, and Song Qi immediately transmitted the images captured by the mirror battleship to the Sky Intelligence Brain. In the end, the Sky Intelligent Brain lived up to expectations. Powered by its immense computing power, it quickly found the most accurate answer within the battleship's vast database. Before the Shattered Star Sea era, during the Multiverse era, a superspore virus progenitor appeared. The Multiverse Crystal Wall Corruption Mushroom. Chapter 900. In the mirrored warship at the heart of the explosion, a rapid alarm had already sounded within its hull. The feedback interface of the replica Eye of Truth was shrouded in a scarlet hue, representing a deadly threat. Outside, the ultimate darkness embodied by the multidimensional crystal wall corruption toxic mushroom had fully awakened. Its massive cap unfurled, its vibrant colors no longer beautiful, but transformed into countless wriggling, twisting virus spores, emitting a terrifying aura that rotted and decayed the very space. The 11th level bone giant roared, its great sword in hand. Each slash carried the power of the law of death that could tear the galaxy apart. Wherever the sharp white sword light passed, even the dark green spore mist was briefly annihilated, leaving deep, slow-to-heal wounds on the massive body of the corruption toxic mushroom. The corrupted toadstool let out a silent scream. Countless tentacles, spikes, and attack organs simulating various cosmic beasts, condensed from highly concentrated viral spores and corrupted energy, sprouted frantically from its body, lashing out and spurting, fiercely colliding with the skeleton giant. The light of the energy explosions flickered, illuminating the core area with a flickering glare. While the skeleton giant was impervious to most life forms, the corrupted toadstool's attacks embodied a deeper principle of multiverse-level corruption. Though a product of a previous era, its power was diminished by the suppression of the fundamental principles of the great Tao of the Shattered Star Sea. But that was only relative. With each head-on collision, the skeleton giant's form dimmed slightly, and even tiny traces of corrosion, resembling mold, began to appear on the mythical bones that comprised its body. The battle descended into a stalemate. The bone giant attacked with ferocity, its deathly force steadily eroding the corruption mushroom's vitality. However, the corruption mushroom, leveraging its advantageous terrain, the strange laws of corruption, and the near-infinite supply of spore energy, stubbornly resisted and attempted to counterattack. This won't work. Song Qi, in the market, frowned. He could sense the bone giant's energy rapidly depleting, while the other seemed to possess an endless supply. Sure enough, seeing the bone giant's decline, the multidimensional crystal wall corruption mushroom intensified its attack. At the core of its massive fungus, a dark, shimmering aura, seemingly capable of absorbing all light, suddenly ignited. Followed by this aura, a halo of colorless, infinite decay, suddenly spread from its center. Buzz! Space wailed under the weight of its weight. Wherever the halo passed, the scene suddenly changed. The spore mist, once thinner, instantly thickened like liquid. No longer a chaotic diffuse mass, It formed an immensely vast, complex barrier. Above this barrier, countless strange patterns composed of virus spores appeared and disappeared, emitting a suffocating divine pressure. Spore virus divine realm. The moment this divine realm formed, the replica of the mirrored warship, the space jumper, the void cloud boat model, and other jump components plunged into darkness. Space was completely locked. A force of laws far exceeding the confines of ordinary space, carrying a strong corrupting and assimilating nature, enveloped an area of dozens of light years. Not only did the resistance to space jumps, but even conventional navigation increased by 1,000-fold. Even more terrifying, within this divine realm, the aura of the multidimensional crystal wall corruption poisonous mushroom steadily intensified, nearly reaching the limit of its 11th stage. The spore layer on its cap began to shimmer, and the next moment, dozens of massive vortexes opened up on the divine barrier. Roar! Ah! Hiss, accompanied by countless chaotic and violent roars, massive, twisted, and emanating mythical auras, sportiform behemoths swarmed out of the vortexes. Their targets were clear. They madly attacked the bone giant, engaged in battle with the corruption poisonous mushroom itself, and the mirrored warships behind it. The strength of each of these summoned mythical spore beasts might be only the weakest of the early mythical realms, but their numbers were immense. Moreover, within this divine realm, once they were destroyed, new spore energy would quickly converge, condensing into new forms, making them virtually indestructible. The bone giant was instantly surrounded. Although spore beasts were constantly being slain by the swings of its great sword, more rushed forward, tightly entangling it. All of the mirrored warship's guns opened fire, energy beams blasting through the herd, clearing a space only to be filled again in the blink of an eye. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. However, the multidimensional crystal wall corruption poisonous mushroom killing blows were far from over. It seemed to have determined that the Tianqiu Sangqiang mirrored warship's origins were extraordinary and posed its greatest threat. At the core of the fungus, the dark black light suddenly expanded, transforming into a fist-sized crystal, its surface covered in countless complex viral sequences that were constantly evolving and radiating, exuding an aura of origin and finality. Multidimensional virus prototype core. The moment this prototype core appeared, the entire spore virus god realm resonated and trembled. Immediately, the prototype core instantly locked onto the mirrored warship, which was engaged in a fierce evasive and offensive state. Innate magical power. Mythic Premarch Spore Slavery. As the multiverse crystal wall corruption mushroom actively activated its vaunted Premarch magical power, with this multiverse virus Premarch core, the newly manifested mythic Premarch core suddenly vanished. There was no earth-shattering energy surge, only an invisible and intangible mark of enslavement that transcended conventional energy, matter, and even some laws. Wrapped in the multiverse-level viral force, it disregarded the mirror battleship's energy shields and hull armor, penetrating all obstacles and embedding itself deep within the mirror battleship's hull. Easy. Inside the mirror battleship, the replica alien bioenergy purification sculpture operated at unprecedented power, its pure white absolute purification field compressed to the very wall of the ship, attempting to resist this strange and overbearing enslavement force. However, this mythic Premarch spore slavery was of an extremely high level. It was not simply energy pollution, but rather a forced assimilation principle derived from the very essence of life. The moment the light from the purification field came into contact with the invisible mark, it let out a whine, as if corroded. The white light quickly dimmed and receded. The phantom of the multivirus prototype core, seemingly oblivious to spatial distance, appeared directly in the center of the mirror battleship's control room, then fiercely branded itself down. Crack! It wasn't an actual sound, but rather the sound of a shattering principle. The purification field was forcibly breached, and the phantom of the prototype core was forcibly embedded, merging deep into the core of the mirror battleship's hull. Warning! Unknown external energy intrusion detected. Warning! The highest authority of the battleship is being forcibly rewritten. Warning! Soul link stability is rapidly declining. 10%. 25%. 50%. Warning! The intelligent brain is being invaded. In the Zhutian market, Song Qi's face suddenly changed. The soul connection between him and the mirrored warship was rapidly blurring and dimming, and a strong, dizzying feeling of contamination and rejection washed over him. He suddenly looked up at the mirror image component aboard the original Tianqiu Sangqiang. He saw that the component, which had been operating steadily, was now vibrating violently and humming incessantly. On the component's surface, above the mysterious mirrored light and shadow, a series of fine, ever-growing cracks suddenly appeared. From within these cracks, a disturbing dark green evil light emanated. This was a sign that the mirrored warship was being forcibly enslaved, about to escape control, and even attack the original's homologous components. What a terrifying enslavement power! It can even contaminate the mirrored components separated by the endless void. Song-Chi was horrified, but his reaction was also extremely quick. He must not allow it to complete its enslavement, or else there would be endless trouble. Just as the soul connection was about to sever completely, and the cracks in the mirror image component were about to spread to their limit, Song-Chi's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and without hesitation, he used the remaining trace of connection to issue a command of the highest authority. Forced release. Mirror cancelled. Bang! It was as if something had been forcibly severed at the soul level. In the Shution market, the mirror image component let out a mournful wail of strain, its surface cracks instantly healing considerably, though its light remained extremely dim, clearly severely damaged and unusable for a short period of time. Far away in the core of the spore virus god realm, the mirror image warship suddenly paused at the moment the command took effect. Then, starting from the bow, like a shattered mirror, the entire warship disintegrated piece by piece, dissipating into the most primitive energy particles, ultimately being completely submerged and assimilated by the surrounding raging spore virus energy. The shadowy multidimensional virus prototype core, freshly embedded within its core, trembled violently, seemingly momentarily stagnant and lost in the sudden disappearance of its target. The multidimensional crystal wall corruption poisonous mushroom also let out a silent roar of confusion and anger, stirring the entire spore god realm into a violent turmoil. In the Shution market, Song-Chi gazed at the tricolored wonder he had painstakingly acquired, then glanced at the dimmed, cracked mirror image component on his warship. He breathed a sigh of relief, a lingering sense of fear. The price he paid was enormous, but at last, the item was in his possession. At the same time, he gained a profound understanding of the terrifying power and strange methods of the multidimensional crystal wall corruption poisonous mushroom. 11th Order Mythology. A relic of the multiverse era. The spore virus god realm. The Primarch's enslavement power. Song-Chi muttered to himself, but quickly dismissed it. In the current situation, he needed to quickly repair the mirror image components to ensure they were in peak condition for the major event of the Bakian ruins collapse thousands of years from now. As for the multidimensional crystal wall corruption toxic mushrooms, hundreds of billions of light years away from the boundaries of Shinhoi human civilization, that wasn't something he needed to worry about in the short term. Indeed, this was indeed the case. After the Tianqiu Songqing mirror worship's disruption, the multidimensional crystal wall corruption toxic mushrooms went berserk, and countless virally mutated behemoths began to burst out of the spore nebula. Ultimately, it was the primordial Queen Zerg swarm that suffered the most. In a short period of time, the spore creature army and the Star Sea Zerg army engaged in a massive melee, transforming the entire vast star field, stretching over tens of millions of light years, into a battlefield. As the original instigator, Song-Chi was completely unaware of all this. His attention had now shifted to the tricolored artifact he had just received. A deep look of surprise shone in his eyes. This colorful, lower-tier artifact was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, it was very familiar. He had previously possessed an identical artifact. Artifact: Soul-Devouring Altar. Quality: Black. Transformable: Soul-Devouring Altar. Note: a special artifact bred from the intestines of the starry sky. Soul-Devouring Altar Level 0. Quality: Color/lower tier. Unique ability: Soul-Devouring Sublimation. Cost: 600 seconds, psionic points. Effect: after loading, the souls of all sentient beings directly killed by the warship will be absorbed by this component. Soul-Devouring, Sublime. Consumes 100 million psionic energy points. At the cost of shattering this component, consumes all souls devoured by the component, allowing the designated component to be sublimated once, with the quality guarantee to increase by 1 level. Current soul-devouring progress. Stage 1 0%. Note: when the Stage 1 progress bar is full, silver components can be sublimated to gold components. When the Stage 2 progress bar is full, gold components can be sublimated to black components, and so on. Soul-devouring progress can accumulate up to Stage 4, allowing lower-level color components to be sublimated to higher-level color components. Yes, this tricolored artifact is another soul-devouring altar, and of even higher quality than the previous one, which means it will provide even greater benefits to the mirror battleship in the future. Accordingly, the effects of the cloned soul-devouring altar have become somewhat unsatisfactory, making this tricolored soul-devouring altar a perfect replacement. Heaven Sealing Tower. Void Cloud Boat Model. High-Dimensional Particle Collapse Cannon. Barbarian God Guardian. Posha Zen Meditation Seal. Demon Buddha purifying relic. In just a moment, Song Chi thought of several components that could benefit from this. He could even upgrade one component to 5-color quality before applying it to the mirror battleship. Song Chi already had an idea of who would use it. However, before that, he had to complete the soul-devouring progress. That wasn't a concern. The combined fleets of the 5 Xinhua empires were currently planning to establish a 5th river community for civilization. Once the expansion war officially began, he would simply hand this component over to his eldest brother, Song Yin. By then, as the Burning Sea hyperdimensional mothership launched its campaign, completing the soul-devouring progress would be a side job. Speaking of continued expansion plans, we have to consider the current strength of the Xinhua civilization. With 5 mythical immortal warships, nearly 10 mythical slave creatures, and the 3 corpses shrine as a combined component, they possess the equivalent of an 11th-tier combat force. As such, the territory of just 4 river communities is naturally insufficient for the Xinhua civilization, and further expansion is imperative. Just as he was thinking, Xinhua Seed received a message from a Song clan member outside, stating that the Lord of the Big Dipper of the Big Dipper Hall requested an audience. Upon hearing this, Song Chi instantly grasped their intentions. He didn't rush to recall his warships and leave the market. Instead, he stepped over to the Creation Bagua furnace, where a previously used 7-colored fire seed still remained at its base. He waved his hand and removed over 5,000 grams of time source crystal. After the Creation Bagua furnace cooled again, he refined another batch of Hunyuan Wuji pills before leaving the market. He was still willing to lend a hand to the Big Dipper Palace, a giant force that was once directly under his jurisdiction. Before, it was not easy for him to speak directly to the representatives of various forces. Now that the Lord of the Big Dipper came again, the timing was just right. Chapter 901. Tianshu Divine Court, Tianshu Continent, Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain Reception Hall. The Big Dipper Star Lord was clad in a star robe, a faint glow of starlight swirling around him. His psychic energy, already at the advanced 9th level, only added a touch of majesty to the powerful aura he unconsciously radiated. Yet, even now, the eagerness and anticipation between his brows could not be concealed. He stood quietly in the center of the hall, respectfully awaiting Song Chi's arrival. Soon, the Big Dipper Star Lord felt a flicker of space, and then a figure quietly appeared above the hall. Big Dipper Star Lord, Big Dipper Palace, greets His Majesty the Song Emperor. Song Chi nodded slightly, indicating that no formalities were necessary. Is there something you need to see me for? Hearing this inquiry, the Lord of the Big Dipper bowed again, his manner extremely humble. Indeed, I am sorry to bother you, Your Majesty, but the Big Dipper clan has a request for Your Majesty. I hope Your Majesty will forgive me. Song Chi flicked his sleeve, and a gentle force lifted the Lord of the Big Dipper up. Don't be so formal. We've known each other for a long time. Feel free to speak. The Lord of the Big Dipper took a deep breath, his gaze blazing at Song Chi. In that case, thank you very much, Your Majesty. It's like this. Thousands of years of planning. My Big Dipper Palace has exhausted all its resources, finally enabling one of its 9th rank enslaved creatures to reach the pinnacle of the 9th rank. However, striving for the mythical rank is exceedingly difficult. I have come here solely to request a Hunyuan Wuji pill, and I hope Your Majesty will grant it. At this point, the Big Dipper Lord bowed again, his tone earnest. This pill is crucial to our Big Dipper lineage's ability to maintain its position as an immortal giant and preserve its legacy of over 200,000 years. Your Majesty, I beg you to grant me this. Our Big Dipper Palace is willing to pay any price. Song Chi's expression remained unchanged, having anticipated this. Although he had the intention of bestowing the elixir, it was by no means a free gift. He pondered for a moment, then slowly said, You know, the Hunyuan Wuji pill is not easy to refine. Even with the extraordinary means of the master of the Zhutian market, it is not something that can be easily refined. It is extremely costly. Your Majesty, rest assured. I of the Big Dipper Palace are well aware of this. The Big Dipper Lord said hurriedly. Before I came here, I have already discussed this with the various palace masters and star lords within the palace. I am willing to offer 2 items in exchange for the elixir. He flipped his hand, and a palm-sized disc, seemingly wrought from the stars, appeared. It was engraved with the Big Dipper, and faintly depicted the floating shadows of mountains and rivers. The disc emanated a vast and mysterious spatial ripple, a multicolored radiance flowing through it. Its grade had reached the color superior level. This is the Qianquan Beidou floating land array plate, one of the treasures of our Big Dipper Palace. We are willing to offer it for its only mirroring opportunity. Upon hearing this, Song Chi waved his hand, and drew the multicolored treasure towards him, quickly learning its full properties. Rare item: Qianquan Beidou Floating Land Array Plate. Quality: colorful/superior. Transformable: none. Unique effect: Qianquan Beidou Floating Land Array. Note: this plate was once the protective formation of the ancient Immortal Realm civilization Jioshu Qianquan Immortal Sect, possessing powerful defensive capabilities. Qianquan Beidou Floating Land Array, based on the Fused Star Sea Floating Land, and using the Floating Land Shield as a reference, it automatically generates a dual Qianquan Great Array that intertwines with the original Floating Land Shield. This Qianquan Great Array's defensive power surpasses that of a normal Floating Land Shield by 5 times, with its shield recovery rate and energy value increased by 2 times. After reviewing the attribute panel before him, Song Qi's eyes sparkled. Without a doubt, while this rare artifact couldn't be transformed into a shipboard component, its value was no less, even surpassing most shipboard components of the same tier. Later, simply integrating it into the Tianqiu continent's core essence would directly transform the continent's outer energy shield into the Great Qianquan Formation, making it far more powerful than before. Furthermore, once the Tianqiu continent ascends to the Star Continent, the amplification it provides will be even more terrifying, easily capable of withstanding the attacks of several 11th level mythical creatures. This first treasure alone already captivated Song Qi, but the Big Dipper Star Lord soon produced a light tablet, neither gold nor jade, shimmering with countless subtle runes. The second item is the top-tier secret method for splitting the core of the Floating Land Origin, a secret tradition passed down by our Beidou lineage. The 8 Mysterious Transformation Technique. This technique can activate up to 8 profound powers, splitting the core of the Floating Land Origin into 8, while simultaneously nourishing 8 rare artifacts from the galaxy. While not as powerful as the legendary Supreme Secret method capable of splitting into the 9 extremes and 10 directions, it's still rare in the galaxy and far superior to ordinary splitting techniques. Song Qi's gaze swept over the Qianquan Beidou Floating Land Formation Plate, and the light scroll containing the 8 Mysterious Transformation Technique, and his heart fluttered. If it were just the Qianquan Beidou Floating Land Formation Plate, he might have hesitated a bit. After all, he was only offering a mirroring opportunity, not directly trading for this rare artifact. He would also need to provide a top-grade Chaos Mirror Stone later. But the subsequent 8 Mysterious Transformation Technique completely dispelled his hesitation, and he immediately agreed to the deal. Over the past 10,000 years, relying on the convenience of the Zhutian market, although many secret methods of differentiating the core of the Floating Land's origin have been obtained one after another, the one used by the Tianqiu continent today is the 5-Qi spectroscopy technique obtained in the previous Origin Star operation. Now the core of the Floating Land of the Tianqiu continent is divided into 5 parts, which has long replaced the previous 3-part return to origin method. Yet, even so, it still seemed somewhat stretched. Counting the initial Dragon Whale Hull and Heaven-swallowing Python shedding, he subsequently acquired a 7-colored Candle Dragon Axe and a 5-colored Floating Light Platform from the Zhutian market and the Origin Star operation, leaving only 1 spot remaining. Clearly, the 5-Qi spectral splitting technique, capable of only splitting into 5, was no longer sufficient. For the Longji Song clan to develop and the Tianqiu continent to advance, the even more powerful Floating Continent Origin splitting secret technique was the foundation of the foundation. In comparison, the 8 Mysterious Transformation Technique, capable of splitting into 8, was enough to elevate the Song clan's overall foundation to a new level, a truly significant achievement. The Big Dipper Hall had truly brought out its best this time. Song Qi was silent for a moment. Just as the Big Dipper Star Lord's heart was in his throat, he finally nodded slowly. Star Master, your sincerity is profound. These 2 items will indeed be of great use to our Song family. Well, the Big Dipper Palace and I have a deep connection, so I give you this elixir. With that, a flash of light flashed from his fingertips, and a jade-smooth elixir bottle appeared. Though sealed, it still emanated a lingering purple aura and a refreshing aroma, a breathtakingly refreshing experience. It was none other than the Hunyuan Wuji pill. The Big Dipper Star Master was overjoyed upon seeing this. With slightly trembling hands, he took the elixir bottle. After carefully examining it and confirming it was the correct one, he was overcome with emotion and exclaimed repeatedly, "Thank you, Your Majesty. The Big Dipper Palace will never forget this favor." He carefully put the elixir bottle away, then without hesitation presented the Qianquan Big Dipper Floating Land Formation Plate, and the scroll containing the 8 Mysterious Transformation Art. After Song Qi retrieved a top-grade Chaos Mirror Stone, and completed the mirroring of the Qianquan Beidou Floating Land Formation, the Lord of the Big Dipper did not linger any longer. After once more earnestly thanking him, he hurriedly took his leave, his figure transforming into a streak of starlight and disappearing into the sky of the Tianshu continent. Song Qi held the two objects in his hands, his consciousness immersing himself in the light scroll, carefully comprehending the profound mysteries of the 8 mysterious transformations. After a long moment, he opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance in them. 8 mysterious transformations, origin differentiation. Truly exquisite, far superior to the 5-chi spectroscopy. He turned his gaze to the Tianshu continent beneath him, thinking of the newly acquired tricolored soul-devouring altar and his subsequent plans, and a smile curled his lips. In the core of the Tianshu continent, above the core light cluster of the floating land origin, the mythical immortal worship Tianshu Tsunkung quietly hovered. Gazing at the floating continent's core light ball, beating like a heart below, Song Qi could clearly sense that infinite power was constantly gathering from the outer starry sky, then transformed by this floating continent's core light ball into a vast force that sustained the entire Tianshu continent and its gradual growth. Surrounding the floating continent's core light ball, 5 smaller, divergent light balls with varying properties slowly orbited like satellites, each carrying the dragon whale hull, sky-swallowing python shedding, candle dragon axe, and floating light platform. Together, they formed the cornerstone of Tianshu continent's powerful foundation. Soon, strands of mythical phantom energy surged from the Tianshu Tsunkung, continuously spreading toward the floating continent's core light ball below. 8 mysterious transformations, origin returns. In the warship's main control room, Song Qi sat cross-legged, his consciousness completely absorbed in the light tablet containing the 8 mysterious transformations secret in his hand. The power of an 11th-order mythical soul was so immense that it instantly grasped, analyzed, and mastered every key to this profound secret technique. He raised his hands, his fingers dancing like butterflies, outlining countless intricate and ancient runes. These runes activated the purest floating land origin power deep within the Earth's core, drawing upon Song Qi's own boundless mythical might. Buzz, the entire Earth's core vibrated slightly, and the massive floating land origin core in the center shone brightly. The previously stable structure of the 5-chi spectroscopy technique began to be forcibly disintegrated and reconstructed by a higher-level force. This process was not a brutal destruction, but rather, under Song Qi's extremely precise control, he used the original 5-part core as the foundation and node of the new structure, guiding the convergence and division of even more origin power. Xian Yi established the foundation. Xian Air evolve. Xian San split the light. Song Qi chanted the mantra in a low voice. With each word, a rune imbued with the profound meaning of the 8 mysteries was injected into the origin light ball, and a new differentiation core began to gradually gestate and take shape. Thanks to the 11th order mythical power of the Zhu Tian market within his body, the process was far smoother than expected. The surging origin power was as docile as a sheep under his will, precisely constructing a new framework. About an hour later, the energy fluctuations within the local core space gradually subsided, and the origin light ball in the center had undergone a dramatic transformation. The original 5 differentiated light balls disappeared, replaced by 8 new differentiated cores that were even more condensed, their aura no less powerful than the previous 5, and even slightly superior. They orbited the main source light ball along a mysterious trajectory, interconnected by their energy, forming a more complex, stable, and powerful circulation system. 8 mysterious transformation technique completed. The maximum capacity of the Tianshu continent source cores has now been raised from 5 to 8. This means that at least 4 more powerful Starsea artifacts can be incorporated into the future, and the continent's potential and foundation have achieved a qualitative leap. Song Qi slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of 8-colored mystical light flashed in his vision. He gazed at the 8 light balls below with satisfaction. Without a moment's pause, he flipped his hand, and the mirrored Qingquan Beidou floating land array disc appeared in his palm. He locked his gaze on the 5th of the 8 differentiated cores, which was temporarily vacant, and snapped his fingers. Buzz, the ancient star array disc transformed into a stream of light, surging out of the warship and immersing itself in the light ball. Instantly, the entire Tianshu continent trembled slightly, and the continent's outermost energy shield suddenly illuminated with a brilliant, multicolored glow. Countless star paths and phantoms of mountains and rivers flickered across the shield's surface. A phantom of a vaster and tougher Qingquan great array slowly emerged, seamlessly merging with the existing floating land shield. Qingquan Beidou floating land array, complete. From this point on, the defensive power of Tianshu continent's floating land shield surged, making it difficult for even a mere 11th level mythical creature to destabilize it. After completing this step, Song Qi continued his movements. He thought again, and a small drop of time source fluid, emitting a rich vibration of the laws of time, emerged and landed precisely on the fragmented ball of light bearing the sky-swallowing python shedding. A magical scene occurred. The surface of the sky-swallowing python shedding shimmered with light, and the cooling time within it, which had previously required a long time to recover, was rapidly washed away by the mighty power of the time source fluid, returning it to zero. Mythical transformation, activate. Song-Chi shouted softly, activating the active effect of sky-swallowing python transformation. A mythical wave, imbued with the power of sloughing the old and welcoming the new and fortune ascending, enveloped the already prepared tricolored artifact, the soul-swallowing altar. A dazzling light enveloped the soul-swallowing altar, and the patterns on its surface grew intricate and profound at a visible speed, as if the material had undergone 1,000 trials and tribulations, its essence undergoing a transformation. In just a dozen breaths, the light dissipated, and the originally tricolored soul-swallowing altar had been elevated to a 5-colored artifact. But this wasn't the end. Song-Chi repeated the same trick, again using a small amount of time source fluid to wash away the tens of thousands of years of cooling that had just occurred on the sky-swallowing python transformation, and then activated the mythical transformation effect a second time. This time, his target was the equally crucial miracle clone pod aboard the Tianxu Sanqiong. Infused with mythical power, the miracle clone pod was ultimately and unsurprisingly successfully elevated to 5-colored quality. That way, it'd be done. Song-Chi looked at the brand-new soul-devouring altar and miracle cloning pod floating before him, radiating a multicolored glow, a satisfied smile on his face. The multicolored miracle cloning pod already possessed the ability to perfectly clone the equally multicolored soul-devouring altar. This meant that he would soon be able to apply the powerful effects of the soul-devouring altar to the mirrored battleship of the Tianxu Sanqing via the mirrored shadow components. At that time, combined with the killing power of the blood corrosion destruction cannon, the long-range ingestion of the void warehouse, the confinement of the immortal binding tow rope, the detection of the eye of truth, and the counterattack of the scales of thorns, the combat power of the mirrored battleship would surely surge again. Chapter 902. Inside the core of the Tianxu continent, Song-Chi felt a sense of peace as he sensed the new changes brought about by the 8 mysterious transformations, and the stabilizing aura of the Qianquan Beidou floating land formation. The upgraded miracle clone pod was reloaded onto the Tianxu Sanqiong. As for the soul-devouring altar, it was temporarily handed over to Song Yan. Soon after, the Supreme Council of the 5 great Xinhua empires passed a resolution, officially launching a new round of foreign expansion wars. The clarion call of war did not resound in a single starry sky, rather, it was transmitted to every corner of the 4 major Xinhua river communities through the Xinhua network that spanned the entire civilization's territory. Jiang Yi of the Divine Xia dynasty, Qi Qing of the Qiyu Divine Dynasty, Wilson of the Holy Temple Federation, Ing Wei of the Immortal Qin Divine Dynasty, and Song Yin, representing the Tianxu Divine Court, 5 trans-dimensional motherships radiating immense power, like 5 mobile interstellar war fortresses, first assembled on the northern edge of the second Xinhua River Cluster, formerly the 8-armed Serpent Demon River Cluster. Afterwards, hundreds of smaller, but equally devastating, galactic warships lined up in formation, followed by a massive fleet of tens of thousands of star destroyers. Dreadnoughts, battleships, and deer chasers filled the sky, numbering in the billions. The psionic flames emanating from the warships' engines illuminated the previously dark and desolate interstellar desert like daylight. The expedition's overall command was shared by the rotating supreme commanders of the 5 empires, but the ultimate threat came from a behemoth far larger than a trans-dimensional mothership, quietly lurking in the depths of the void above the fleet. The dragon-spine tyrant whale, a newly minted mythical creature of the Tianxu Divine Court. It didn't need to move a muscle, the mere, unintentional, emanating mythic pressure was enough to freeze the entire fleet's void, filling every captain with an unparalleled sense of security and pride. The Xinhua civilization didn't deploy its entire force, but only a single mythical warrior, stemming from its absolute confidence in its overall strength. With dozens of mythical warriors stationed on its home turf, the strategic deterrent created was enough to deter any stalkers. Target: Beijihai River Cluster, Heiyuan Star Core River Cluster. Route mapped. Fleet, set sail. With the Supreme Command issued, the vast combined fleet began activating its hyperspace engines. Like a galactic torrent of steel and energy, it bravely plunged into the twisting wormhole of space, heading towards the unknown star regions billions of light years away. Inside the control room of the boiled sea of flames, Song Yin, dressed in the immaculate uniform of the Prince of Tianxu Divine Court, the dragon spine Divine Mountain emblem, representing the Tianxu Divine Court, gleaming brightly on his shoulder straps. His gaze pierced as he observed the ever-changing hyperspace lights ahead, calmly issuing various commands. As the captain of the Song family's hyperdimensional ship, and the face of the Tianqi Divine Court second only to Song Qi, he understood the importance of this mission, which not only concerned the interests of the Divine Court, but also the strategic layout of the entire civilization. With only a few thousand years remaining until the collapse of the Batian ruins, before that supermythical melee began, the Xinhua civilization must do everything possible to enhance its strength and foundation. This expeditionary war was the key to rapidly strengthening its foundation. The journey was long and tedious, but for the Xinhua fleet, equipped with components derived from acquired space wormholes, billions of light years were not a distant distance. The only time-consuming factor was the small diameter of the wormhole, requiring the expeditionary fleet to travel through it in batches. Over the past few decades, the fleet encountered no accidents, and no blind force dared to stop this terrifying force representing the will of the Xinhua civilization. The occasional hint of mythical aura emanating from the dragonback tyrant whale served as both a token of passage and a warning. When the fleet finally arrived at its designated target star region, the Silent Star Sea in the central region of the Northern Silence Sea Galaxy Cluster and the Black Abyss Star Core Galaxy Cluster, the real work began. These two galaxies were not unclaimed territory. Within them resided over 100 advanced civilizations of varying levels of development. 6 of these civilizations had even reached the pinnacle of advanced civilization, possessing numerous 9th-tier individuals or creatures. They ruled over dozens, even hundreds, of their respective galaxies, effectively becoming the dominant powers within the two galaxies. Faced with the Xinhua fleet's sudden intrusion and its undisguised intent to conquer, these indigenous civilizations, after initial shock and panic, quickly reached a consensus on a united resistance. Suddenly, tens of millions of alien warships emerged from every corner, forming a massive coalition. Relying on their familiar starfield environment and pre-positioned defensive fortifications, they attempted to halt the Xinhua fleet's advance. A fierce interstellar war erupted instantly. Energy beams pierced the sky, space bombs ripped through dimensions, and mechas and alien fighters clashed and exploded in the asteroid belt. In the 89th year of the expedition, the main force of the Northern Silent Sea Expeditionary Fleet, composed of the Tianqi Divine Court, the Xianqin Divine Dynasty, and the Holy Temple Federation, officially arrived at their first major strategic objective: the Vortex. This vast region of turbulent interstellar matter, spanning millions of light years, boasts a complex internal structure riddled with gravitational traps and high-energy radiation belts. It serves as a natural barrier to the dozens of core river systems of the Northern Silence Sea Galaxy community, and has been the undisputed home turf of the local indigenous civilization, the Shadow Divas, for hundreds of thousands of years. The Shadow Song Diva civilization, whose individuals resemble graceful energy-like humanoid forms, can communicate with the stars through mental waves and psionic singing, manipulating gravity and dark energy. Their civilization has reached a top-tier, advanced level, and their most powerful star chorus can even briefly burst forth, with power approaching that of a half-step myth. They have joined forces with 2 other powerful civilizations within the Northern Silent Sea Galaxy community, the Molten Behemoths and the Crystal Speakers, deploying their main fleet and their most powerful psionic resonance array at the Swan Song Corridor, the most strategic point within the psionic vortex. They intend to leverage the natural defenses and their combined strength to block the Xinhua fleet from their homeland. Faced with this interception, the combined fleets of the 3 empires naturally could not evade it. They initially dispatched vanguard forces to attempt to force their way through the corridor, but were quickly met with a fierce attack. The Shadow Song Diva's singing transformed into a tangible energy tide, unleashing violent energy and gravitational anomalies within the vortex, making it difficult for the vanguard fleet to maintain its formation and significantly reducing the accuracy of its artillery fire. The Molten Behemoth suddenly leaped from the nebula, assaulting the fleet's flanks with its powerful physique and molten breath. The Crystal Speaker's fortresses continuously fired crystal prisms that refracted and deflected energy beams, significantly weakening the vanguard fleet's firepower advantage. Several tentative attacks were repelled. Although their ship's superior performance destroyed numerous enemy units, they also suffered some losses, slowing their advance to a crawl. For a moment, the combined forces of the Shadow Songstresses and several other tribes were greatly encouraged. The light of the psionic resonance array grew increasingly brilliant in the depths of the corridors, its accumulated energy awe-inspiring. Seeing this, the Joint Command Center quickly changed its strategy. Song Yen volunteered, and the boiled sea of flames and the fleet of the Tianqi Divine Court took on the primary assault mission. The second round of interstellar warfare soon began. Activate the air clearance force field, maximum power. Target, energy turbulence zone ahead. The boiled sea of flames hull glowed brilliantly, and its scorching force field rapidly expanded, forcibly smoothing out a large area of energy turbulence and gravitational anomalies, creating a relatively stable offensive zone for the fleet. Galaxy Fleet, concentrate your firepower and launch a saturation attack on Crystalline Prism Fortresses 7 and 11. Star Destroyers, deploy left and right wings to intercept the molten behemoths. Dreadnoughts, release puppet soldiers and drones to eliminate smaller enemy units. The order was executed efficiently. Under the protection of the boiled sea of flames extra-dimensional field, the Shinhua fleet's firepower was fully utilized. Dozens of Galaxy ships fired their main guns in unison, and a torrent of dazzling beams instantly engulfed the target fortress, reducing it to cosmic dust. Without the interference of the Prism Fortress, the Shinhua fleet's fire became deadly. At the same time, the Burning Sea multicolored hyperdimensional railgun unleashed its might once again, a crimson beam of light piercing the starry sky, shooting directly towards the vast psionic resonance array deep within the corridor. However, at that moment, tens of thousands of shadow divas of the chorus of stars sang simultaneously, their vast psionic and spiritual power converging into the array, forming a massive, constantly rotating psionic vortex shield that forcibly blocked the devastating blow from the Corn Furnace. Although the vortex shield fluctuated violently, noticeably dimming, it ultimately blocked the attack. What a nuisance. Song Yin frowned slightly, but he didn't rush to summon the mythical dragonback tyrant whale. He understood that this expedition was not only about expanding territory and building up strength for the Shinhua civilization, but also a military training exercise for the Five Empires, preparing for the greater chaos that might follow. Amidst the stalemate, the three-tribe coalition attempted a counterattack, and more molten behemoths and shadow divas motherships emerged from the depths of the corridor. Seeing the coalition's counterattack gaining momentum, Song Yan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Instead of retreating, he ordered the fleet to hold its ground and simultaneously connected to Ingwei of the Immortal Qin Divine Dynasty, and Wilson of the Holy Temple Federation. Ingwei, Wilson. Song Yan's voice was steady and swift. The enemy's defenses, leveraging their psionic resonance array and advantageous terrain, are more resilient than expected. A forced confrontation could lead to victory, but it will be time-consuming and result in increased casualties. I propose that the Boiled Sea launch a frontal assault to draw fire. The two fleets, commanding, conduct tactical penetrations from the nebula undersurge and gravitational lens zones of the last song corridor, respectively, to outflank their flanks and the rear carrier cluster. Ingwei's shadowy gaze swept across the star map, and he nodded immediately. Yes, the nebula undersurge will be left to the Immortal Qin fleet. Wilson nodded in response. The three hyperdimensional captains instantly reached a consensus. Boiled Sea, maximum power output. Maintain air clearance. Galaxy ships, Star Destroyers, prepare for a second salvo. All escort fleets, full firepower, suppress the enemy in the front. Song Yan's command echoed across the Tianshu Divine Court fleet's public channel. In an instant, the burning sea in flames seemed to transform into a burning star, and the surging energy fluctuations distorted the surrounding starry sky. An even more intense force field spread, firmly resisting the enemy's counterattack with a tidal wave of energy. The massive transdimensional railgun on the bow once again ignited with a terrifying crimson glow, this time with far greater energy concentration than before. The three clans of the Shadow Songstress coalition in front immediately felt immense pressure, and nearly all their firepower was drawn towards the blazing sea. The Origin Starlight Shield was activated once again, ready to withstand a seemingly life-or-death blow. However, just before the energies of both sides collided again, something abruptly changed. From the left wing of the coalition's formation, within the nebula undersurge zone filled with violent ionized nebulae, countless slender warships clad in black-striped armor suddenly burst forth. Leading the charge was none other than the flagship of Ingwei, Prince Xiangri of the Immortal Qin Divine Dynasty. With astonishing speed and in meticulous formation, the Xian Qin fleet brazenly penetrated the left flank of the three-tribe coalition. Their attacks, with an unstoppable sharpness, specifically targeted the joints and energy cores of the molten core behemoths, instantly inflicting heavy casualties and throwing the left flank into disarray. Almost simultaneously, within the gravitational lens on the coalition's right flank, where light was distorted by the immense gravitational pull, rays of holy light suddenly ripped through the distorted space. Wilson Ackelman of the Templar Federation led his fleet in a leap. The Templar Alliance fleet's beam weapons seemed specially tuned to inflict additional damage to the energy bodies of the Shadow Divas. Simultaneously, they precisely struck the pipelines, and nodes supplying energy to the psionic resonance array. The Shadow Diva's motherships on the right flank were instantly thrown into chaos, their mournful songs transformed into shrieks of terror. The front, left, and right flanks were simultaneously struck fiercely, instantly ripping 3 massive holes in the once tight formation of the three-race coalition. The command system was briefly paralyzed and in disarray. Now! Song Yan's eyes flashed. All galaxy ships and star destroyers, listen. Target, the base of the Shadow Song Diva Resonance Array, fire. Countless beams of light, long in preparation, roared out again. Boom! Deafening explosions echoed across the starry sea, as countless beams of light fiercely slammed into the crucial supporting structure of the Shadow Song Diva Resonance Array. Crack! Boom! The continuous explosions began at the base of the array, rapidly spreading throughout the entire vast structure. The greatest support of the three-race coalition, thanks to the exquisite coordination of the three empires' fleets, finally collapsed and disintegrated, transforming into an ever-expanding ball of destructive energy. The core was destroyed, the left and right wings were shattered by the Immortal Qin and Holy Templar fleets, and the Molten Core Behemoth and Crystal Tongue Citadel in the front suffered heavy losses under the full force of the flame-boiling sea and its escort fleet. The coalition's morale collapsed instantly. The defeat was crushing. The remaining coalition ships began to retreat in panic, but how could the fleets of the three empires, having already completed their tactical encirclement, let them go? All-out attack. Annihilate the remaining enemies. Song Yan, Ingwei, and Wilson almost simultaneously ordered a general attack. The ensuing battle devolved into a complete pursuit and annihilation. Without a unified command and core strength, the three-clan coalition could no longer organize an effective resistance. They were pursued and killed by the high-spirited Xinhua fleet, suffering heavy casualties. After this battle, the indigenous civilizations of the Beijihai River system almost completely lost their ability to resist. No alien race in the entire Beijihai River system could stop the advance of the three great empires' fleets, and the entire system was rapidly falling. Similarly, the combined fleets of the Xinxia Empire and the Qiyu Divine Dynasty, attacking the Black Abyss Star Core River system, were advancing at a remarkably rapid pace. These two small and medium-sized river systems, encompassing a combined area of over 1,600 river systems, would soon become the fifth and sixth river systems under the Xinhua human civilization.